No, I don't want to add you on the Peloton. Like, not to be rude. I'm not saying I'm a celebrity, but the only reason you would want to add me is because you know who I am. I'm just out there trying to enjoy like a nice ride to improve like my cardiovascular health. I feel like if I added people from chat, like every day, they would be going out with the bloodlust.
In 2022, we watched the solitary grind of one Ryan Letourneau. One might even describe it as psychotic.
Then she regressed first, and I just grinded her down, man. It was like 3 to 4 kilojoules a song, just adding to the lead, adding to the lead.
And in 2023, we expected him to embark on that same journey for cardiovascular excellence, pedaling in a silent battle against a sea of faceless riders.
The resistance 65, cadence 75, high five, just ripping up like 500 leaderboard spots in 60 seconds.
But then one day, a face appeared.
I lost a chat on the Peloton this morning. It is you, motherfucker. I was going at like a 5 out of 10 before. I took it up to 8.5. I grinded that whole ride and just watched you every song pull back like 4 kilojoules here, 7 here, until you passed me when I was in the cooldown and you still had like 7 minutes left of your ride. Thanks for the Peloton competition yesterday, NL. What the heck? Hey, by the way, dlguiga, are you Midwestern emo on Peloton? And a new challenger has appeared, dkelly. I set a PB on my 3rd ride this morning. Tell them, Mumen Rider. Listen, is quinana here? Is OVENHEAT here? Keet Jr. from Birmingham, Alabama. Pumping out 240 watts in the warm-up. Who do you think you are?
This is the quest to beat Northernlion.
Not my ass realizing that there is an NL hashtag on Peloton. Shout out to all the people riding in hashtag the Egg Carton. Then me clicking on the hashtag and expecting there to be like 4 motherfuckers from Ohio in there, and there's like 175 people or something like that. Like, KipCasper, are you here? You're pedaling faster than me, brother. You better keep pedaling, because I know if you look at my chart, my wattage has been way up ever since we took a shot at each other on that ride. Today I was a little embarrassed with myself. I only put out a 391 on my ride. A month ago I would have been like, wow, that's one of my best rides ever. Just after I finished it today, I'm like, you're stupid, pedal faster. Peloton ride was good today. 546 kilojoules. 45-minute Samyo 80s ride. Good one. Had a great time. How was your morning coffee? Sure, let's run it down. Coffee was good. You don't really, only tier 3 subs get access to the bowel movement check, but it was fine today. There's a little free trial for you. Peloton ride was good. Actually, it was very good, with the exception of 9 minutes into the ride, the tablet froze, so I had to actually hard cycle the bike, pun intended. I had to hold the power button in for 10 seconds and then hard restart it, which screwed up my analytics, but I still ended up with like a 507 kilojoule output in 45 minutes, plus the 10-minute cooldown, which is mostly just boring, but whatever. Maybe it's got some therapeutic benefit. I also don't understand. I want to send like it just makes you want to grab the CEO of Peloton by the scruff of his neck and say, when someone disconnects from an on-demand class that's literally a video, why does the class keep going? Like, it's not like Sam Yo is literally inside of the studio right now and I'm asking him to stop pedaling until I can get my bike to work again. Like, I'm literally watching a video of something that was recorded like last February. Couldn't you just pause it so that it's not like it takes me a minute to hard cycle the bike, and then when I turn it back on, it's like, urgent, your class is still in progress. I'm like, well, then unprogress it. Why don't you just pause it? My Peloton is here, Apollo, let's go! There's dozens of us, yo, and on that day, his friends list on Peloton grew 33%. Let's go. There are dozens of us. Dozens of us. Yeah, I gotta put it together. Understandable. Understandable. Have a good day. After the IKEA stream, I'm with Apollo that I think it should be easier to put together the Peloton. Because it's just like, it's just screws, probably. I don't know. Would love to know your thoughts on this. I guess an IKEA piece of furniture is just screws as well, but like, you know. I don't know. I don't have anything to say, I guess. I passed my turn. I also told Apollo to make sure that he,
Where'd you learn that one?
what the hell? He's frenzying himself. I told him to make sure that he under-tightens the flywheel so that he can get Lance Armstrong output, but not actually be working that hard. Like today, I guess I haven't given you my my Peloton update today. There were no new 45-minute rides, so I did a 30-minute ride. 382 kilojoule output, then a 15-minute ride that was like 170 something, so the average over 45 minutes would be around like a 550, then a 10-minute cooldown. But on my 30-minute ride, I was second place out of like 90 or something like that. The dude in front of me had like triple my output. He actually had like Floyd Landis output. So either this dude is in the Tour de France or he juiced his own Peloton. You think it's embarrassing for me to talk about like my real Peloton stats after taking the ride? Imagine how much more pathetic it is to juice your Peloton. You know, maybe he didn't do it on purpose. I'm just saying. My he's hacking the leaderboard. How was the Peloton ride this morning? I thought you'd never ask.
Not being on the receiving end of your wrath.
It was good. I set a new PB. Not by much. Previous PB on 45-minute rides. 5:58. Today, 5:65. Thank you, Emma Lovewell, and your 45-minute 90s ride. Lots of time out of the saddle. How many days do you think it'll take Apollo to wreck your scores? 600? You know what's great? I need to find, so me and Dan and Apollo and now Corey are all riding the Peloton right now. We need to start a Facebook group for ourselves, and I wanna send them a gift that's like me and the boys showing up to the 30-minute Sam Yo classic rock ride. Is there a good gift for that? Is there a gift with like 4 guys with enormous legs or something like that? Yeah, it's called Who Asked. Okay. I need a good, I'm a millennial. I need a good reaction gift for every situation. Yo, Monsters Inc. walk, so good. Okay, hold on. Me and the boys showing up for the Sam Yo 30-minute classic rock feel good ride. At Dan Giesling. At Dumb Dog, very dumb dog. At Corey, GIF, Monsters Inc., walk. Yo, it's dude! Is actually an insanely good tweet. I don't care if anybody else likes it. I like it. You're welcome. Thank you. Whew. What a tweet. Start soon. Okay, Tomo, you can go, buddy. Here, I'll open the door for you. There you go. Oh, my legs. My legs just cramped up. Oh. I'm okay. Just, there's too much lactic acid in there. From my 45-minute Ally Love classic rock ride. You gotta do cooldown rides? Bro, I do cooldown rides. Every time. They are so boring, though. Especially because, like you're pedaling so lightly for 10 minutes, and then every single instructor, rather than distract you, is just saying stuff like, I'm just gonna let you have your moment right now. No! Tell me a story you just made up. Listen, I've heard Life on Mars by David Bowie like 900 times. It's an amazing song, but like I also need you to distract me from the fact that like just watching you watch me while I ride my bike is kind of boring. Are you feeling refreshed and recharged? Let me give you a breakdown of how like the last few days have been. Because the answer is no. Saturday, I dropped my wife off at the airport. She's spending a week in Korea as a nice birthday gift. Get some time, vacation, time away from the baby, rediscover what life is like, as just a person instead of a parent. No problem. Saturday, me and the baby had a good time. But I did notice that by the end of Saturday, she was getting a little sick. She had a little bit of diarrhea. And then on Sunday, she's fine, by the way, but on Sunday, I got a text from the daycare that said, I'm not going to be open tomorrow. I woke up in the middle of the night and am like extremely sick. And I was like, oh shit. That's a disaster. But I told Kate before she left, I was like, because she was trying to feed me some copium. She was like, I'm sure that nobody will be sick. I'm sure that the daycare will be open. And I'm like, listen, we've both lived this for a year. It's the first year that she's been in. Last year was the first year that she was in daycare. We know what it's like. You can't bet on that any given week that nobody's going to be sick. So I said, whatever. If it's closed for the whole week, then it's closed for the whole week. There's not much you can do about it, right? Anyway, so day one, I was like, no problem. About halfway through day one, this is technically day 3, but day 1 of no daycare, I got like intense stomach pain and was like, it was like out of nowhere. Monday morning, I PB'd on the Peloton, was feeling great. Monday around 1 p.m., extreme stomach pain followed by like feeling super lethargic, let's just call it loss of fluids, etc., etc. Then about halfway through Monday, I got another text from my daycare that said, hey, I'm going to be closed on Tuesday. By the way, here's what I have. Stomach pain, vomiting, diarrhea, and feeling extremely tired. I hope that it didn't get passed on to anybody else. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, it definitely got passed on to me. I think my daughter, okay, so the way that it went down is my daycare provider was like, hey, on like Wednesday, 2 kids had like diarrhea or something like that. So we sent them home. So then my baby had a little bit of diarrhea on like Saturday, and then she gave me the full-blown version of it on Monday. So Monday and Tuesday were those were nasty days. Like I know people have horror stories about, stomach flu where they lose like 15 pounds in a week or whatever. I woke up today and I was like, finally I'm alive again. But it was like a light bulb went off. Like Monday, Tuesday I was dead, and then today I feel normal again. But I did lose 1.6 kilos in 2 days of not eating, while also like anti-eating a lot. And now she's back at daycare today. So Monday, Tuesday, pretty bad for me personally. Looking after a 2-year-old who's got a lot of energy when I had no energy, pretty bad. But I'm feeling a lot better today. Like I would say I'm feeling like 100% today. So I don't know. It might have been norovirus, just because everything I read about norovirus, which was a lot because I had a lot of time on the couch yesterday, was like it lasts like 1 to 2 days most of the time, or 2 to 3 days. And after 2 days, I feel good. But man, oh man, some of you guys are pretty cool. Do not get norovirus. You watch anything yesterday while you were sick? I had Seinfeld on Netflix probably for like 8 hours yesterday while I was sick, and I could not tell you the plot of a single episode. How do you keep getting these food bugs? Bro, this is not food bugs. I mean, you can get norovirus from like... Did you not hear the story? That everyone at the daycare was shitting their pants? I didn't bring a bunch of chicken tataki to the daycare on Wednesday. Obviously, one parent had their kid had diarrhea. They said, fuck it, just send them anyway. And then got everybody else at the daycare sick. Now I got to go to that kid's birthday party on Saturday and pretend like, oh yeah, no, did you guys? Yeah, I don't know. It's just been going around when they fucking gave it to me. I got to take my ass to Toys R Us and buy like a moderately priced gift under 25 Canadian dollars, give it to the kid, and then give the parents the damn side eye. You know which kid it is? I don't know which kid it is, but listen, I can make assumptions. And I don't even blame the parents, okay? You know why I don't blame the parents? First off, there's two reasons for this one. The first one is that from having it myself, I know that it came on super quickly. So I have no idea. You know, maybe they sent their kid to daycare where the kid was fine, and then like 2 hours later, the kid was like, I have a tummy ache. The other one is that it's society's fault because, you know, we live in a world now where both parents have to work to financially sustain a household, and you pay like a ton of money for daycare. So every time your kid has like a little bit of illness, you have to send them to daycare. Because if you took them out of daycare every time they had a little bit of an illness, then you would use up all of your sick days in like a month, and then your ass would be fired. So like, maybe instead I'll use it as an opportunity to commiserate. Hey, remember that time society gave us all norovirus? I will say though, I was laughing while I was, you know, it wasn't, and people are like, do you ever get sick without almost dying? I did not almost die this time. Did I ever say I almost died? No, I was just like not happy regardless. And I was sending these tweets like, hey, I can't make it to daycare, or I can't make it to stream today because daycare is closed. People tweet you like crazy stuff. Someone tweeted me, Pog, another daddy-daughter day. Enjoy your time at the park. My ass was parked on the toilet seat. And I don't mean me, I mean literally my ass for once. It is so presumptuous. Pog, what are you and the baby gonna do today? Well, I'm gonna put her in the high chair strapped in because like I'm borderline in and out of consciousness and also running to the bathroom like once every 90 minutes to have an absolutely disgusting bowel movement. So I hope you have a good day too. I don't think your tweets mentioned you were sick at all. Of course, because I can't. Do you understand the culture we're living in right now? I can't mention that I'm sick because if I say like, oh, I've got a tummy ache, people are going to be like, oh, Return of Little Caesar. Whoa, oh, he almost died. I almost died. Whoa, the Campylobacter getting ready for round 2. Because you can't make any single tweet without someone who's been online for 14 hours being like, this is my time to make a joke that 1,000 other people have made every day for the past, 8 months. What do you expect him to say then? See you tomorrow. Or nothing. That's fine too. I don't know. It's not mean. It's just like overly familiar. When someone like that I don't even know is like, don't worry, enjoy your day with your daughter. And I'm like, okay, well, like that's good. But like my ass is not, nobody's enjoying it. Is having a child being hellaciously sick every other week? No, I think that's overly dramatic, honestly. But I did see a post. It was like it's a study. And the study was like how often viruses are detected in households based on the age of the adults in the household and also how many kids they have. For adults with 0 kids, there were viruses detected in the household like 8% of the year. So, once is on a weekly data collection, so that's like once every 3 months, because that's 12 weeks. For parents with 1 kid, it was like 36% of the year, so that's like, once every 3 months. And this doesn't mean you're sick, it just means that there's like viruses detected. Like you could be infected, but just like be built different and fight that shit off, right? And then for parents with 2 kids, it was like 56% of the time. So it was like literally half the year you're possibly sick or at least at risk of being sick. And then, not that many people these days are having 6 kids, but with 6 kids, it was 86% of the year. That's literally like 11 months out of the year or something like that. What's the control? Yeah, I don't know if there was a control. I don't think that they were doing a double-blind test where like half of the families had aerosolized virus parts let loose into their HVAC system and the other half were just living free. Thank you, Daniel, for saying what I'm saying, but less sarcastically. Which is, there's an observational study, so there's no control. You got to remember, I'm going to be snippy, I'm going to be sarcastic today. I've been talking literally to one 2-year-old for 4 days straight. You know, I've been so sincere for 4 days now that to get the chance to pop off a little bit is too tempting. She was very cute. I mean, like, my, frustration is very little to do with looking after a 2-year-old. It was mostly to do with diarrhea. I was having a great time. We had some adventures in the interim period between, the norovirus. Did you go to the park? Not on the day when I was pooping, that's for sure. How the legs looking? The legs are fine. Listen, it wasn't that bad. It was like, I mean, people, they're going to get from this. You can pull it forward, right? You can see the future. People are going to be like, he almost died again. I'm deliberately heading it off in the past. Going through the Salmonella Campylobacter was a nice kind of like anchor for me because when I had the norovirus, I was like, this is not bad at all. Day and a half of diarrhea, no appetite, limited energy. At least it's not 3 weeks. The sequel's never as good as the original. So true. But the baby was great. We had lots of fun. We were dancing. Maybe some of us a little bit more half-heartedly than others. I managed to give her a good, bath time. She had good meals. We were not dancing in the street, though. That is true. How many bagels you eat? None. I mean, until I just ate that breakfast, in the last 36 hours, I ate like 1 Kind bar and 2 slices of leftover pizza. And then about a liter of Pedialyte and 2 cans of sparkling water. Big batch of chili update. Yeah, you want to make God laugh? Tell him your plans, I guess is what I'm trying to say. That did not happen as a result of unforeseen consequences. How does it feel to be solo this week? Honestly, like I was telling Dan, and again, if you think it's annoying to have one kid, or let me rephrase. If you think it's annoying for me to have one kid and always be talking about parenting stuff, it's about to get even more annoying. Because I don't know if you've ever talked to somebody with 2 kids, or 3 kids, or 4 kids, but they're always talking about even more parenting stuff, which makes sense because it saturates even more of your life, like the juice, it gets into the corners. That being said, I was telling Dan on like Sunday, I was like, it's easy. 1 kid is easy. I was kind of on autopilot, Let me find the exact phrase that I used to talk to Dan. I talked to Dan, I said, honestly, it's not that hard. Wake up, cook breakfast, play a little bit, act 1 done. Act 2, cook lunch, put her down for her nap, wake her up. Act 2 done. Act 3, play a little bit, cook her dinner, give her a bath, put her to bed. Act 3 done. Now, obviously, there's like, each one of those acts is like 5 hours long, but still, I was honestly having I don't want to say I'm on autopilot, but we were having quality time. It's only once I got winter vomiting bug that things really got, well, let me just say thank you to Steve Jobs for inventing the iPad. That really helped me out a lot yesterday. How was the Peloton today? I should not have ridden. I thought I was 100% this morning. I got on the bike and during the warm-up, my legs were screaming, and I said, well, let's take it easy today. So I'm proud of myself for doing it, but it's a 45-minute, 2000s pop ride. Average wattage was like 157. Typical average wattage, 195 to 210. So we're definitely a little bit under usual right now. I just feel like drained. I feel drained of fluid. This is how I feel right now. I need to drink some Gatorade. I drank some Pedialyte. I gotta tell you, there's no excuse for shit to taste that bad anymore. Why does it taste so bad? Like, I get that it's half kind of like medicine, but like it shouldn't taste so bad. Even children's Tylenol, when I give my daughter children's Tylenol, she says yummy. That shit is like acetaminophen. It's actual poison turned into medicine. Pedialyte is literally just like Gamma water, and it tastes, it's like somebody took Mrs. Butterworth and then took all the fake maple out of it and just left you with corn syrup. It's so horrible. How was the Peloton ride? It was fantastic. It was like a 45-minute, 2010s Bradley Rose ride. Performance 520 something. I can't remember exactly. It was pretty good though. I feel like I'm not like 100% yet, but like the strength that left my body last week is like starting to return. I don't feel like I have brain fog anymore. Any Peloton today? Oh yes. 30. Hold on. Usually I do it at the start of the stream. I'm a little bit more fresh. It was a 30-minute Bradley Rose 80s ride. Output 340 something. Followed by a 15-minute Sam Yo hit ride. Output was 160 something, 170 maybe. Followed by a 10-minute Hannah Frankson cooldown ride. Output irrelevant. Did you do the live Ally Love ride? Can I tell you something hilarious? I've never done a live ride on the Peloton. Because all the classes, it seems like they're made for East Coasters. They tend to start at like 2 to 5 a.m. Pacific time. Or like they're for the UK and they start later at night. I can't seem to find... also, the second part of it is I've never really looked. Once I found instructors that I liked, I was like, if they're not doing a live ride, I don't want to be in the live ride. Like, why do I care that somebody else is going to get like a shout out? I'm just trying to get my my exercise in. Well, listen, I understand live streamer doesn't understand the value of live streaming, but like if the only reason I watched a live stream was to get like a shout out from somebody, then I would then maybe I would make sure that I was there for those live rides. And I see people on r/Peloton Cycle, the Peloton subreddit, not to be confused with r/Peloton, which is all about competitive actual biking. But they're like, I was going to have my 17,000th ride on, and I realized, oh no, it was on a cooldown ride. So I deleted the 3 lowest rides on my list so that my rides got lower, and then I stacked up such rides so that I would segue it straight into the live ride, and I still didn't get a shout out from Kendall O'Toole. That's not an old bit. Like, this is how people actually behave. I still think the craziest thing I ever saw on the Peloton subreddit was person who was mad that there's not enough BTS and then on the rides, and then in her post she was like, yeah, I searched BTS, but there's only like 35 rides that have BTS songs, and they're one of the most popular bands in the world. This is just I couldn't fathom it. You know, I have not heard a single Cocteau Twins song, and I'm still managing to keep the pedals turning. They're still waiting on my 45-minute My Bloody Valentine ride. It'd be like cadence fucking 0 to 90, I think. Resistance, I don't know, you figure it out. Close my eyes, feed me higher. Okay, Chip, but that's no joke. They could do a Slint ride. The other bands, I'm not sure they could do. But you could do a Slint ride. Just think about it. Like, okay, Breadcrumb Trail is perfect for interval work because it's got that slow dung 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 dun na 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 na, and then crank the resistance up. Spinning round my head begins to turn. Beep. And then the next one was Nosferatu Man. I mean, that's just got a great beat for like a build. Down 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 do 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 do. I don't know what you would do during Don a Man. That could be like a few minutes of like active recovery, just light pedal, you know, flat road. And then when he gets in his car and it goes, then you could start to pedal a little harder again. But anyway, definitely good Peloton ride today. You're vibrant. I mean, I don't want to brag. Dennis Morton's back in the 30-minute rides. Stacked a 30-minute Dennis Morton rock ride, 374 output. It's not a PB, but it's mighty good. It's like a 213 watt average or something like that. With a 15-minute Dennis Morton Tabata ride, which was, I think, around 160. So you're looking at a 15-minute or 45-minute 540-ish output, and then a 10-minute Hanukkah cooldown ride. I learned a lot. How was your Peloton ride this morning? Oh, thank you for asking. It was extremely good. 45-minute Dennis Morton jam band ride that I've done like 70 times in the past, but it was the highest output I've ever had on it. 547 kilojoules in 45 minutes. 10-minute Matt Wilper's low impact ride. It was like a 98 or something like that. It was mostly just to keep the legs moving. 10-minute Leanne Hainsby cool down ride, which the cool down rides are just there just to be there. But at least this one had Teardrop by Massive Attack. So it wasn't like the typical Peloton cool down ride, which is just like complete, like horrendous music. There you go. There's for your eyes only. How's the Peloton today? Great question. I took it a little easier today. By which I mean... hold on. I still did... I did a 45-minute Ali Love 2010s pop ride. Oh, it did! It had to be redrawn again?! There's too many mechanics! Anyway. A little lower on wattage is all I'm trying to say. We were, so many redraws here. It was like a 193 watt average on the 45-minute ride, and then a 10-minute low impact. It was more like a 160 average, and then the cooldown, I don't know, it was like 110 or something like that. Yo, this song kind of goes hard, huh? Pretty good for a 25 to 35 cadence, 99 resistance out of the saddle climb to 9-inch nails industrial samples. Sorry, I was just trying to see if I could find something there. 99 resistance? Hey, it goes up to 100. Okay, you want the Peloton stats? I was 30-minute Cody Rigsby pop ride. It was like a 372.
Impressive work.
Then it was a 20-minute Emma Lovewell hit ride, which was crazy. 2 minutes on, 1 minute off. What is she smoking? And that was like a I'd say 210, 220 or something like that. And then I was just doing one leg pedaling drills with Matt Wilpers. That was like, what, 10 minutes? I don't know, like an 85 or something. How was your Peloton ride this morning? It was good. So I was reading last night that apparently, did you know that when you're training to be a better cyclist, you shouldn't just go all out every single ride? News to me. So I've been trying to become, rather than just optimize for highest output, which is really just like ego riding, I figured, why don't I actually try to follow like what you should do for cycling training to become a better cyclist? So today, I said rather than be out of the saddle and, you know, average like 75 to 80 cadence, why don't we average like 90 to 100, keep the resistance a little lower and move some of the work out of the legs and into the hardened lungs. So the output was not very high today. It was not that low. I still probably averaged like 180 something watts, but it was like basically 45 minutes, 95 cadence, 45 resistance or something like that, and then some 1 foot pedal drills after that. Matt Wilper's class? It was a Matt Wilper's low impact class. I feel very seen right now. Okay, your team's pretty good too. But now we're going up against people who are on lethal, so they're going to be garbage, right? Right? Peloton was good this morning, by the way. Thank you for asking. I know you're going to say who asked. Toasty asked. They aren't the only one, but Toasty asked. I mentioned it yesterday. You might not have been here, and you may genuinely not care, which is probably like the base case. But I've been trying to ride a higher cadence, slightly lower resistance, rather than just rely on being, you know, 79 kilos and then standing up and driving a stupid amount of output that just comes from gravity. Been trying to move my move the work into the cardiovascular system instead of the leg muscles so much. So rather than be, I'm gonna dump this. I'm gonna take a second orangi, man. I'm gonna go full crazy mode. Oh baby. Also trying to move the walk to Poland. I've considered it before. So I think today, I've been doing low impact rides, but then just ignoring them when they say don't take the resistance higher than like, you know, 50 or whatever. So today was like no out of the saddle work, and it was like 193 watts. And then I did like some Tabata just to get the heart rate up a little bit more. There you go. There's your who asked in the I asked. How was the Peloton this morning? Thank you for asking. I feel like a bit of a hypocrite because Apollo wrote in the Discord last night. He said, I love the Peloton. It's like Super Mario 64. I PB every other time. And I was like, enjoy it while it lasts. As you build up more of a base, the PBs will become more infrequent. And then you'll be PBing like once a week, and then you'll be PBing like at best once a month. But then it's okay because you just look at your stats over a longer time period. You don't worry about the day-to-day so much. You worry more about the week-to-week, the month-to-month, the quarter-to-quarter. And then my ass got on the Peloton today and it absolutely destroyed my best 45-minute ride of all time. I think it's because I've been focusing more on the aerobic work. I did more of like a climb ride today that I've taken many times before, and just, I mean, it was cruising. My previous PB was like 566. Today was 588. It's a pretty big, it doesn't seem like much until you're like, that's an elevation over the previous best you'd ever done. It's like 5% over the previous best. Kind of crazy. And then I'm like, well, now this weekend I'll just take some nice light aerobic rides. I'm just focusing a little bit more on training. Wattage was like 219, I think. But I want you to know, it's not like I want you to be, I'm not being braggadocious about it. It feels like it's not a great measure of actual wattage, because that wasn't what I was pumping out like in the saddle. Like in the saddle, I was pumping out like 195, 200, but then half the ride is out of the saddle, so I'm leveraging my 79 kilogram body to climb, you know, for 5 minutes straight at 60 cadence, 70 resistance. So you know, that one's for the more cycling pilled amongst you. But anyway, it felt good. It felt good, and I was fucking dead. At the end of that, I was dead. So I think I hit my limit, which is where you want to be. At least for, you know, your hard days, I guess. Hello, Jay, as well. Hello. Jay, I still have not pulled the trigger on the Elias Pettersson All-Star Game jersey. I've had the tab open for like 3 days now. I was like, Jay, I'm going to buy this. Stop me. He said, you shouldn't get it. It doesn't have the All-Star patch or the team patch on it. I was like, he's right, but this shit looks like, it looks sick, man. It looks crazy. Every time I think about buying something, the ghost of that time I paid like $1,000 for the Gen 1 HTC Vive, like it lives so rent-free in my head. And the Peloton? No, the Peloton has easily been like the best money that my wife ever spent on me. That's not, I mean, I PB'd again today. It's just so like not noteworthy anymore that we don't even need to mention it. Now that I've polarized my training, I can't be stopped. No more Peloton talk? No, we can still talk about it. It's not like I got anything else going on in my life. We should still talk about it. How is the Peloton? Oh, thank you for asking. I've been trying to polarize my training, which means that you do 80%-ish of your training is relatively light and 20% is extremely hard based on your own relative standards. Yesterday was a hard day. I set a PB. Today I just did 60 minutes at approximately 70% of what I would consider my FTP to be. So it was like a 60-minute, 170-ish watts steady state, just working on the heart and lungs. The legs are doing fine. Heart and lungs are also doing fine, but that's probably the weak spot right now. Yeah, if they came out with a Peloton Legacy, I would probably play it. Because I've always dreamed of being a stationary cyclist ever since I was a little boy. What Peloton house would you be in? That's a great question. I mean, if you had to make like, please, I'm begging my hard drive to apply this update so I don't have to go through with this whole bit. If you had to make it so there were 4 Harry Potter houses in Peloton, I mean, to me, Slytherin, that's definitely the climbers. That's the people who they grind out, you know, low cadence, high resistance in the saddle. And they love the pain. They love hitting their lactate threshold. And then I would say, you know, Gryffindor, those are the power zone riders. Those are the chosen riders. I'm not quite amongst them yet. And then Ravenclaw, I feel like Ravenclaw is, well, what's the one? Hufflepuff is the one that smokes weed, right? I think those are the people who only select rides based on the music. Those are the people who are like, oh my God, 30-minute Cody Rigsby pop ride. And they don't care what their update is. I see them in the studio. They're always like dancing on the bike. This is the reason I will never take the Carly Rae Jepsen ride ever again. My ass just trying to stay near my VO2 max. Everybody in the audience, run away with me. Run away with Friday. No, I'm not dissing Carly Rae Jepsen. The music's great. I don't know what Ravenclaw. I guess Ravenclaw is people who are currently polarizing their training and updoing their dark bidding. Was today a heart and lungs ride? You know it. I don't want to brag. Go be a naughty boogeyman real quick. And Bluth Banana. There's always money in the banana stand. Thanks for the gifted subscriptions. I did 3 30-minute rides at like 168 watts consistent the whole time. So I did 90 minutes at what I guess would be like 2/3 of my estimated functional threshold power. It felt good, man. It felt good to just be grinding them out. How was the Peloton today? It was totally normal. 30-minute Ali Love Tabata ride. Average output kind of irrelevant because it's like half of it is at like, you know, 110 watts and half of it is at like 220 watts, but it was like a 185 average or something like that. And then a 30-minute Dennis Morden hit and hills ride, wattage was like 187 or something like that. It's just a normal day. We're just normal men. Anyway, let's play some Hitman. I thought we started with some momentum today. I see you asking, how's the Peloton today? It was a totally normal Peloton ride. I did 90 minutes of steady state, averaging 168 watts. And I gotta say thank you to Corey. I was like, Corey, when you cycle a lot, do your thighs and other regions in that area ever get chafed? And he said, brother, you got to buy this stuff. And he recommended a product called Chamois Butt'r. Catch my ass walking all around Vancouver yesterday trying to find a place that sells a purple tube of chamois butter. Rubbed it all over the affected regions this morning. And then, you know, I was like, wow, this product is amazing. I don't feel any irritation at all. Then when I got in the shower and the hot water hit my left thigh, it was like pepper spray. And I was like, that was the one part where I didn't put the chamois butter, man. The rest of that region on the trunk was totally fine. Just my left thigh got a. Is that how it's pronounced? By the way, hello, Sinvicta. Hello. Is it Chamois Butt'r? Chamois. Chamois. Is that how we say that in English? I mean, that word is French. You're the funniest middle-aged man I know. Thank you. I appreciate that. Not insulted. I accept that when you're 12 years old, 34 is middle-aged. You and Germa? Dude, in one of the Peloton rides today, there was a guy who looked just like Germa, except he was like 20 years older. And I wanted to like get my phone and take a photo of the guy and be like, Germa in my Peloton class, but like your shoes are clipped into the pedals. It would have thrown me off my stroke. It was like, oh, you know, it was a whole thing. Let's put it that way. By the way, I'm trying not to be offended. Nobody asked me how my Peloton ride was today. Great. We've been talking to each other for 30 minutes. Nobody even bothered to learn my name. How was your Peloton ride today? It was a standard combo 1A. 6 chicken balls, sweet and sour sauce, and an egg roll with chicken fried rice. It was 3 30-minute rides at approximately 170 watt average. Building that aerobic base. How was the Peloton ride yesterday? My baby woke me up at 6 a.m. I didn't get a chance to do a Peloton ride yesterday. I thought it would be better to just be honest with you guys. Was she bored or something? No, she said she was scared. It's all right. Yeah, rest days are important. I mean, I did walk like 15 kilometers. And Peloton, I mean, it was a simple one today. Today's interval work. 30-minute Ali Love Tabata class. 20 seconds on, 300 watts. 10 seconds off, just trying to recover your breath. Then followed by a 20-minute Emma Lovewell intervals ride. Sorry. Got a little bit of BioSteel stuck in the throat. That's it. The end. Anyway, I don't have any anecdotes. Do I have any anecdotes? I don't think I have any anecdotes. I'm trying to remember, did I leave the house yesterday? I left the house to pick up my daughter from daycare. Oh, the Peloton, of course. Even when you don't leave the house, you leave the house. Today was just a pretty chill day. 45-minute Dennis Morton jam band ride. 15-minute Sam Yo hit ride. Total average wattage, it was like around maybe like 198, 200. There you go. We got the who asked out of the way. I'm embarrassed, by the way. I think that I'm not a jam band guy. I'm not a... I can name 2 Fish songs, and the only reason I know them is because they are on the jam band ride. There's like a couple of songs on that jam band ride that actually I'm like, maybe jam bands are not all bad. You ever hear of the song? It sounds like a song Dan would make up by a Canadian jam band. You ever hear of a song called Rebubula by Mo? It sounds like somebody took a track from Mario Kart and then turned it into like an electric guitar sort of ditty. It goes hard though. That can't be real. Dude, it's not weird, okay? The song's called Rebubula, the band is called Mo, and the album is called No Doy. Like, that's the most real band of all time. What's up with the Super Bowl title meta? So for anyone watching on YouTube right now, they're probably saying something like, what Super Bowl title meta? Well, I called the stream today the Super Bowl of Hitman campaigns. It's really just the same gameplay as normal, but doesn't it make you feel like a little bit more pogged up? Yes, it does. See? The human brain is easy to trick. Not a single person saying no. Who's playing during the halftime break? I'll probably do an impression of like Maxwell, Somebody's Watching Me, because that was on part of my Peloton ride today. First, I did a 90 minutes of Peloton today. First 30 minutes, Emma Lovewell, Low Impact. She ran back the Garden State soundtrack. Shit would have made me cry when I was like 17 years old. I was listening to it while I was riding the bike. I was like, this is Zach Braff. This is fucking dog shit, man.
Good luck, 47.
It's fucking shit. What are you doing on your sound? Listen, I'm not gonna insult the Shins. except I would say, for me personally, I'm less into O inverted world and way more into shoots too narrow. I'm a shoots too narrow guy, and I refuse to apologize for it. What about whichever one had Phantom Limb? No, I stopped before that. But then the Frou Frou, the song from the trailer. Excuse me, too busy writing your tragedy. Miss out the bubble wrap. But you know what I'm talking about? Frou Frou. That's the worst Frou Frou song. I would say that Frou Frou lame shit. I ain't with it. I take shots at your fitted. Gratata is how I. That's how I feel about that song. She had Night Call on that ride too. Yo, we got a fellow Pelo head here, keeping me honest. How was the Peloton? It was good today. I did a 30-minute Tabata ride and a 30-minute intervals ride. Average of both around 185 or so. PB. No, tomorrow is. I only at this point I only run for a PB like once a week. Tomorrow would be the PB day. It's like, here's the way I've been structuring my weeks lately. This is day to day. Long ride, hard ride, easy ride, long ride, hard ride, PB. That's the way, currently just the way my week is laid out. That's the way it works for me. And you can't guarantee a PB every time. It's not realistic, but that's when you shoot for that's when you shoot for it. Riding the long way. The real problem is that the long rides right now are 90 minutes, though I'd like to pump up those rookie numbers a little bit. But Peloton only releases about 15 minutes of content daily that I actually want to do. So admittedly, the platform's been around for 6 or 7 years or something like that, but we're getting to the point where I'm starting to eat up like all the content that's available on the bike. And then there's lots of content from like other instructors, and then I do content from other instructors, and they're like, you're a boss bitch. You could do whatever you want to do as long as you put your mind to it. Yes, the verdict is in. You're guilty of being that bitch. And I'm like, oh fuck, I can't do this. This shit is like condescending. I can't. This is not made for me. They do need an Emma Lovewell Slint ride. I'm waiting. And any day, she already did her. I'm not calling out Cody Rigsby. I do some Cody rides. I like his programming. If it weren't for Cody, I wouldn't know who Kim Petras is, okay? I'm calling out Jess King. There's two very different instructors with similar vibes. Are there any Rihanna rides? Yeah, probably if I had to guess, 1,100. It's probably the second most popular artist on the platform after either Def Leppard or AC/DC. You ever tried an air bike? What is an air? Is that like when you're hungry, so you imagine you're eating food? Is that I want to go for a bike ride, but I'm in class right now, so I'm just moving my legs? Oh, or is it a bike that generates air like a fan? So if it was a heat wave, if it was a hot one 7 inches from the midday sun, you and your baby girl could take turns pedaling the helicopter blades. Well, it's a good time to talk about today's Peloton ride. It was good to be back after 2 days off. Pretty simple, 3 30-minute rides, average of about 165 watts. 30-minute Ali Love Feel Good ride. I felt pretty good. Of course, I had it marked on my calendar. The soft relaunch of Fresh Friday, also known as 30-minute Dennis Morden Sample It ride. And then 30-minute, I'm back at the screen, 30-minute, I don't even remember now. That's so scary. Oh, Cody Rigsby, 90s ride. My favorite NSYNC songs. God must have spent a little more time on you. How was Peloton this morning? Oh, thank you for asking. Yesterday was our 90-minute long ride. Today was 60 minutes of intervals. It's just training. It was good. It was hard. I felt satisfied at the end. Very much enjoyed the BioSteel afterwards. Output? Well, the output's weird, right? It was probably The first 30 minutes was probably like 195, and the second 30 minutes was like 180. But really, the way that the output looks is just like, you know, 2 minutes of 125% of your FTP, and then like a minute of like 60% of your FTP. Can I tell you, by the way, something is wrong with me on a fundamental level. Be like a perplexed programmer trying to do some rubber duck debugging with a 3-4 marmoset. Something's not right in my brain. People say, NL, you got so mad on that last rant, I could see your neck veins popping out. Every time I read that comment, I know that the Peloton is working. I don't look at it and say, oh, like, I gotta monitor my blood pressure. Oh, I gotta, like, do better about managing my stress. Every single time, I'm like, still leaning out. We're getting vascular. How was the Peloton? Oh, first off, who asked? Secondly, it was good. Today, I structure my training thusly. Day 1, it's a 3-day cycle. Day 1 is long ride. Aerobic steady state. Day 2, heavy intervals, high intensity interval training Tabata. Today is day 3. Day 3 is just it's just riding for fun, but that also means the output goes pretty high because it's a lot of out of the saddle. So first, I did 2 30-minute rides that were just, you know, like they were just Peloton rides. First one, 30-minute Emma Lovewell live DJ ride with DJ John Michael, almost PB'd. 30-minute PB is 411 kilojoules. I think I got 405, something like that. Pretty good. The average wattage of like 223 maybe. Second ride, I was a little drained, but I still got a 350, which is like a 195 average, 30-minute Cody Rigsby pop ride. All dudes. Not in the ride, it was all ladies. But in the music, it was all dudes. And you know how much I love Usher, Justin Bieber, Ed Sheeran, and Bruno Mars. By the way, nobody asked me about the Peloton today. Do you just assume? You just assume that I wouldn't ride because we got home like fairly late last night because John Wayne Airport can't handle a little snow? Like, don't insult me. Of course I did. I mean, it had been 4 days. Oh. So you know I did my 90 minutes. So at around 170 something watts. 30-minute Emma Lovewell classic rock ride, I think. It was all like Beatles plus Beatles solo artists. And then 30-minute Sam Yo, low resistance. And then 30-minute Cody Rigsby pop ride to celebrate 50 years of Australian Pride Month. I can't take Emma Lovewell's rides anymore. She's too much. What do you mean she's too much? She's too much? I'm not being facetious. Like it's too, she's too extra, as the kids say these days? Or is it like, no, the trumpets! Lou Bega! She is a little extra. You didn't like the 30-minute, Emma Lovewell live DJ ride? I greatly enjoyed that with DJ John Michael. Listen, like the track list is not what I would say is like my favorite music of all time. But either way, like the enthusiasm was getting me, man. The way DJ John Michael was pogging up for My Life Would Suck Without You by Kelly Clarkson. I think I'm being like radicalized to enjoy dog shit music. Did you take the T-Pain ride? Yes, I did. I love T-Pain, and I want to put respect on T-Pain's name. But I do need to say that I think that's got to be okay, 5 wins, not 10, huh? That's got to be probably the worst Peloton ride I've ever taken. And listen, I ain't even know it till they call me to the stage, and then you seen a man throwing that ass for days, shorty going up. I ain't got no problems, but I'm just trying to tell you, I'm a T-Pain head. I know the lyrics, the loquacious Lothario, auto-tuned or not auto-tuned. God gave him auto-tune. The man has talent, okay? That ride is not good. For my personal, what I'm looking for out of a Peloton ride, It's not, that ain't it. That's just tips. Anyway. Sorry. What was I talking about? Anyway, no, by the way, Apollo, I have not done the ride you recommended. Is it, what's the theming of the ride? Because tomorrow is my, I don't want to brag or anything. Tomorrow's my intervals day. So if it's an intervals ride or a Tabata ride, then I'm all in. It's a math rock ride, dude! 120-minute sunny day real estate ride. They're playing Diary 2 times in its entirety? Holy cow! 30-minute Sam Yo Smashing Pumpkins ride, but it's just the intro to Cherub Rock for an hour and a half. We don't level yet. How was your Peloton ride? Oh, thank you for asking. I woke up really early this morning. I woke up at like 5:40. Originally, I woke up at 5. My alarm usually goes off at 6. And then I said, oh, I'll go back to sleep for an hour. Then at like 5:20, my baby started crying. She was going, Mommy, Mommy. And I was like, girl, that's not going to happen. So I got up and I tucked her in and, put her back to bed, waited till she went to sleep, hopped on the Peloton a little early, 60 minutes of intervals, mixed intervals in Tabata. And then I was like, it's still early enough. I just threw on 20 minutes of low impact just to get some extra pedaling in. That's about all I got. Peloton ride, thanks for asking. It was a PB, but it's not a fair PB because it was the first time I've ever done a full 60-minute ride instead of sandwiching 2 30-minute rides together. It's a 60-minute Emma Lovewell pop ride. Probably one of the worst track lists you could ever imagine. All songs from the past 3 years. There's a couple bangers in there. There's a Lizzo song. There was 2 Ed Sheeran songs. Ooh. There was there's Unholy by Sam Smith. I like that song. I don't hate new music. There's just, I'm sorry to say this, I'm not a huge fan of Pink's discography, and basically it's a straight line down from like her debut to the present. Pink is great. Dude, this is not fair. It might even be sexist for me to say this. She's too old for all of her songs to be so messy. I remember when I turned the corner on Pink. I was like, she had that song where it was like, you punched a hole in the wall and I framed it. And I was like, lady, you're 48 years old. You got to start taking care of yourself. You got to have some damn self-respect. You should not be glamorizing this kind of behavior as as someone who is maybe 10 years younger than my mom. If you're writing this song and you're a 20-year-old, you're okay, you're young, you're reckless, there's fiery passion and stuff like that. And then I'm like, we're writing this song as basically a middle-aged woman. You should, as soon as it should be, you punched a hole in the wall and I broke up with you and told you to get the fuck out of my house because that's violent. You gotta draw a boundary there. She should be getting a restraining order or something. What do you mean I shouldn't write songs? Didn't you hear? I thought I would fart, but now I'm ashamed. I gave my pants a brown stain. Anyway, it was 60 minutes, 200 watt average. It was a 713 kilojoule. It's not bad. So, today's the fun ride. Tomorrow's the long ride. Saturday's the intervals ride. We do, it's just like your mom's Saturday night. We do it in this order. Long, hard, fun. Long, hard, fun. Imagine if you had some good tunes. That's the thing, dude, is they don't let them make good playlists. You know how many times I'm becoming an Ed Sheeran fan because I'm every single song. I wanna kiss your eyes. I wanna drink yours. Ooh, baby, when you suck it like that and pull your toes up, give me the shivers. I hear this song 5 times a ride. It's driving me crazy. What song is that? That's Shivers by Ed Sheeran. The dude, he's very horny. The chat is the meme of the guy, he's got to choose which button to press. What are you going to press? Ed Sheeran is good music. Insulting a guy for being 5 years older than me and not liking new music. I like Sam Smith's Unholy. I like some Lizzo songs. I like some Doja Cat. I like some Kim Petras. Also, I didn't like, if we're talking about top 40 music, I haven't, like, Ice Spice, I think it's a good song. People assume that, like, just, oh, like, I didn't grow up listening to fucking Captain Beefheart Trout Mask Replica. Like, somebody doing a rap song with a minor key in it is like, whoa, I'm too old. When I was in high school, every song was like, 1, 2, 3, 4. Says she's good to me, you know. He buy me diamond rings, you know. She says so. Like, no, I grew up, you know, I was listening to some stuff that was. No, I hated the top 40 when I was in high school, too. I wasn't in 11th grade physics class being like, oh, dude, have you heard the new Gwen Stefani song? She spells bananas in it. I was out there, you know, basically just regurgitating Pitchfork Media's opinions. Have you guys heard The Life Pursuit by Belle and Sebastian? I would say conservatively, it's like an 8.1 out of 10 in my opinion. I mean, sure, it's no, if you're feeling sinister, but it's definitely better than Tiger Milk at least. I didn't hit smelling salts before the stream today, but I did eat a Costco croissant with Costco pre-cooked chicken on it and some Costco Monterey Jack cheese. And then my daughter said she didn't like blackberries anymore. I bought like 2 quarts of blackberries. Guess where? So I ate like 3/4 quart of blackberries as well. The blood sugar is through the damn roof. I forgot what I was talking about. Oh, the Peloton? It was a hard ride today. I mean, it was just easy long ride day, but the legs were heavy, man. It was 3 times 30 minutes around 165 watts, but by the end of it, I was gassed. I don't know if it's the position of the moon or the sleep or nutrition or whatever, but legs were heavy, and they're heavier now, honestly. Mercury's in retrograde or something. I don't know what that means. Isn't that when some of the Elmer's glue comes back into the tube? I don't know what retrograde is, but I hope Mercury gets that sorted out. They might need to see a urologist. Mercury in Gatorade? Gatorade, is it in you? Are your Peloton numbers bigger than last year? Yeah, by like a lot. You know, it comes like slow and then it comes all at once. Like basically all of 2022, I just did 30-minute rides daily. Now I'm doing like 90, 60, 60, 90, 60, 60, 90. The actual, like, the wattage per minute is a little lower, but the aerobic fitness is substantially higher. We're still talking about the Peloton? Okay, what do you want to talk about? Johnny Lasagna? I'm waiting. Actually, you got a lot of, I think you should leave references and a lot of hockey talk in your chat audit. I can't be mad. We're just warming up. I mean, honestly, I just got off the bike like, 40 minutes ago. I know that doesn't seem like it's a short interval, but like my brain is still a little bit like the pulse is still elevated. And the pulse, I mean, I'm going to go ahead and tell you, like, just give me a second. It's like a 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we're sitting at like an 85, 90 or something right now, which is higher than normal. I would say like substantially elevated. I'm normally at like maybe like a 60. Just takes a little bit for it to normalize. Are you Peloton sponsored? No, they don't have the free cash flow to be making purchases like that, essentially. I'm just happy the company appears to be. We had a really bad year of news last year for the Peloton Corporation. They survived, at least as of right now. They remain in danger, perhaps an acquisition target at some point, but I'm just happy the service has not been taken offline. I would rather they didn't sponsor me and just kept the lights on, honestly. Who's going to acquire them? I mean, listen, I don't know if you've read Peloton's 10K. The problem with Peloton is not the product. The problem is the business, and particularly the executive leadership. They spent way too much money in 2020 and 2021 thinking that the tailwinds for their business that happened during the pandemic, namely the whole world, including gyms being shut down, would last forever. They spent money as if, it was reasonable to assume that every human being on planet Earth would own a Peloton bicycle in the next decade. That was not smart. What they should have done in hindsight, especially knowing what happened to the market in general, is tighten their belts and probably just kept doing what they were good at instead of pretending that they were a company that was one day going to be worth as much as like Facebook or something like that. But that's why I don't work well, it's one of the many reasons I guess I don't work in business, because my ass would have been fired as the damn CEO, because I would have kept the stock price at like, $25 or something like that. They got it up to 200. Lots of people got fired, but they made tens of millions of dollars along the way. So honestly, maybe they maximized for their own benefit rather than the benefit of the company. And that's, for them, that's great. Convincing people to use the bike they already got. They have like a 92% monthly retention rate or something like that. Or I think it's an annual retention rate. It's crazy. People when people get the bike, they tend to use it. Now, I have some personal friends who might not necessarily bear that data out, but that's anecdata instead of actual data. They don't use it. They just pay for the subscription. Who cares? When it comes to the company, for them, that's their own personal choice. It's like, I don't understand what we're arguing. Are we arguing it's a bad business? No, it's not Apollo. Apollo uses the bike regularly. I'm telling you, the BioSteel hits different. Yesterday's Peloton ride, I was not, my legs were cooked. I did 90 minutes in 3 30-minute intervals. After the first 30-minute interval, I literally thought I was going to fall over or pass out. I poured a BioSteel into a pint of water, drank it in I'm not going to say chugged it. I drank it in one gulp. I opened up my throat and just let it flow into my stomach. And then I did the next 60 minutes, and I was, still struggling, but feeling pretty good. When I'm in a not working competition and my opponent is Blood Bowl 3, Monka S, my reaction MRW when I'm in a not being good competition and what's that? You're right. That noise, I have my fan on. 1 second. You just got a little preview of the kind of ventilation that we got going on in here when I'm on the Peloton. Oh, what the heck is my lumbar support? Now Peloton. Okay, Peloton. It was a great session today. Today is my just have fun forehead day. That doesn't mean it wasn't riding hard. 30-minute Alley Love Hidden Hills ride. Output around 380. Average wattage is 211, I think. 30-minute Ben Aldis 90s rock ride. Very mid-track list. Did not make it to the favorites. Output 360. Average wattage, so the low 200s. Then 10 minutes Cody Rigsby. I do some Cody Rigsby low-impact rides just to keep the legs moving and also to keep myself contemporary. Listening to all sorts of new songs. Hoes wanna slap, but they ain't say nothing. 100 motherfuckers can't tell me nothing. Bees in the trap. Bees in the trap. Something like that. That was pretty close, right? There was a Beyonce song on there too. Beyonce featuring Andre 3000. Party. I've had a Peloton for about 8 months now, and I've only done 6 rides. How do you motivate yourself to get on the bike daily? I think it's the same with any habit. You just have to force yourself to do it for 2 weeks. And then after that, you don't feel normal if you don't do it. There's always whenever you're doing anything, there's a 2-week period where you just, it's not part of your routine. Once you make it part of your routine, you're I don't feel like myself unless I do it. I'm not really insanely good at forcing myself into routines. I'm just I don't know how to, maybe I am, I guess. I just like routines. I'm not, because, there was 2 years before I got on the Peloton where I was content just building a fat ass. It wasn't I woke up one day and then was I'm going to do 510 Peloton rides in the next 530 days or something. My wife bought me a Peloton, and I was like, okay, I get the hint. And then the other, you know what helps? This is maybe, it's less helpful, less applicable at least. But having a child means that sometimes the only free time that I get daily is from like whenever I wake up to whenever my Peloton rides finish, which is why I now ride like 60 to 90 minutes a day. Because that's like the only time I get to actually like be in my own head and like think about things and have some time to myself. So my ass is like, I'm mad that I woke up at like 6:15 this morning. I'm like, oh shit, I could have fucking, maybe soon I'll start waking up at like 4:45 and doing a 3-hour long ride in the morning. Getting off the bike, grabbing the BioSteel, like, he's nowhere near me! Maybe one more time. Dude, it's so good. It gets me every time, man. I gotta watch it again. Just nail me! It's so good. Whoo! That was not funny? Okay, don't be shy. Why don't you drop a clip to your favorite YouTube sketch comedy bit? Let's all watch it together. No pressure. You ever have an anxiety attack showing one friend your favorite bit from I Think You Should Leave and hoping they get it? Always, don't do yourself a disservice. Please do not link The Front Fell Off. I will ban you from my chat. And then, dude, no matter what happens, he says the front fell off. I love British humor. Put it on the Mount Rushmore of humor. Duck soup. Who's on first? I don't even know. What's a comedy that people like that's not actually funny at all? Step Brothers, sorry. And then fucking dude on Taskmaster tries to eat a watermelon, but all the watermelon falls on the floor. I got tears pouring out of my fucking eyes. Oh, The Office! U.S. Office would be a great one, even though I do like it. Oh, man. Anyway. You wish you were a wolf? Like the animal or the... Is this another archetype that I'm unfamiliar with? I don't think I have dog-like energy at all. If anything, I have more of like a cat-like energy, I think. Meow. I do have that dog in me though. Like this is not a joke. Like I'll play it up for a little bit of humor, but it's like this genuinely happens. Someone in front of me on the Peloton, if they're ahead of me by like 5 kilojoules and it's a 20-minute ride, do not bet against me. Cause like I think they're just like enjoying their workout and like improving their physical health. My goal was, that's how it started for me. I got on the bike, improved my heart health. Maybe, you know, it's not a race day, it's just a training day. If someone's 5 above me, it became race day. And then when I passed them, I, like, in my head, I don't say it out loud, but in my head, I'm like, eat shit. Eat my ass. And they didn't do anything wrong. They're literally just riding the bike. But there's something wrong with me. Like, they don't even know that we're racing, probably. But I'm like, I'm mad at them. It's that, like, Michael Jordan attitude, but none of the talent. And sometimes, like, when I pass them, or when let me put it this way. Sometimes there'll be, like, 10 minutes left, and I don't think I'm going to pass them. I give them a high five, and then the high five is to be like, I respect you for being better than me at the Peloton. If they don't high five me back within a minute, I'm catching them. And then when I pass them, I'm giving them another high five. The subtext of that high five is you should have high fived me back, you piece of shit. Now eat my ass. This, I can't stress enough. This all exists only in my head. It's not like they said, hey, let's race or anything like that. They literally just existed on the leaderboard. That can't be normal. It is very motivating, though. It's from the Dota. I don't think I think the Dota just fed into it. But Dota makes you hate your own team as much as the enemy. Like, you don't hate the enemy team. If anything, you become like Reek, you know? Dota, all MOBAs, I think, turn you from Theon Greyjoy, where you are allied against a common enemy, into Reek, where you're just like, oh, I wish I was a Bolton. Oh, to have been born on the dire side instead of the Radiant. Oh, look at all these idiots that that are on my team. If only I could have been on the other team. But then when you're on the other team, you're like, wow, these guys are idiots. I can't believe we won. I'm not like that when I drive, though. I saw some people be like, that's me at a stoplight. The only thing that makes me... I've never raced my car at a stoplight against anyone. But sometimes I do... Well, I guess this would be called racing. I get annoyed when, like, the car next to me starts, like, rolling before the light turns green. And then when the light turns green, they're slow to react to the change. Like, they're so eager to jump the gun, but then when the starting gun goes off, they're, like, looking at their phone or something like that. So if I see someone inching out into the intersection like that and I'm beside them, I do get... Fuck off. Okay. I do get a little Need for Speed Underground, and, like, the microsecond it turns green, I'm accelerating just to make them know. Like, I just want in their head, they're like, oh, and I even had, my wheels were moving and his were stationary, and yet his reaction time is so much. So, yeah, like, I guess I'm a little crazy is what I'm trying to say. Maybe I'm a little, we all play these crazy games together just to pass the time. There's no harm, no foul. It's not like I'm going, ring, 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 ring. I'm just like, you know, passing them. Going maybe slightly over the speed limit to make sure they know that they're my bitch. That's nothing. And the best part about it is that I know that they are, but they don't care at all. So it's really a victimless crime. They don't even really recognize my existence in the slightest. Actually, I think I might be getting crazier as I get older, too. This is also, sorry, all the anecdotes from, like, the past 2 weeks that I have in my solitary, like, baby walking time are coming back to me. Sometimes people will pass me when I have the stroller. And, like, you may recall, but it's like 2 years ago, that I used to say, like, you know, oh, you guys are lucky I have the stroller, because otherwise, like, you think this is as fast as I could walk? I would be dusting you right now. That era is long gone. Now, if they don't make what I would consider to be a good effort to maintain a faster pace when they're in front of me, I'm happy to pass their ass back. And that is, like, the closest that you could probably ever see me come to an act of aggression in real life. If you pass someone while walking, and then, like, a minute later they pass you back, basically they, with body language, they said, fuck you, you're not faster than me, you shouldn't have passed me in the first place. But you can't do anything because I got a stroller. So, well, I don't know. If you were so eager to pass, maybe your ass should move a little faster then. Otherwise... Get behind me, draft. It actually improves your efficiency. If your ass didn't want to go fast, you just didn't want someone in front of you, too bad. I'm gonna make you work for it. I don't mind you being faster than me. It's just you've actually got to be faster than me. You can't just go faster than me for 2 seconds, get in front of me, and then walk slower than me. You're basically the Jerry Seinfeld of our generation. I hate that I agree with that, because Jerry is not a very sympathetic character. Or individual, necessarily, such as? Oh, I was too slow there. I saw a quote from Jerry Seinfeld. I think he was on the Howard Stern show, and because Twitter doesn't work properly anymore, all of these, like, viral tweets end up in my damn feed instead of shit from people I actually follow. So I'm always seeing shit that's, like, actually entertaining and interesting instead of just, like, not going live today, guys, sorry. Which is fucked up. But anyway, regardless, the quote was something like, Jerry Seinfeld said, like, I'm always working on new material, and Howard Stern said, like, that sounds like torture to me. And then Jerry said, like, that's our blessing in life. When you're successful, you get to choose your own torture. And I was like, yeah, that sounds like some very self-aggrandizing shit that I would say, for sure. That's, yep, all right. You got me. Peloton was good today. Actually, it was, like, pretty bad, but I got it done. It was 90 minutes. First 70 minutes, I was like, I feel pretty good. Last 20 minutes, I actually felt like I was I don't know. Like, I think it's called hitting the wall. I don't know if I was dehydrated or out of energy. But I was like, this is all of a sudden like the hardest task that I've ever done in my life. But I did finish it. And then after I was like, and then glug, 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 glug. There's a clip for you. Also, like I was talking about the Peloton like 2 seconds ago, as is typical. A lesser individual would not tell you this, but my Peloton ride was disrupted today due to a lie. Hey, by the way, Yu Watanabe, also known as Librarian, thank you for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. My ride today was disrupted with 2 minutes left in my second 30-minute ride. It just froze. And then it said, your internet is off. And I said, fuck you, no, it's not. Your internet's off, you piece of crap. Why, where did tech companies get off just lying to us? I've got green bars, I got LTE, I got 5G. I don't even know, we might be on 6G by now. It feels like we've been on 5G for quite some time. They'll say something like, oh, you appear to be experiencing network instability. No, I don't. You appear to be experiencing network instability. My shit is completely fine. Anyway, so I pedaled 120 seconds in silence while the instructor just looked like this. Like the timing was, she was actually like, get ready, it's the final push. 3, 2. And then I got the spinning circle of death. So I just 150 seconds of like hearing my own 180 BPM heartbeat through my earbuds. Had to, and I recognize I'm opening myself up for being made fun of here. Had to hard reset my bicycle in order to do the third of 3 workouts. Took like 3 minutes to turn it on and off again. And then like a minute into the ride, it just kicks me back to the home screen and says, hold up, brother. You're in the middle of a ride right now. And I said, no shit, Peloton. I know that. You know, given that outrageous amount of strife that I had to make it through, just finishing the ride today relatively close to the analytics I was hoping for was a positive. By the way, can we get a round of applause for Kate? She did like literally everything this morning. Applied for some new daycares. Got our cats in the cat carriers, which she also got out of storage. Took the cats to their grooming appointment so that she doesn't have to vacuum quite so much because there's just like a staggering amount of cat hair going on. Woke up our daughter, took her to the potty, brushed her teeth, got her dressed, fed her breakfast, and then, you know, was out the door basically like 10 minutes after I got off the Peloton. But it's International Women's Day. Look, I did my part. I took Sam Yo's 30-minute pop ride today that was all strong female artists. And I got an International Women's Day badge, okay? So you can't really judge me. Where's your International Women's Day badge? Name a woman? Name a woman? I'm trying to remember who was in the ride. I gotta be honest, not because they were women, but the tracks were a little snooze. Janet Jackson, Cher, you know, it's not, I'm not knocking them, but it's not my tempo, okay? Let's get the minutia out of the way. Good Peloton ride today. 2 times 30-minute interval rides. Total average around 200 watts for 60 minutes. We did go to the first 2 periods of the Canucks game last night. Left when it was 2-2. I had a reasonably good time at the game. Mostly because I feel like people have given up on the season. So there was like 20% less people. How do you leave it 2-2? Because the result of the game matters like 0.00% to my life. But having my 2-year-old get to bed the time that they normally get to bed and thus wake up the time that they normally wake up and not fuck up our whole life just to watch 20 extra minutes of like 2 of the worst teams in the NHL play against each other is definitely like there's an asymmetrical value proposition there. Peloton today? It was I was on one today. I went sicko mode. I went Armstrong mode. Come on, there's got to be a good biking related cycle mode. I went cycle mode today. It's just is output day, just fun riding day. Spino mode, that's pretty good too. Steroid mode. High altitude training, then drawing my blood, storing it in a refrigerator for 6 months until race day at low altitude, then reintroducing all the capillary rich or the red blood cell rich blood to my body so that I have a 0.00075% advantage against all of my opponents, except actually it's an even playing field because they're all blood doping as well. Anyway, 30-minute Samyo 90s rock ride, 401 or 402 output. Average wattage was like 226 maybe. Followed by a 30-minute Dennis Morden rush ride. Output 361. Wattage was like 200 even. Pretty good. Pretty good. Are you shoving ice in your bike frame so you pass the UCI limit, then have it melt away? Dude, I didn't know that existed. Sports are so funny. Any plans to ride outside this year? I do entertain the thought of being like straight out of a Rocky movie. Like the protagonist is on like their 7th sequel and they're running out of credible villains. So they just like, oh, this guy, he's never even, nobody knows who he is. Oh, that's because he's trained in his sweat lodge. That's because he trained in his own damn garage for the last 10 years. His wattage is crazy. But honestly, like, I'm concerned that I don't know how to turn. I've only driven, I mean, I've turned a bicycle before, but never really at speed, I guess. On the Peloton, you don't have to take too many turns. But my straight line speed is, I was going to say crazy, but it's not really crazy. It's just crazy by 75-year-old hobby spinners. Peloton ride this morning, totally fine. 60 minutes, rough average, 193 watts, something like that. But honestly, like, I cooked my legs yesterday because I fucking hate daylight savings. My dumbass. We had tickets to the hockey game on Saturday. Sure, let's go to the hockey game. Have a couple of, 24-ounce Budweisers. Oh, no big deal. Forget that it's daylight savings. Lose an hour of sleep to begin with. Wake up looking like, Emotep before the reanimation starts in The Mummy. And today's interval day. So I made it through. I was impressed with my output. And then the rest of the day, I was like, my legs don't work. So this morning, I think, was the echo. It was the reverberation of that. How's the Peloton today? It was really good. By the way, I have 2 or 3 shooters in chat. I've got 2 or 3 chatters on my Peloton following list now. They can always vet the honesty of the Peloton bit. Today was 30 minutes. Ali Love 80s pop ride, followed by 30 minutes. Jen Sherman rock ride, followed by 30 minutes. Sam Yo 90s pop ride. First one, 315 kilojoules. Second one, 317. Third one, 316. Average wattage, I would say around 176 for 90 minutes. Felt good. It was just like, today was just on rhythm. It was just like everything was like, like there was no bonking. The BioSteel hit right. Hydration was good. No stomach cramps from drinking too much water too fast. Sorry I'm late. Green text arrow. Be me. Hop off of 30-minute, 20-minute, then 10-minute Peloton ride. Swag React image. PB the 20 and the 10. Not that no flex. Help get my daughter ready for daycare. Wife leaves to take daughter to daycare. It's 8:58 a.m. Praise Lord reaction image. I finally get to take a 2-minute poop before the stream. Be me. 45 seconds into pooping. Cigar cutter the first log. Feeling, chef's kiss. And I won't even be late today. All of a sudden, I get a text from my wife. Hey, I forgot our daughter's daycare backpack. Can you go out onto the patio and throw it through the passenger side window of the car. Be me, flex every muscle in my abdomen, recognizing I'm going to have to hold my poop in for the next 6 hours or something like that. Me waiting on the patio for 6 minutes for the car to actually pull up, and then I put the backpack into the passenger seat. She says, thank you. I say, no problem. Turn around, just walk back in the house. Should have finished my poop. All I'm asking for a courtesy, if she had said, can you come out on the patio in 5 minutes, I could have at least pushed out 80% of the log. Instead, I'm going to be honest with you, I think I clenched so hard, I actually took about 10% of the log back inside and then had to hold it in while I was just sitting out there on the patio. To add to the emasculation, I was like, oh, it's a rush. The only shoes at the back door are my wife's Crocs. She wears like a size 7 women's. I wear a size 13 men's. I got my 1/3 of my fucking feet inside of the damn Crocs that have weird bumblebee stickers and pins and stuff like that on them. And I'm just standing out there in 5 degrees Celsius weather wondering where the hell the car is. I've never taken a poop break during the stream, and I never will. I'm like, you learn more about yourself when you have a child, as strange as it sounds. But like some things that you thought were just like you traits, you realize it actually like it's baked into your genetic code. I don't poop in public unless like I'm hungover. Unless there's no option. So basically it's been like 10 years. And then like my daughter, I'm like, hey, did you poop at daycare? She's never pooped at the daycare. I talked to the daycare provider. Did she poop today? No, literally never. It's in there somewhere. You're not in public? Well, it's like Justin saying that he can't zerk off during his subathon because like chat would know that what he's doing in the shower. It's the same. I'm not going to be like, oh, I'll be back in 3 minutes and then I'm going to go like squeeze out a poop. I would rather, unless it's an emergency, I would rather hold it in and then have like a comfortable poop when the stream is over rather than like try to emergency evacuate my bowels during a 3-minute bathroom break. If there's urgency, I can take a shit in 5 minutes. 5 minutes is like the minimum amount of time. Otherwise, I would prefer to take like, I don't know. At least 15 would be nice. 20 would be nicer, to be honest. That's so long. Yeah, it's my poop. Who cares? It's not like I'm asking you to like, hold my hand. I would have dead legs. Honestly, pathetic. No disrespect. It just feeds into the delusion that I'm built different. No toe numbness. No leg numbness. Heart's pumping nicely. Cheeks feel fine. It's no big deal. You can't sit down for 20 minutes? If you sit down for 20 minutes, your legs fall asleep? Little bro doesn't even realize gravity's doing half of his heart's job for him. Like, what are you talking about? I don't think my circulation's that good, but if I lean on my legs, why are you leaning on your legs? Stop leaning on your legs. If your legs fall asleep, you got to stop leaning on them. You don't need support. Like there's a back on the toilet. You don't have to like be sitting like you're in a posture class or something like that. You don't have to be sitting like, you're in a Japanese ESL class and it's day 1 before you find out that the teacher has absolutely no ability to control or discipline. I mean, no, I don't use the seat back. I mean, I don't think I use the seat back. But like my legs don't fall asleep when I sit down either. I think I would go talk to like a cardiologist or something. I'm not trying to give everybody in chat like a complex. It's just never been a problem for me. Wait, don't you guys do the thing where you angle the floor of your bathroom slightly away from the toilet so that you're take some of the weight off your glutes? Me, when I'm in a 30-minute Sam Yo shitting class and he calls 60 to 70 cadence out of the saddle. Oh, gulp! Stop. Oh, man. I knew we'd get a joke out of there somewhere. I was tick, 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 tick. Oh, I don't see one. Tick, 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 tick. Oh, there's a little joke bone. Tick, 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 tick. Then you get the brush out. There's a good one right there. No joke, on my Peloton rides today, I saw there was a leaderboard name that was like, I love Costco or something like that. And I was like, maybe it's too far. Maybe I gotta pare back my own Costco enjoyment, because as soon as I saw that, I was like, that's extremely lame. It wasn't I pedal for Costco, but it was like the Costco guy or something like that. And I'm like, brother, a stream tag is one thing, but to make it like your whole identity. But then again, everybody else's identity on Peloton is either like, you know, not a snowflake, or like, I pedal for whiskey, I pedal for beer, I pedal for wine. So at least, I mean, you're right. He could, what do I know? He could be an executive. How was the Peloton today? Oh, it was, I mean, today's, it's a 90-minute Marty. You're my Peloton instructor. I have a basic exercise bike and watch your stream. Okay, pretend we're playing Today by Smashing Pumpkins, okay? We're going to start it off. It's going to be 30 to 40 resistance, 80 to 100 cadence, okay? Then it goes ding, 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 doom, 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 da da doom, 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 doom. Okay, we're going to go 70 to 80 out of the saddle, 55 minimum resistance. Ding, 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 doom, 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 doom. And then you're back in the... Okay, dude, Liz, I can't keep that up. Maybe they do have a harder job than me. I guess when you're a Peloton instructor, you don't also have to sing the songs. That would be like a little bit too much. You ever considered doing a biking stream? No, people keep asking. It's horrendous. I'll tell you why. And there's a couple of reasons that I've touched on in the past, and then some that are new. Basically, I am working hard enough that I can't talk. So it's just, you're just watching an increasingly sweaty man pedaling at different speeds and different resistances for 60 plus minutes. On top of that, I can't restream the class because there's licensed music in it. If I didn't put the music in it, you wouldn't hear the instructor either, because I have no way to like separate the instructor's voice from the musician's voice. Even if I could do that, I could get DMCA'd by Peloton. And if I muted the entire class, all you would hear is... Also, ever since I started doing, 90 minutes instead of 30 minutes, I would say once every 15 minutes, I have to reach my hand down my shorts and adjust the position of my wangus. Because if I don't, it gets chafed because it keeps rubbing against the same part of my shorts. And then as the shorts get sweatier and sweatier, like the salt from my sweat starts to like sandpaper the head of my you-know-what. So every 15 minutes, I got to like reach my whole hand in and then like shift it to the side. So there's a lot of, I think it would be bad content. I don't want the freaks in chat that would love to watch it. Like, you should really be watching something that's actually entertaining, not just a bald dude getting increasingly sweaty. You got to go wangus up. Nah, man, you don't get it. Honestly, I need to get uncircumcised. I don't know if that's something you can do. I need like a prosthetic foreskin. It doesn't have to be permanent, just something I could like snap on during the ride and then I could take it off after the ride. It's Monday morning. What's weird is just flesh. Just the moralists on Twitter or on Twitch drives me crazy. Anytime any female character is on the screen, booba, 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 I would like to hit your text box with my A button. Then I'm like, this is like the one time where I wish, like I've never been pro or anti-circumcision. The choice was made for me against my will, and I don't know what it's like on the other side of the fence, honestly, but I've never been like one of those guys who's like, I'm never going to speak to my parents again because they did it. I think they did it because there was like I don't know if it's a genuine thing or a myth that it was like, if you do it, it's cleaner. Whatever. It was 1988. People were, they were not, they didn't have access to as much information back then. But this is like the first time where I was like, man, I got to call up my mom and be like, Mom, you really screwed me on this one. When you were choosing whether or not to do the circumcision, didn't they say, hey, is your son ever going to go on a 90-minute Emma Lovewell 90s rock ride? Because the head of his dick is going to get chafed to shit. He's going to be able to see his own reflection on the damn glands. Thank God we can add this to the wiki. This is like the 20th time we talked about circumcision on this channel. I know everybody's status. I'm not going to divulge it, but they've divulged it in open comms on the NLSS over the past decade. People are like, aren't you worried the people are going to... People have known this shit. You're like, ooh, check it out. I'm a little freak. I'm writing this down. Bitch, you don't have to write it down. It's already out there. You don't even know what kind of freaks we've been dealing with for the last 10 years. There's 90 solutions to the problem you're describing. Yeah, I have one of them. It's called Chamois Butt'r. I've also talked about that 30 times. Apparently you weren't here for that. That's why I'm literally just telling a joke. I'm not out here looking for you, trying to mansplain the head of my own penis to me. Get a life. Yeah, so lather the head of your penis up and then go for a 90-minute silent bike ride for Twitch chat. Fuck you. I have a life. I'm on the damn clock right now. This isn't your time. My time on the bike is my time. You do whatever you want when it's my time. You show up here at 9 a.m., okay? 60 minutes just riding for fun. Average wattage was like 198. A little light today. Went on a long walk yesterday. 15 minutes. Low impact. Honestly, this sounds... it doesn't sound insane. It is insane. I said, I've got an extra 15 minutes. Let me just pedal out a little bit. Get some extra time on the bike. After about 8 minutes, there was a dude in front of me on the leaderboard, and I said, I'm about to end this man's life. And I pedaled my ass off for like 8 minutes for no reason. But I beat him by 2 kilojoules on the leaderboard, and I said, fuck you. And then I sent him a high five. Then he sent me a high five, and I was like, that's right, bitch. Eat shit. It is toxic. It's psychotic. But it's motivation. At least he rides a real bike. Well, honestly, like I'm kind of going off on the Peloton Corporation. Today's FU middle finger of the day goes to the Peloton bicycle. It's my intervals day. First 30 minutes, no problem. Just standard. Second 30-minute ride, 15 minutes into the ride, the screen freezes. No pause button, no buffering symbol, no nothing. I press the power button to put it to sleep and then bring it back up. And then the default, like, Android operating system screen comes up. I say, oh, fuck. Okay, so then I hold the button down to hard cycle it. Meanwhile, I'm supposed to be doing a 2-minute interval, like my legs are dying. I hold the power button. It takes 2 minutes to restart. I can barely fucking hit the button to start it because some idiot said, you know what would really go hard? How about we put a touchscreen on the bicycle? By the way, if a single drop of sweat gets onto the tablet, none of the buttons will work. Oh, what? Your hands aren't dry after 45 minutes of cardiovascular exercise? Anyway, so then I managed to get the button to resume the ride, but for some reason, even though it's like an on-demand ride, the shit isn't live, I've missed 2 minutes of the ride. Like, the fucking thing doesn't pause, even though I'm the only person there. It's like the instructor was just basically pedaling in the ether by themselves. Who would ever want that feature? Who would ever want to be like, oh, I have technical difficulties? No, you keep going, video. I'll catch up later. Like, it doesn't make sense. The only other option, there's no like go back 30 seconds. The only other option is restart the whole ride. I'm like, my ass does not have a loose enough schedule to do that shit. So then I finished the ride and I busted my ass to make up for like the 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes that I was not, that basically the output got ripped from me. And then I said, you know what? I'll take a 10-minute ride after it just to make up the extra time. Pressing the button, press it, wipe the screen, press it. I can't get the buttons to fucking press because my hands have a single microliter of sweat on them. And as a result, the buttons on the screen won't work. And I said, okay, fuck it. We go tomorrow. That one, every once in a while, there's just, the day was still okay, but... holy cow, I was like, this thing's a piece of shit. I actually love it, but... but like maybe once every 150 rides, something like that happens. Get a real bike then? No, because a real bike is like 10 times worse because you have to stop at stop signs. Like at least the Peloton has no stop signs. That's like every 45 seconds you gotta sit still on your bike for 30 seconds? That's gonna kill your output, dude. That's embarrassing. Plus, I don't think anybody's ever been hit by a car on the Peloton. And I'm inclined to say that if they did, they deserve it. Hello, Corey. Corey, congratulations on your Power Zone rides. I've been peeping them. I cyber stalk everybody on my following list. For a while, Apollo was ripping it up. Then he got a puppy. Everyone knows when you have a puppy, it's impossible to also ride a bicycle simultaneously. His output has fallen off a little bit, but I'm sure he'll get back once the adjustment phase is done. Corey picked up the slack. He's doing 120-minute Matt Wilpers rides every single day. I'm giving him, I don't know if you even see this, but I give you a high five on the Peloton app social feed every time you'd finish a ride. Not when you finish it, that would be psychotic, but when I see that you have finished one in the last day, I go, high five. They really shouldn't call it high five, because a high five is like bilateral. Is that the word I'm using for? Or I'm looking for? Like, you can't just give someone a high five. They have to receive it. There's no such thing as, yeah, it's more like a poke, exactly. We're getting into a poke war. How about Dan? The difference between Dan and me, I think it highlights like elder millennial versus like mid-millennial. Dan is like closer to my dad's workout habits than he is to mine. I do the rides with a coach that plays like bad music. And Dan does like 45-minute just ride workouts where he like puts Netflix on and just pedals his legs at exactly the same speed for the whole time. I'm not saying one is better than the other. I'm just saying there's like a generational divide, even though I think Dan and I are like only 5 years apart or so in age. His is based and yours is silly. Ain't nothing silly about my quads. We'll see who looks silly. You wanna go on maybe like a 20-kilometer race? Cross the finish line and we'll see who feels silly. Ooh, I like it. Yeah, I don't know, like, Corey, my ass doesn't get sore from riding the bike seat. But I'm not saying this as like a flattering take at all, because I don't think it's related to that kind of morphology. The real limiting reagent is that my fucking shorts rub up against the head of my wangus, and then like the sweat from the shorts is like a little salty, and it scrapes the shit out of my glands. Like it's, I need to get bib shorts, man. I need to get like tight ass bib shorts or something. The only thing that's stopping me is, am I really going to be the guy who puts on cycling bib shorts like I'm lifting trapezoidal weights in 1910 to get on a stationary bike in my own house? That seems like it's like a step too far. It's like I'm putting on a singlet to watch WrestleMania. Like, it's crazy. We're going to start with Brutal Orchestra for like an hour, like one run maybe. Then there's a game that has been in development for like 12 years that is coming out today on Steam. It's called Storyteller. I did a Let's Look At in 1971. It's finally coming out. I think games usually come out at 10 a.m. Pacific time. That's in new games, at least. But with the Steam sale, it might be, I don't know, that might be antiquated intel. I'm not 100% sure, but I think 10 a.m. Pacific is when they normally come out. And then we'll do Jackbox. It's that simple. Also, I apologize. I'm still, I kind of went Jamie Lee Curtis mode on the bike today. Kind of had an output that makes you go, okay. Nobody asked. I've been waiting for someone to ask. Nobody asked. It was 30-minute Cody Rigsby live DJ ride. The entire thing is 60 to 70 cadence, almost exclusively out of the saddle hill pushes. Didn't PB, but was like 10 kilojoules off. That would, I think it put us around 220 something watts for 30 minutes. Followed it up 30-minute Matt Wilpers hit ride is exclusively hard climbs out of the saddle. 365 kilojoules, puts you around 205 watts. Then, like LeBron James inventing the double or the deluxe record, I said, thanks for your support. Here go 2 more for y'all. 10-minute extra 10 Dennis Morton climb. 10-minute extra 10 Ali Love low impact ride. I'm feeling fantastic. How much did your happiness increase? Pretty good. Hey, I want you to know, Brasky Hunter, I'm only answering your question about lane break because there is a chatter, Reed V, who comes here every single day and asks if we play lane break, and then people beg him to stop asking, and then he says no, and he comes back the next day and asks again. But because I saw yours, yeah, I've been known to do a lane break from time to time. It's probably been like, if I had to guess, I bet it's been 4 months since I did lane break last time. My problem with lane break is the rides do not come out fast enough. They don't come out fast enough. They do a new lane break ride like, I don't know, like 3 times a month. And they gotta be 30 minutes long. And sometimes they're like, here's a 10-minute Lizzo ride. And that's like 2 songs. My heart rate's barely up. Thoughts on lane break? Red V, you missed it. Someone asked about lane break earlier. I added you in the chat to see if you were here. No autocomplete. No reply. Then I responded to them about Peloton lane break. I gave them a dissertation. How does that make you feel? It was a great... Everybody laughed. They said it's one of the funniest things you've ever said. If you had to choose Costco or Peloton, what would you choose? Right now, I would choose Costco because today's my 90-minute Marty. I only got to do 80 minutes because for my first 2 rides, shit kept having like 5 seconds of buffering every 10 seconds. So I had to like hard cycle the power on the bike. For 60 minutes, I was composing a tweet in Peloton to Peloton in my head. Hey, kind of crazy. Maybe you could explain to me why your service is such shit lately? Pretty crazy that it's 2023 and you can't manage to stream 480p video wirelessly without buffering. Meanwhile, like, every 18-year-old kid in Estonia is building like their own streaming app to... Anyway, long story short. After I hard cycled the power, it worked beautifully. So I said, okay, fine. I guess I'll just hard cycle the power before every single ride. It is another, much like DoorDash, Peloton is a company. I love the service. The company is crazy to me. I don't understand how they could be losing so much money. Much like DoorDash, you're like, I paid like $2,000 for the bike and then $60 a month for the service. And all you do is stream video to me and pay like 20 instructors. Like what am I missing here? The CEO drinks water with his bare hands. This is what bothers me. There's plenty of things you can hate about Peloton. John Foley is not the CEO anymore. He got pushed out by activist investors. He got pushed out by activist investors last year. Now they have some CEO that probably has like a bunch of history coming into companies that are like near filing liquidation for Chapter 11 bankruptcy or something like that, and is just like, you know, cutting costs nonstop. Yeah, probably uses a damn cup for his water. I'm a Peloton defender and a hater for sure. The defender is, it's too expensive, but it's still, I'm getting way more out of it than I'm paying for. Feel great, much better shape, lost a lot of weight, better mental health. It's a healthy hobby, etc., etc. Could you do it cheaper? Absolutely. But I'm like, it's almost like one of those things where you're like, if I'm paying this much, how can you have the audacity to not be making money hand over fist? And I guess part of the answer is that like a lot of the people involved did make money hand over fist, but the company itself is not doing well. That's how I feel about my $50 a month gym membership. I mean, I hear you. It's like, and I'm not saying you people are hypocritical. I'm saying people in general are hypocritical. Like, they'll literally, like, I'll drink 2 cans of sparkling water on stream. People will be like, isn't that a little much? Like, are you supposed to be drinking 2 cans of sparkling water a day? Meanwhile, like, while watching the stream, their ass drank, like, 6 IPAs while watching the stream. Like, why don't you Google, like, how many IPAs a day is okay to drink? There's got to be, like, a term for this that I'm inelegantly dancing around. if something purports to be good for you, it then has a much, much, much higher level of criticism and scrutiny than if you know something's bad for you. Like if you took 2 multivitamins a day, people who drink 12 cans of Mountain Dew a day would be like, 2 multivitamins? Aren't you worried about your kidneys? I'm uncomfortable with the amount of +2s I'm getting. You know, the Peloton at the end of the day is simply a tool. You know, it doesn't revolutionize bike riding. The real advantages of the Peloton are not like, whoa, the $2,000 bike is like, you know, it's completely changed the way that I cycle. The main revolution is that like the classes are good, plus it's in my room. So like every day I don't have an excuse to not get on it, which made it insanely easy to fall into the habit of it. You know, you never have a day where you wake up like 10 minutes late and you're like, oh, now traffic's going to be bad on the way to the gym. I'm going to have to park further away. The machines that I use are going to be like occupied now. Like maybe I'll just skip today. You're like, oh, I woke up 10 minutes late. I guess I'll just cut 10 minutes off of my, you know, bowel movement and then, you know, hop on the damn saddle. Plus, there's a real thrill to passing people nonstop when they have the thin blue line avatar with the Punisher face. It really makes me feel good about myself, and that's probably like an indictment of my own moral character, but it feels like you're winning. When you're like, I'm faster than you, and we wouldn't get along in real life, I just won twice. What do you mean Chae Young would love the thin blue line? You don't know that. It wasn't Chae Young, okay? It was her stylist. She's taking a lot of heat right now. Why is it that her stylist is not taking any heat? I need to get Kate in here to give me the straight dope about the Twice drama. Chae Young from Twice wore a QAnon t-shirt during one performance, and then like a couple of days later wore a shirt outside that had a swastika on it, which is not good. I don't think I need to tell you that that's not good. I don't know, like, I was gonna say I don't care. That's not really apt. I guess I do sort of care, but like I don't know if she dresses herself or if everything is micromanaged for these bands. Like I have no, it could just be one renegade stylist for all I know. Oh, thank you, Apollo. Thank you. You do see like that symbol in Korea as like because it's from like, you know, Buddhism originally. So if you go to Korea or you live in Korea, you'll like see it on you know, some temples or some churches and stuff like that. I didn't go to Korean school. I merely taught in one. I feel like it doesn't pass the smell test for me that like an adult wouldn't be aware of the I don't know, the legacy of the symbol. If you're like 14, maybe, like I could see it, but again, why am I even waiting in here? I don't even, who cares? Well, I mean, not like that, but I'm just, I'm just, because I saw some people there like, well, in Korea, they don't really learn about the Second World War. And I'm like, well, someone should have told my students that when I had a one-on-one lesson with a kid, and I was like, this kid's really advanced, I'm going to blow his mind. I'm going to teach him a lesson about the North African campaign about the Second World War, and this fucking 15-year-old kid is like correcting me. Yeah, it's kids in America who don't learn about the Second World War. Sorry. I definitely don't think that's true, but I saw it in chat and I couldn't miss the opportunity to... Peloton ride today, very good. 30-minute Emma Lovewell rock ride, 30-minute Emma Lovewell 90s ride, 20-minute Bradley Rose indie ride. Total output 920 something kilojoules in 80 minutes. Pretty good. Did not go to Costco this weekend. Might go today. I was in Washington this weekend. I didn't have a chance to go to Costco. I know how ironic it is. I ride my bike outside with my cycling club. That sounds like way more annoying. Because, like, what, you're just like, you got to talk to some other dudes who are like the CTO at some startup company that's making like a worse version of TweetDeck? Or you're like, no, sorry, we're in zone 4. We don't have a conversation. Okay, then why is your ass doing it with other people? It doesn't make any damn sense. You can just catch my ass at the... I'll just be in here listening to some music. I was thinking about getting a... mounting a TV up on the wall over here. And then I could, like, watch movies. Because these rides are getting fucking long, dude. I mean, it was like 80, 90 minutes every day. That would at least help me take in some culture. But then I also have to get out our cordless drill, which is like, this is a pretty big cost. And I guess I got to buy the flat screen. But the flat screen is like, you know, I don't know, $25 these days. Normal people watch movies and shows while doing cardio. I know what you're saying. Yes, normal people have weak mental. I'm not afraid to pedal into the ether for 80 or 90 minutes with essentially just bad music and my own thoughts. I think it's actually good for your soul. You need the Peloton. Why? The question you should be asking is, why does it bother you? Someone asked, how's your Peloton ride? I tell you, people are like, my real bike is better. Somebody in chat was like, get rid of your Peloton, just bike to work. I do 10 kilometers every day. My ass did 0 because the bike doesn't go anywhere, but I simulated 50 kilometers today. You really want to get into this? You want to compare quads? What's your FTP, brother? Riding to work on your Huffy with a messenger bag on and a button-up shirt tucked into your damn chinos. I don't even want to be in your cycling club. Don't even ask. My FTP is 265. Listen, okay, I didn't ask you. You're innocent. I'm talking about the people who are like, what's FTP? Isn't that something you use to upload images to a shared server? Average wattage is like 65. They're riding a bike with 2 gears. They got a Canadian Tire. They're like, why do you need a Peloton? Hey, I know it's working for you, but why don't you do what's not working that well for me instead? Shut the fuck up! Okay, now that we're past that. Miscellanea. Peloton was 90 minutes, 170 watts. The bike did freeze for 2 minutes in the middle of one of the rides. And I, again, started concocting a tweet in my head about how I'm going to throw this thing in the garbage and buy a Wahoo kicker and start racing on Zwift instead. I saw 2 cyclists in their 50s throwing fists today because one called the other stupid for not going on green. Guess they should get a Peloton. Brother, that's what I'm saying. It's so idyllic in here. What a great segue, by the way. Thank you. 60 minutes of intervals, around 190 watts. Legs are on fire right now. Then an extra 15 minutes just chilling. Like 185 watts just to kind of roll the legs out a little bit. Felt great. No traffic, wasn't in danger of getting hit by somebody on an electric scooter, being yelled at by other cyclists, somebody opening up a door into me and, breaking my clavicle. It's just a good time. I got to be training hard because yesterday I went off on chat and then I said, what's your FTP? And somebody in chat said it's 265 watts and also 3.2 watts per kilogram. And I started repeating it in my head like MacGruber repeating a license plate. You rest assured. I mean, you're going to keep progressing as well. But once I get to 3.2 watts per kilogram, 3.20001, your ass is on notice, okay? I took that personally. You can also ban him. Well, he wasn't being toxic. He just saw an opportunity to brag, which is like impressive, honestly. Like he deserves it. They deserve it. They didn't do anything wrong. I'm just using them as a motivator. Yeah, watts per kilograms is it's a real metric because in cycling, your speed is a function of your weight. On a stationary bike, you have to you don't actually have to propel yourself through space. So, if you're 400 pounds, your power that you're outputting wouldn't push you as far IRL as it approximates that it would on the stationary bike, which is why it's a weight normalized measurement. Peloton today? Hang on, I have a bubbly burp. It's a very bullish day for the Peloton. 60 minutes, today's just my fun rides. I did 60 minutes around low 200 wattage, and then 80 minutes, sorry, not 80 minutes, another 20 minutes after that. It was just like a 185, just to add some extra time. And then also, someone on the Peloton subreddit posted, unprompted, they were like, hey, my tablet keeps freezing and I figured out what the problem is. The angle that I have my screen at pinches the wires that pass the telemetry from the bike to the tablet, and whenever that happens, it causes like a system interrupt that leads to it freezing. All you have to do is like angle your tablet in a different way. And I was like, holy fuck. Least useless Redditor. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Apparently, like, if you got your screen tilted in such a way, like, it pinches the wires a little bit. It's been a great morning. Any tips for shorting VOO? No, it's another reason it's been a great morning was Michael Burry tweeting, I was wrong to tell you to sell. Holy cow, he's almost there. I'm not saying I'm smarter than Michael Burry. I would never suggest that. They've never made a movie about my decisions during the great financial crisis. I was 19 years old when it started, to be fair, but I'm saying exactly that. I'm smart enough to not tweet as much as he does, but he's smarter than me because he deletes his tweets. So, you know, it's kind of like, I would say we're maybe, it's a wash. We're like 50-50. Pursuits. Still need, oh, 2 lumber, 2 scrap. Let's go, dude. Well, I'll bring that out for her tomorrow. And then I would happily repair my net if it needs the support. Repair all for 16 bucks. Let's go. I would gladly pay you tomorrow for an hamburger today. I don't want to go off on a rant here. Does anyone else think that paying someone tomorrow for a hamburger today is kind of like the UK version of what happened to Silicon Valley Bank? It doesn't really make any sense. Anyway, let's get moving. I mean, I'm telling you, if they start selling hamburgers on a firm, I'll start eating a lot more hamburgers. Let's put it that way. Because there's always the chance. I saw something. So a firm is like a buy now, pay later company. But I saw that they got like, they decided not to operate in Australia anymore. This was on the Peloton subreddit. I'll out myself. So a lot of people in Australia bought their Pelotons with a firm where they would get the bike and then they would pay, you know, like $75 a month for 3 years. Then a firm decided to not operate in Australia anymore, and they just forgave all the debts. So there were people in Australia posting on the Peloton subreddit that were like, am I going to get to keep my bike? The company I got a loan from just like ceased operations in my country and sent me an email saying that they're forgiving all of my debts. Can you still operate the bike? Yeah, as long as you pay Peloton 60 bucks a month. It's true. But at least you don't have to pay for the hardware anymore. Okay, I'm checking my pursuits. Search for relics. We still need a damn fiddler crab. Okay, today is a fishing heavy day. We only have coastal, which means we're not catching any sharks. Also means I'm not drinking any frickin' Merlot. Thoughts on Malbec? I am very much not a wine guy. I just, if offered, I will have some. And I will always say, like, I will say, oh, it's good. And then I'll say, like, the most dominant flavor in it. I'll be like, oh, it's very sweet. Oh, it's very dry. Like, but that's all I got. Like, I could, I think you're right, by the way. Let's put this in deeper water and maybe we can catch a fiddler. I can definitely, I could talk beer with you. I could not talk wine, though. Have you ever said it's Merlot o'clock? I don't drink Merlot because everything I know about wine comes from Paul Giamatti and Sideways. So I am not drinking any frickin' Merlot. I have said it's Merloting time, though, and then Merlot all over everybody. My Peloton name is not Pedals for Merlot. Oh! I'm honestly, like... Peloton is the kind of culture where, like, if a Peloton instructor says doing these workouts is a great way to lose weight, there will be like a angry post on the Peloton subreddit that is like, I thought Peloton was supposed to be like body positive. And yet meanwhile, like in every single ride, half of the shout outs are like, you know, pedals for wine, I pedal for wine, I pedal for wine, I pedal for whiskey. Beers after, I pedal for beer, I pedal for whiskey, I pedal for scotch. Like, it's just... Game is fit to screen. We can't see the right side. Have you been pedaling for wine? It's this... I'm telling you, I'm looking at the preview window. You're seeing the same thing I'm seeing. I think maybe you have something in front of your monitor. Maybe you've got like a menu or a brochure that's covering up the right side of your monitor or something. I'm not trying to be toxic. I'm just... We can diagnose this problem. But yeah, maybe you're in anti-theater mode. Maybe you popped open chat over the right side of the screen. We've all been there, and I don't mean on vacation. Maybe you're experiencing a detached retina. I'm not being toxic. I'm just saying maybe. You're going to be the one that saves me. Okay, repair all. Thank you so much. Return to my town. OMG, I am. How did he know? Most optical pilled streamer. Oh, I didn't even talk about the Peloton ride today. You're right. It was 90 minutes. I took it a little easy though. I was listening to my body. So I normally do 90 minutes, 170-ish watts. Today I did 90 minutes, 160-ish watts. I felt good. Just pretty standard, really. Did you have a Kit Kat in the middle? I actually did get off the bike after the first 30 minutes. I said to myself, I think I'm gonna bonk if I keep going. And then I ate a fun-sized Kit Kat, and then I got back on, and everything was copacetic from that point forward. Is he still doing Peloton updates still? No, I'm moving that shit over to my Fansly. I was thinking about it today in the pre-show. So many people were like, oh, I'm so excited for the Peloton update today. Then, like, one guy was like, how is he late every day when his bike doesn't even move? And I said, you know what? That shit's for, like, the 4 chatters that I've got on Peloton. I'm sorry, you lost your... Maybe you don't care. Your ship is dashed to pieces. Load last save. All right, let's do that. You lost your chance. I'm like, why am I bringing up the Peloton every day? I mean, it's a little self-serving. I'll admit, I'm bringing it up for, like, fitness updates. Maybe some people are interested. Maybe some people aren't. But then at the same time... Every time I bring it up, we just end up getting in, like, an argument about, like, well, why not just buy, like, a real bike? And then I explain myself, and they're like, I wasn't listening. So I'm like, no, we don't need to talk about it. That can just be private for me and the 4 chatters that have got me on Peloton. Why have I been saving every update for months? I mean, you got enough to make a video at that point, then. I've got a very positive support system on the Peloton right now. I have 1 follower. Reed, are you here? Stand up and take a bow. I have 1 follower who every day they do like an insane run. They'll run like for 90 minutes or something like that at a 5 minutes per kilometer pace. And then I know how it is, because there's also there's fast days and then there's long runs. It's polarized training, like cycling. And then whenever I see that they've done a workout, I give them a high five. Whenever they see that I've done a workout, they give me a high five. And we just got a little cross high five pollination going on there. That's about the maximum amount of social networking that I want from a social media app at this stage in my life. I do not think Peloton should add like a boo, although it would be funny. But you could only boo if somebody hasn't worked out in 2 days. Like, you can't... If somebody did a workout and you didn't like their output, you can't be like, boo. But if somebody hasn't worked out in 2 days, you can send a push notification to their phone that's like, get on the bike, dummy. Not an Alanis fan, I see. Not me saying I was not going to talk about my Peloton rides anymore, and then people keep bringing up stuff relevant to my Peloton rides. Yes, I did redo the 30-minute Atlantis ride today. Had a great time. Stop trying to get me to talk about the Peloton rides. See, this is a horrendous start. We're already at 4 life. Hello to the gamers. I think I deserve a lot of props today. Because one of my Peloton rides today was a 30-minute Green Day ride. So what? So what? Only 3 of the songs were from pre-American Idiot. World's strongest mental, strongest man of all time can continue to pedal a bicycle while 2010 plus era Green Day keeps playing. Also, one of the 3 songs from pre-American Idiot was Good Riddance, open parentheses, time of your life. And listen, I was anti-American Idiot when it came out. I think with the benefit of hindsight, I think some of those songs are fine. And also it captured mid-2000s, post 9/11 anxiety and frustration. I think it's a more important album than I gave it credit for when it came out. That being said, for me, Green Day is basically 1991 to 1997, and then leave the rest in the damn stereo. The 3 songs they played from the 90s were Good Riddance, Time of Your Life, Basket Case, and Welcome to Paradise. I would say 2 good songs. And then catch my ass trying to figure out what they had a new album that came out last year. This is pandering. Not pandering. It's just my opinion. If it lines up with yours too much, maybe we're more similar than you think. Fantano gave one a 0. It must have been this one. There was one song off their newest album, but the ride came out a year ago. And I was like, this is one of the worst songs I've ever heard. But I missed the... I'm telling you, Allie Love, she knew what she was doing with the Atlantis ride. The whole ride, except for one song, is just tracks from Jagged Little Pill. If I'm taking a Green Day ride in 2023, I don't want to hear 21 Gun Salute. I'm sorry. I want to hear like 6 songs off of Dookie, and then like a couple off of Nimrod, and a couple off of whatever that album in 1995 is. I can't remember the name. It's got Brain Stew on it. Insomniac, thank you. The human race deserves destruction. I'm live 5 minutes early. We're having a real conversation here. 85% of the messages are just early and then like serial. You ever see Jordan, I was going to say Jordan Peterson. You ever see Jordan Peele's Nope? I'm Stephen Ewan running the amusement park, and you guys are in the damn bleachers about to be grist for the mill. We're both doomed, but like, we could at least have I don't know where I was going with the metaphor, but I did 90 minutes of Peloton, even while sick. I'm not your doctor. I'm not telling you that you should do the same thing. I'm just saying maybe I'm built a little different. So what's that? That's 90 minutes, pardon me, times 5. It's 7.5 hours of cardiovascular exercise. Hey, RDX1138, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Also, it's not really fair. It's not really like an apples to apples comparison. But I did weigh in on, right after my Saturday Peloton ride, I weighed in at 170.4, which is like a landmark for me. That's like my lowest weight probably since July 2007. I know you're probably like, I was in like the 3rd grade then, or like, I don't know, the 1st grade. I was in between my 1st and 2nd year of university. What's that in metric? 77 kg, 2 pounds. Yeah, around 77.4. What's that in stone? 12.12 stone, in case you are English pilled. I did think I can't really figure out how to get the tweet to work. But the gist of the tweet is something like this. English people from England when someone tries to speak British English. And then it would be like a woman covering her mouth, and the caption would be like, they called the chili bin a cooler. Something like that. New pop is not getting it done in the grocery store for me. I will say, when it comes to like picking a Peloton ride, which is the main way that I interface with music in the modern era, we lived. Top of the list, if I see a 90s rock ride, that's going straight to the top of the priority queue. Number 2, maybe like an artist series ride. If it's like, this is all songs by this person, and I'm like, oh, I like that person, I'll do the ride. Or I don't like that person, I skip. Then we're probably going down to like classic rock, and you always got to open it up, because I can't fucking ride it to Def Leppard anymore. I don't want to ride to... Sometimes you open it up and you're like, oh, there's some good like Fleetwood Mac on this. There's some banging tracks. Sometimes you open it up and you're like, oh my God, it's like... I really just can't hear Dream On by Aerosmith over and over. But at the bottom of the pool... Whenever I mean, there's like variations on pop. Top of the pops, 90s, 70s, 60s. Nothing against the 60s pop, but it's just like, it doesn't necessarily get the blood pumping for an aerobic workout. 2000s pop, 2010s. I would rather listen to, sometimes there's a new pop ride, like just pop or like new tracks. I would put that above the 2010s, because at least I can talk to Chad about these new songs that I've heard. But 2010s pop, I just can't. I've got nothing against Dua Lipa. I got nothing against Charlie XCX. Everybody else in that genre, okay, Carly Rae Jepsen as well. Everybody else that released a song from 2010 to 2019 is for you. This insult's for you, okay? Because it's never like, oh, there's 4 Carly Rae Jepsen songs. It's always like 12 different Pink songs. And you're just like, brother, I'm so sick of these Pink songs. I can't listen to any more. Can't listen to post-2008 Pink. It's just not my tempo. I'm not trying to insult her. I know she's a high-selling artist. What about the 80s? 80s are up there. They usually have some Prince in the rides. I'll give some credit to Prince. I did an Ally Love ride earlier. It made me feel uncomfortable. Maybe you got to pitch your saddle down a little bit? Or do you mean like spiritually? She made me feel uncomfortable? Why? Because she said it's boss o'clock? It's time to boss up? She do be saying that from time to time. Okay, strong team. Strong team. Hello to the gamers. I can tell I'm feeling better. You know why? Well, a multitude of reasons. Personal experience, but also this morning I had a little sniffer. I went, and I was like, oh no, I think I might be getting a little sick. And then I remembered I'm not getting a little sick. This is not the autumn of my illness. This is the spring of my illness. It's cold but getting warmer, not warm but getting colder. Also, I kind of went Jamie Lee Curtis mode on the Peloton this morning. I didn't have the 90 minutes because I overslept my alarm by 17 minutes, thus causing my extremely narrow margin of time in the morning to be compressed. But I was 75 minutes. First 30 minutes, some 50-year-old dad in San Francisco decided he wanted to race. Neck and neck for, I would say, 22 minutes. Then, oh, my lactic acid, oh, my glycogen. There's no voice chat or anything, but I feel like maybe he's just, sorry, my hamstring, I got it lacerated by a katana 10 years ago and it's never been the same. Finish that 30-minute ride. Next ride, some 30-year-old hashtag Peloton dad from Boulder, Colorado decided he wanted to do the exact same thing. About 22 minutes of the ride, we're neck and neck. All of a sudden, we hit a, out of the saddle climb to What's Up by 4 Non-Blondes, and I see I'm up on him by 5 kilojoules. I'm up on him by 10 kilojoules. I'm up on him by 25 kilojoules. I didn't even want to send him a high five. I felt so bad. I was like, listen, you don't want to blow out your legs trying to keep up with the young bucks. You just ride your bike. You don't worry about my output. I worry about my output. I don't want you out here having a myocardial infarction on the bicycle just because you're trying to keep up with the young kids, okay? You were worried about his output, though? Well, until I passed him. Then I wasn't so worried about it. Then that's when he should have started worrying about it. We never hear about you getting dusted by 60-year-old postal workers. I mean, I came on my my instance in that first ride where I beat the 50-year-old dad from San Francisco. I did get beaten by like 20% by some 30-year-old from San Francisco. But that's the thing, is it's like being in Twitch Rivals. When you get into Twitch Rivals, you look at the player list and you say, what's my shot here? I see Shroud, I'm like, okay, I'm not going for number 1. I see Tim the Tatman, I see Dr. Disrespect, I see Ninja, I see a lot of Battle Royale gamers, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe top half would be good enough. And this was how it went on the Peloton. I got in there, I saw a 30-year-old dad. I looked at his average wattage. It was like 265. I was like, there's no chance. There's no chance we're making it up there. That would be unrealistic. Instead, I said, let's just beat this guy. I'll have you know, I was on the Peloton today. I was neck and neck with someone. I don't even remember their username. 50s, male, Pacific Northwest. And I was huffing and puffing. I was trying to keep pace. Got 23 and a half minutes into the ride, I should say. And I said, you know what? I think he got me. I had to pull my resistance back about 5 points. I watched him climb slowly but surely a little bit away from me. And then 3.5 minutes left in the ride, I remembered yesterday someone in chat saying, you always talk about how you dust people, but you never talk about how you get dusted by middle-aged people. And I looked at his stats and I said, fuck that. And I cranked it back up. And then I sent him a high five and then just inch by terrible inch. Pulled it back, ended up like 6 points above him at the end of the ride. And he never high-fived me back. So I feel like I defeated a villain. He honestly might have, maybe, because in my head, he's like Michael Jordan, right? He's just like literally riding his bike, like looking at like effortlessly. But he might have been trying to do the same thing that I was doing. Maybe he was like, so he wasn't looking at his UI, but man, oh man. It felt good. It felt good. Kind of a dick move, high-fiving as you pass. Everybody on the Peloton has a name that's like no pain, no gain. And then they're like, oh, it's BM to high-five somebody when you pass them. Don't high-five me, it's a BM. The Peloton community, when somebody gives them a high five, no! The Peloton community, when they don't get a shout out, even though their name is I Pedal for Wine and Whiskey. Wait, that's the same reaction. The Peloton community, when there's 17 shout outs per ride that are like I Pedal for Pinot Grigio. Yes, this is fine. By the way, I've fucked up my Twitter For You algorithm because now I get served tweets about myself that do not at me. But you reminded me of it because I got served a tweet on my For You page yesterday that was like, it's so hard to convince people that NL is funny because the clip channels never put his actually funny bits in there. And then they replied to themselves and said, in quotation marks, YouTube comments be like, Thank you for stripping out all the Vancouver banter from this section. Close quotation marks, brother, we've strayed so far from God's light. Because the bits take an hour to make? This is what's fucked up about society right now. Everyone's like, oh, you eat too much fruit. 2 apples a day? That's too much fruit. Aren't you worried about sugar? And then meanwhile, with all the content that they digest with their brain, they're like, give me sugar, give me corn syrup, give me icing, give me partially hydrogenated vegetable oils. Make a joke that's instantly hilarious. Oh, but don't debase yourself by being loud or by making like a fart noise or something. I'm above that. You're too worried about your culinary diet. You're not worried enough about your intellectual diet. You gotta read a book. You gotta stop watching TikToks. Just read like 1 book. You don't have to stop watching TikTok forever. Just take like a tolerance break so you can start dreaming again. You read a book? I have no problem just sitting on a park bench and staring at a cloud for 30 minutes, lost in my own thoughts. That's why, honestly, that's why we're out here winning so much that people are getting sick of it. You know, every day, I don't do any meditation. I do 90 minutes of staring at myself in the reflection of the stationary bike screen. You think my ass is not looking for value within myself? You think I'm really out here finding meaning from like a 17th ride in a row where I've heard God is a DJ by Pink? I'm scraping, you know, a metal sphere 10 times the size of Jupiter trying to find some meaning within it. Life Aquatic with Guinea Bisou was pretty good, though. I was proud of that. I'm happy to hear that. Okay. Apparently, Tradle does not work today, so we can start with Global. I could do a 90-minute Megan Trainor ride, but I have to... In order to do it, I feel like it would only be fair if I get to do a crime first. Because that is a punishment for a crime. That checks out. By the way, I am the police. Don't admit that online. Are you crazy? Just lie and say you're like a streamer or a podcaster or something like that. Did a week off of the Peloton get you those rest gains? No, actually, I meant to talk about it. You got me on that one. Fair enough. I thought today, I told Corey, because we were talking about biking. I told Corey, I can't even get a level 2 cow now that I think about it. So when you buy the cow, it would overwrite this shit. Either way, it's still great. I told Corey, I haven't been on the bike for a week. So I'm pretty sure that tomorrow will either be very painful or it will be a PB. Well, dear reader, it was very painful. I don't know if it's probably something to do with all the traveling we did yesterday. Maybe didn't eat enough, dehydrated, but I was like, it was not a great ride. But I got 90 minutes done. Wattage, I don't want to tell you. My Peloton friends can see the stats for themselves, and they can issue a high five, or if they feel like it's not a high five worthy performance, I'm not gonna. They can withhold their high fives if they want to. That's fine. How do we become your Peloton friend? Well, the way that everybody that I don't know IRL has become my Peloton friend is by looking through Dan's following list. And then finding the one person who is in Vancouver. Every time I get like a friend request from a stranger and I'm like, who do they follow? 100% of the time it's Dan. But I used to be like, oh, I don't want anyone to see my rides. But now I'm like, yeah, go ahead. I'll give you a high five. You give me a high five, I'll give you a high five. The Goo Goo Dolls, so good. Reminds me, there's a Peloton instructor in every 90s ride. She says the same joke, and it's been -2'd so much by me that it's come around to a +2. Every time she plays the Goo Goo Dolls, she says, there's 2 kinds of people in the world. Those who love the Goo Goo Dolls and liars. And the joke is not funny. It also doesn't make sense because I don't like the Goo Goo Dolls, and I'm not lying. I just don't think they're very good. But I mean, I laugh now because it's just become like her catchphrase. Also, I've been trying to cook this tweet for a while, but I don't think I'm gonna ever tweet it because tweeting is not it's not my forte anymore unless I'm on vacation. It's something like Peloton classes go crazy. The instructor will be like 60 to 70 cadence, 45 to 55 resistance out of the saddle. I want to feel the burn in your glutes. There is no such thing as objective reality. Reality is created by the sum of our conscious perception in this class. Feel the burn right between your butt cheeks. Something like that. That, like, the amount of inspirational tone switching is just, while Tom Petty's like, you don't know how it feels to be me plays. All right, get out of the saddle. You could do anything you've ever wanted to put your mind to. The only thing putting limits on you is yourself. Your parents don't love you. Only I love you. Okay, now 10 seconds. Go a little faster. Someone could cook it, though. The problem is you can't tweet it because then it just becomes $2,000 exercise bike. I can't laugh at anything. I do have to say in a frog voice, had a great 3 bike rides on the Peloton this morning. And also, I can't deny that I went to Costco last night. Do you think it's possible that there's a connection between these two things? I really felt like myself on the bike this morning. Any Costco anecdotes? No, just a bunch of grown adults trying to push each other out of the way for like a little sliver of meat lasagna they're never going to buy to begin with. That's about it. I must know the results of the Star Wars Sam Yo ride. Honestly, it was a lot of fun. Just because it was actually themed. I mean, it's extremely bat chest, okay? It started with like a Star Wars crawl that was like 30, but Sam Yo is a campy guy. He did a 30-minute Moulin Rouge ride in full makeup. He did an 80s video store ride where he like pretended he was your Top Gun, like air traffic controller or whatever, and walked you through a mission. It's a different vibe than like, hey, we're going to play John Cougar Mellencamp, and then, hey, we're going to play Bruce Springsteen, then we're going back to John Cougar Mellencamp. He went for it, and I respect that. They added the Star Wars wipes as a transition. So instead of just like the cameras flipping like jump cuts, it was like the scroll from one side of the screen to the other. It was clever. You know, I had a good time, but I did not add it to my favorites, I think. I prefer the Top Gun ride, just because songs with words are better than songs without words. No disrespect. It also did reinforce for me that, like, Star Wars would probably be like a 7 out of 10 from its creation if John Williams didn't exist. Hey, librarian. I didn't know you were going to be here today. Thank you. Please tell me you're not watching your phone in the corner of like some occupational function right now or some social gathering. They don't know I'm a YouTube clip channel. If you are, you can still refund the subscription here. Or the subscription charge, I'm sure. Sorry, I was a little bubbly burp there. I mean, any movie would be worse without its score? Yeah, probably. But Star Wars would be like a lot worse. When they're in the asteroid scene and they don't have the do 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 do, you know that, or Duel of the Fates or something. Come on. And then right after Sam Yo going all in on his Star Wars ride, I did a 30-minute Jen Sherman My Mixtape ride. I hate to say, I shouldn't even say this. It's actually, I'm going to get invited to the haters ball. It's the first Peloton class I ever thumbs down. Almost the entire class was at 100 cadence, which is just like psychotic. And then she had the audacity to not pedal for like 30% of the ride. Like she would call out the call outs, the cadence and the resistance, then she would just stand up and be like, you can do it. So already she's making me suffer and she's not suffering with me. And then she spent the whole ride doing shout outs, but she like doesn't care. I don't know if she needs glasses or something, but she like reads the name and then points at them and is like, how many rides is that? And they're like, I don't know. And she's like, I don't know either. It looks like 400 to me. And I'm like, I don't understand. Like, what do we do? We're just marking time here. I gave it a thumbs down because I was like, she's just not, her heart's not in it. Plus, she gave us almost no hills. It was almost exclusively like just high cadence. Then 30-minute Bradley Rose 2000s ride. I gave that a thumbs up and added it to favorites. Why did I add it to favorites? One simple reason. Well, two simple reasons. A, the class was pretty good. And B, track 2. Ooh, 2000 Gorillaz Soul Child remix, FIFA 2002 core. You think being a Peloton instructor is a cushy job? So this is the thing that's like, people will say like those in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. But straight up, like, they're in the glass house with me. I'm throwing stones within the glass house. I think it's a cushy job. I'm not throwing a stone outside of my house. We're both in kind of the same business. It's a side gig? No, it's like this. It's like a side gig that if you get hired by Peloton is lucrative enough to make it your main gig. For the instructors make like mid 6 figures. I don't even know about the stock options. Here's the thing. Obviously, the stock options kind of tanked over the last couple of years, but if you're still getting comp, then you're getting proportionally more shares right now. Well, I don't know if that's true, actually, now that I think about it. But also, I like Emma Lovewell. She's one of my favorite instructors. I think she programs good rides. But I'm here to tell you, Emma, this is from a place, it's just a place of tough love, okay? She has a new book that came out. Every Peloton instructor writes a book now about how inspiring it is to ride a stationary bike. Her book is called, her name is Emma Lovewell. The book is called Live, Learn, Love Well, Lessons from a Life of Progress, Not Perfection. I'm sorry. We need to cut that down just a little bit. My 2 cents is that it's a little cheesy, okay? Now, there are some other Peloton books. Here's Alex Toussaint wrote one. It's just called Activate Your Greatness. Okay, it doesn't sound like a book that I want to read necessarily, but it's snappy, it's quick, it seems on brand. You got XOXO Cody, an opinionated homosexual's guide to self-love, relationships, and tactful pettiness. Okay, it tells me everything I need to know right there. Speak. Find your voice, trust your gut, and get from where you are to where you want to be. By Tunde. All right, I get it. Raise the Bar, How to Push Beyond Your Limits and Build a Stronger Future You by Ben Aldis. 0% chance I'm reading that. But, I mean, all of those titles clear. Live, Learn, Love Well, Lessons from a Life of Progress, Not Perfection. Come on, man. You weren't kidding? All of them write books? That isn't even, there's one more. Shut Up and Run. How to Get Up, Lace Up, and Sweat with Swagger by Robin Arzon. There's like 7 Peloton instructor books. Shut Up and Run is kind of a great name, though. What's there to know? Oh my God, the first review of Emma Lovewell's book comes from Joanna Gaines. It's a callback. I've got nothing against Emma. She's probably the instructor I've taken, if I had to guess, the 3rd most classes with. Number 1's got to be Sam Yo. Number 2 is probably Dennis. Number 3 would be Emma. I'm just saying, okay? By the way, for those of you asking, there was indeed the Cantina theme on my 30-minute Star Wars Sam Yo ride this morning. But I know you want to bat chest it. I'm sorry to inform you, it was son of a bitch. It was a period of active recovery. It was not a push. It wasn't like, hey, I want you to like climb hard out of the saddle during the dun 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 dun. It was just 80 to 100 cadence, 35 to 40 resistance. You're just enjoying yourself. Turns out potatoes are just delicious. Who knew? Sorry, I'm recovering. Still getting the heart rate down. Let me just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You know what? This is how millennials check their heart rate. Google. Well, first let me pop out chat, and then you Google, what's my heart rate? Want to check your heart rate? Here's how. Isn't there something you got online heart rate tests? Online heart rate monitor. Okay, here we go. I'm supposed to click on the heart every time I feel my pulse. With one hand, feel your pulse by placing your index finger and middle fingers on your lower neck With the other hand, click the heart icon every time you feel a beat. You could also tap the space bar. Okay, 1 second. I got it. It's around 80. That's a little high for me, honestly. So yeah, I'm still recovering from the Dennis Morton's 30-minute Outcast ride. Now hit it as fast as you can. Oh my god, my heart rate is 433, dude. Is that bad? The website is saying that's over my maximum heart rate. No smartwatch to integrate with your wife? How is my Gen X wife a more advanced Pelotonian than you? She's not a more advanced Pelotonian. Tell me your stats. I bet your Gen X wife would get her ass kicked if we went 1v1, honestly. She just happens to have spent $500 on a Fitbit. Congratulations. She must be very happy. You think I don't recognize your username? You're saying how technologically advanced your wife is. Maybe she could help you actually find my Peloton profile so you don't spend 90 minutes looking for it and then give up and not even exercise that night. You think I can't cross-reference, mentally speaking, the tweet that you send me versus what you're typing in my chat? I've got a damn dossier. /user. I'm getting flooded with +2s. I can't see the replies. I'm just waiting. I'm holding F5. There's been a new message. I'm memorable. That's cute too. Okay, well, listen. That's a classic. What is that? It's straight out of Hamilton. You must be very happy with yourself. Burr, you disgust me. So you've discussed me? Are you a trust fund baby? Can you trust me? Have you been reading Common Sense by Thomas Paine so men think that you're intense or you're insane? Peloton ride today? Very good. 30-minute Ali Love Tabata, 335 kilojoules. 30-minute Emma Lovewell 90s ride. That was like 354. 30-minute Sam Yo Hidden Hills ride. That was like 354 as well. 90 minutes total output, maybe 1,040 kilojoules. Pretty good. Pretty good ride today. Sam very yo by reputation. Shall we yo now or yo later, baby? Has Tomo had his ban lifted? Yeah. Tomo's allowed to be in the room as long as he sleeps in his cat bed. Ruka's not allowed to be in the room. During my streaming hours, at least. Because he just demands too much attention. Tomo is just a cat. Ruka is like aspirational. He is a wild boy. That boy's a liar. I don't know the lyrics. I just hear it on my Cody Rigsby pop rides. He comes into my room like da-da-da. Doing that da-da-da. Da-da-da, da-da-da. I'll be like da-da-da. She be like da-da-da. I'll be like da-da-da, da-da-da. You know, that's all. There were a couple Ice Spice songs on my ride today. There was so that was on yesterday's ride. On today's ride, name the Ice Spice song she did with Nicki Minaj. That was on today's ride. I think it was called Princess Diana. And then there was one more Ice Spice song that I can't remember the name of that was also on today's ride. Munch? I don't know if it was Munch. Munch? I don't think it was Bikini Bottom. I don't know. You know what? I have no idea. Will you give me... I know nobody cares. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to my Peloton app. I'm looking at recent workouts. Because it's my stream. I can do whatever I please. The track list of today's ride... There was Princess Diana, that was track 3. It was In Hamoud. You were completely right. I'm an old man. Long Distance, Jody Den Broder remix by Brandy. That was track 1. Track 2, Heavyweight AMC remix by DJ Fresh. Track 3, Princess Diana, Ice Spice, and Nicki Minaj. Track 4, TTU, open parentheses, 2 Turned Up, featuring Waka Flocka Flame. That's Waka Flocka Flame and Flostradamus. Track 5, In Hamoud, Ice Spice. Track 6, K Calor La Fuente remix featuring J Balvin. That's Major Lazer, J Balvin, and El Alpha. You think this is how Casey Kasem felt? Or Rick Dees in the weekly top 40? When he was shouting out artists with insane names in the year 2000 despite being 85 years old? That was Bootylicious from Destiny's Child. Dude grew up being like, that song was called I Got a Pair of New Shoes by Dick Clark. Now he's 85. And their body was too bootylicious for you. Of course, that was Destiny's Child with the inimitable Beyonce. Drogba, open parentheses, Joanna. That one was track 7. That was by Afro B. Track 8, Raga Bomb, featuring the Raga Twins. That's Skrillex and the Raga Twins. And then track 9, Hand in My Pocket, featuring Damien Jurado. That's Deep Sea Diver and Damien Jurado covering Alanis Morissette. I knew one of these songs prior to the ride, and I remember none of them. I don't know a single one of these. I knew all the songs in the 90s. You know, while we're here, why don't we go through the ones in the 90s ride? I'm having fun with this. I mean, the 90s ride, look, starts with Dream Lover by Mariah Carey. Head Over Feet by Alanis, full stop. No Scrubs, TLC, Learn to Fly, Foo Fighters, Smells Like Teen Spirit, Scar Tissue, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Together Again, Janet Jackson, Someday by Mariah Carey. No wonder the output was a little higher in that one. Banger after banger. That's just because the 90s were the best decade for music that is popular. Maybe not the best decade for music, period, but the best decade for music that was popular. Jay, I can't join you on the live love, though. Love Live, maybe I could join you. That one's for the librarian. Get ready to learn Japanese, buddy. But I'm not a big live guy. All Over You is okay. I just heard, what's the Lightning Crashes? I've just heard it too much. I can't get down with Lightning Crashes anymore. It's just it takes itself too seriously. The confusion levels heads. To the baby down the hall. I Alone is pretty good. Is that Throwing Copper? It's all Throwing Copper. I'm just saying. There is indeed a Peloton recall. There have been 23 known cases of the bike seat snapping off mid-ride, and then the post possibly penetrating the seat of the rider. But that's 23 out of like 4 million bikes. Literally like 100 million people die of heart disease every year, and we're still in chat every day. People are like, hey, NL, how do you feel about Burger King versus KFC? I eat Burger King 4 times a week, but I don't know if I like it that much. I'm thinking about adding some McDonald's into the rotation. +2. Holy cow. I'm still waiting on like a good post on r/Peloton Cycle to eviscerate the Peloton community with the meme that's like the Peloton community when Matt Wilpers says he lost 10 pounds so he looked fit in his wedding photos. Incredibly angry Wojak. The Peloton community when Matt Wilpers shouts out for the 7th time this ride, I pedal for whiskey. Bat chest Wojak. Also read a post on r/Peloton Cycle today that said, on today's pop punk ride, I got passed by someone who had a 30-minute PB of 4:11. My 30-minute PB is 160 right now. Are they hacking, or are they literally pedaling at 70 resistance, 90 cadence for the whole ride? Guess what, motherfucker? I'm literally just a dude. My PB on a 30-minute ride, literally 4:11. I was gonna take a screenshot and post it in the thread and say, what now? You thought you were halfway up the mountain? You barely even started the summit, brother. You just got out of the parking lot. You got a long way to go. I got passed by someone like 4 days ago. 3 minutes into the ride, they had 160 kilojoules output. It's literally averaging like 1,500 watts or something like that. It's like 3 times the Tour de France winner. That's hacking, okay? You just got passed by a normal dude. Hey, Anel, how do you feel about the recent Peloton recall? We're literally speaking about it right now. You're joining mid-bit. How do you feel about it? Rewind the tape like 70 seconds. Yeah, but how do you feel? I feel like I just told you how I feel. MF is grumpy? It's not grumpy. I'm literally, it's like you're a waiter and you delivered my food and I took a bite and you said, how was your food? And I said, it's really good. And then like while answering your question, like another waiter came by and was like, I'm just checking on how the food is. And you're like, it's good, motherfucker. Now let me eat. I didn't go to the restaurant to tell you how the food is. You work here. You should know whether it's good or it's shit. I came to the restaurant to eat. If you want a review, you should go to your Yelp page. Has he returned the Peloton yet? You didn't read the article, okay? The Peloton was not recalled. You got fake newsed. The seat is recalled. You go to the website, you click a button, you enter your serial number, they mail you a new seat. You pop it right into the saddle. The end. Did you get the new seat? No, they have not invented teleportation yet. Did you immediately stop using the exercise bike? No, I rode it today. 30-minute Logan Aldridge upper body, 20-minute Emma Lovewell core strength, 30-minute Charlotte Wiedenbach intervals ride. If anything, because so many people are not riding, I have to ride it a little harder. How was Peloton today? You don't even have to ask. I don't F around. Ask Oliver, ask Reed. I'm like clockwork. Day 1, 90 minutes, 190 watt average, roughly. Day 2, weight work, core work, 30 minutes, 190 to 200 average. Day 3, we're back to day 1. We're going A, B, A, B, A, B, like the world's worst limerick. Core work, I sure hope it does. Classic. That's classic. Yeah, I would say I 1v1 the guy on the Peloton today. I forget his name, but his name was like his college alma mater plus like his job. Age 60s, but this is what really got me. Hashtag like Caribbean dad bod, and then location was Turks and Caicos, which I barely even know where it is. And then his picture was like him shirtless, kite surfing. And I said, not today, motherfucker. You are going to be humbled today. So he was up on me. He had started a little early. He probably started like 3.5 minutes earlier than me. He was up on me by about 50 watts. Let's just say when his ride finished, he was 10 watts ahead of me. I high-fived him, beat him by maybe 45 to 60 in the end. I did not receive a high five back. He exited, which is very there's no graciousness there. But either way, welcome to the show. I don't know how things go in the kite surfing community. Maybe people just let you win. On the Peloton, you're going to have to go a little harder than that. You're going to have to pump out a few more watts than that, okay? Also, I mean, this maybe is not fair, but I'm going to get a lot of +2s for it, which is dangerous. But I'm like innately distrustful of anybody that is from the United States of America or Canada and then moves to like a tax haven in the Caribbean. I think we just had value differences, and for that reason he had to pay. Non-destructively, just on the bike. Does Jersey count? I think in Sip's situation, I think it's okay because he moved there for love. He loves money. Hey, what are you gonna do? But like if you marry somebody who's from Jersey, or let me just say they just happen to be from Jersey, and then you move to Jersey to be with them, that's the most beautiful situation of all. You get a guilt-free reason to move to a tax haven. If you move to Jersey as a single man and then you find a bride, I'm beating you by 50 watts. That's all I'm going to say. So if you're riding the Peloton in Jersey, you better put hashtag like I met my wife before I moved here. And then I'll go easy on you, okay? Then I'll chill out. I'll be like, give him a couple of extra watts. He probably didn't get his Cafe Ube this morning. Didn't you move to Canada for Kate? What the hell are you talking about? First off, Canada not a tax haven, unless you're moving here from Sweden. Secondly, I moved to Canada because that's where my mom's vagina happened to be when I was fucking born. And the rest of her, for that matter. What are you talking about, my man? I was born here. I didn't move here. She moved here. She didn't move here for me. She moved here basically like, you know, against her will when her parents decided to move here when she was like 10. I've been here the whole time, except for like that 1 year when I taught ESL in South Korea. How come you don't have the Canadian accent? Because I grew up in a rural area of Canada and then decided that I didn't want to be associated with that kind of debauchery as I got older. So I willfully took away my Canadian accent so I didn't get made fun of on Xbox Live voice chat. But yes, in my high school, many people, including Mouth, sound a little bit like going out for a rip. Oh, come off it, you turkey. Oh no, I'm weak. Just kidding. I'm as strong as I've ever been. I'm stronger than yesterday. Now it's nothing but my way. My loneliness ain't killing me no more. I think that's how it goes. Haven't done my 30-minute Britney Spears ride in a little bit. I got nothing against Queen Britney. I support good music of all stars and stripes. Which is why I will not do the new Ed Sheeran outdoor walks, now available on Peloton Digital. Oops. They do have outdoor walking. Listen, I'm not a fitness gatekeeper anymore. Mostly because I realized how annoying it was. That, like, you know, the results speak for themselves, but still every day there's people that are like, wait, let me get this straight. You pay to use an exercise bike? It's just a window into my insanity. I remember the Peloton Recall was posted on my subreddit, of all places. And then somebody made a post that was like 22 million people really got suckered into paying $2,000 for an exercise bike, crying emoji. And then I went slime mode and went into their Reddit history. And like their first post before that was like a post being like, please help me. I am having serious problems with my wife. And I was like, I've gone too far. I was gonna reply and be like, fuck you, buddy. Then I went into the Reddit post and was like, no, he's giving me too much. I can't be that guy. But you gotta be careful if you're being that smug online that you haven't like left your vulnerable core wide open. I'm just saying you have to be careful. That's all I said, is you got to be careful. I didn't say anything else. I'm not a bad guy. I'm not your dad. I knew your dad. It would have been a fantastic burn. Yeah, but it wasn't appropriate. I mean, all he did was insult the Peloton. I don't work for Peloton. I just own one. Anyway, long story short. Even despite everything I just said, it is funny to me that the Peloton has outdoor walks. Because it just seems like why? Like, and I'm sure, listen, I like all the other services they offer. I'm just saying, like, you're going to go for a little walk? This guy's very strong, oh no. But you're going to be like, I need some motivation to go for my walk? Let me hear it. I mean, if it works for you, it works for you. I'm just basically the dictionary definition of a hater right now. I'm just... Holy cow, we got a chance. My ass feels like Owen Pallett right now. Cody Rigsby ride today? How did you... People are data mining my Peloton rides. How'd you know there was a Cody Rigsby ride this morning? I'll tell you how you knew there was a Cody Rigsby Peloton ride this morning. Because he released one. If Cody Rigsby releases a Peloton ride, I am taking it within 48 hours. I am very much over my parasocial arc as a human being. Because I've realized that my favorite my favorite Peloton instructors, I don't think that I would... get along with them in real life, but they make my favorite classes. Like, I don't necessarily think Cody Rigsby and I would be friends in real life. I think he would consider me too low energy. But he probably programs my favorite Peloton rides. You mean Sam Yo is not my friend? I don't think Sam Yo and I would get along in real... Well, listen, I don't think we would be enemies. But he seems like a big dork. It seems like he's like super into Star Wars and musicals and like... He loves Grogu. Sure, I've got Grogu as my profile icon on Disney Plus, but like for the most part, I pretend to watch Criterion Collection movies instead. But they program great classes. I don't think I would get along with Bradley Rose either, but he's got some great playlists sometimes. Every once in a while, though, on a Bradley Rose ride, he'll just be like, I don't like Gen Z. And I'm like, brother, they didn't do anything. Thinking when the most recent Bradley Rose ride I took, he said something like, just ask Gen Z to find something without a GPS. I don't like this Gen Z. I'm like, why would you ever try to find something without a GPS in the modern era? That's like, you know, being a scuba diver and eschewing the use of an oxygen tank. It just doesn't make sense. Oh, let me guess, you're going to use a hammer to drive that nail into the board? Back when I was a carpenter, we just used a big rock. But then I also, you know, I recognize that over the course of like a 5-hour stream, sometimes I say stupid things when I'm not really paying attention. So that plus like, you know, cardiovascular exercise, meaning you don't get as much oxygen to your brain, means that maybe you don't always have the best banter. So I'm not being a hater. I still take a Bradley Rose ride. I mean, I took a Jen Sherman ride today. That didn't even make any sense to me. It was Big Ten Appreciation Ride. What the hell is the Big Ten? I know it has Rutgers, Ohio State University, Wisconsin University, Purdue, Illinois, Indiana, Northwestern. Is Northwestern University not in, like, Seattle? That's the most northwestern state that matters. No disrespect, Alaska. It's in Chicago? That's Midwestern. They should call it Midwestern College. But it was founded when Chicago was west? Oh, no, we can't change the name. We got all these plaques. Think of how big our plaque bill will be if we redo all the plaques. It was Northwest in the 19th century. Well, I hope you're still learning about how to build like a steam engine and the cotton gin. Western universities in London, Ontario. Bro, I hate Western. I went to Queens. We have a rivalry. As two, one tier below the top Ontario universities, we have to hate each other. Thank you for the Costco questions, by the way. I did go to Costco yesterday. I did also see on the subreddit, somebody said, is this NL? And then it was a screenshot of the Peloton leaderboard. Their name was My Booty Hurts. They were hashtag Costco exec member. And then the location was not in daycare, male 40s. Now I'm telling you, this is not me, but it's that they're probably watching this right now. If that's you, I was laughing when I saw it. I thought that was very good. Did you work out this week? It's every day, bro. You ain't even got to ask. Other people, you might have to ask. Me, you don't have to ask. If you want to ask someone, you can ask Oliver, you can ask Reed, you can ask my now 47 Peloton followers. I'm probably like the 17th most followed non-instructor account on the website now. Who's top 10? I don't know, someone that probably has like a Trump _ 2024 hashtag, then like the picture is them holding a pistol or something like that. I think those are the kinds of people that add each other as followers on the Peloton. I thought of a good Onion article. Peloton Corporation capitalizes on increasingly divisive populace by adding middle fingers instead of high fives. I would love it, man. Because there's times when I want to give an angry high five. There's times when I give a good high five. People think that I'm just toxic on the bike. Sometimes I get cleared and I just go, like, you got me. Enjoy your ride. You're crazy. Sometimes I pass someone who seems toxic as hell, and then I'm like, you need a motherfucking middle finger emoji. You could give me a middle finger emoji when I pass you, but I'm passing you.
I've been big on rice cakes as a snack.
The mini ones or the big ones?
I like the mini ones. They make a dill pickle flavored one.
Or they do indeed.
Yeah, dill's
good as
the
hell.
best.
I agree. I love dill.
Just do OMAD, bro. What's
What?
that?
1 meal a day. You eat whatever the hell we want.
I struggle too much doing that.
I just don't know about that.
It takes. What do you mean? I've done it all the time. Look at me.
You ever consider just doing 90 minutes of steady state cardio every morning?
No, because
90 minutes?
there's like a 50% chance I'm gonna impale my anus.
There's not a 50% chance.
No, there's
23 seats failed on 2.2 million bikes.
And you live
Okay.
in Canada. You wouldn't even be able to get the
Ryan,
one. that
tell
broke
me.
in
Okay,
America.
okay. If you're such a smart math guy, you either impale or you don't. That's 50%.
Shit, he's right. But
Also,
there's a
they-
50% chance I like it. So that's only 25%
True.
bad.
Yeah, maybe he
They
has an
also-
awakening.
They didn't impale. They somehow broke their wrist.
I think it's because, well, it's like the worst nightmare, right? You fall out of the bike while your feet are clipped into the pedals.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah,
it's just
yeah.
like, it's in God's hands. Whatever is going to break is going to break. Oh yeah, no Peloton talk today? That's because I now have 47 followers on Peloton. So I let my rides do the talking for me. I am one of the most popular personalities on the entire bike with 47 followers. I will say that today I got passed by 2 individuals that made me feel like maybe I'm cooked. One of them was Katniss Maximoff, and their picture was Wanda from WandaVision. And then the other one was Salt Lick Scrotum. And I don't even know how that name gets past the profanity filter, but how was the Peloton ride today? Thank you for asking. 30-minute Logan upper body workout. 20-minute Callie Gullickson core workout. Yes, that's her real name. I didn't name her. 30-minute Emma Lovewell, not 90s, just a regular old rock ride. I felt something. I had a great ride today. I think wattage was like 210. I've been a little under the weather. It felt like today I finally, I exercised some demons. I was pogging up even though I liked, none of the songs. Has your Peloton impaled you yet? No, but I did get the email about replacing my seat. So I got my fingers crossed. It should be any day now. Either that the seat arrives or that I experience something I've never experienced before. NL's Peloton has the potential to do the funniest thing of all time. I didn't say impale. I know. I gotta think of what the advertisers would think. That's my cross to bear. It'd be kind of cool if cars could spin in place. You know, well, why don't we have cars where, all 4 wheels can do their own thing? You know how easy it would be to parallel park? Way more mechanical complexity. Little bro's been coasting on, Henry Ford's inventions since 1906. They're afraid to invent things. Hey, NL, I work for BMW. Don't lump us in there. We made a lot of innovations this year, like charging a subscription fee for heated seats. Okay, sorry. I apologize. I wasn't familiar with your game. Says the Peloton guy. It's okay. I get it. You drive a BMW. Hey, whoa. Just once. I'm not hating on your car. I just want you to know. Recently, in probably the 1940s or something like that, they added these things to your steering wheel. They're called stalks. Usually they'll be on the left and right side of the steering wheel. What's crazy for me, if you go left hand up on the stalk, it puts this little light on the back of your car that lets the person behind you know that you're about to cut them off. And then if you pull it down, it puts a light on the back side of the other side of your car, which lets oncoming traffic know that you're about to cross a double yellow line to turn left. So if you use that, everybody around you would just have a better time on the road, okay? What does this have to do with the Peloton? I don't. That's the guy who brought up the Peloton. True, but the Peloton thing still stands. You know, the Peloton is a bicycle. You're just mad because I PB'd this weekend on my Emma Lovewell 90s rock ride. I mean, did you see the track list? How could you not PB? In the Meantime by Space Hog. Run Around by Blues Traveler. Cherub Rock by Smashing Pumpkins. A bike that needs a subscription, lol. My reaction when the streamer lost 40 pounds riding a bike that can't be hit by a Dodge Ram 1500. LOL! You're exercising financially inefficiently. LOL! We're doing a 20-year study of being completely sedentary, but one day we're going to find the exact optimum point from a price to pound lost ratio, and then we're going to cook you. Oh, wait, no, we'll all be fucking dead before you even get your heart rate above 100. You see how you're a hater. Just you're a dyed-in-the-wool hater. That's fine. Stop trying to hide your hate under the guise of, like, optimization. Just embrace the dark side running through you. You could just be a hater. You don't have to be like, I'm an evidence-based hater. You could just be like an angry guy. That's like most guys. It's just a joke. You might have heard of them. Me when the joke is funny. Ha 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 ha! I wasn't laughing when you made your joke. People tend to laugh when I make jokes. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Couldn't you just stop paying and then just peddle it? Brother, listen. It's the problem of a young man. Sometimes when things are going well, you just gotta get out of your own way, okay? I'm in the best cardiovascular shape of my life. I'm averaging 90 minutes of exercise a day. I'm feeling good. I'm looking good. People are like, yeah, but you could be saving $60 a month and like jeopardizing maybe falling out of the habit that you worked for 18 months to build. But you could be saving $60 a month. Is the Peloton boomer culture? No, not really. It's not culture at all. It's just a bike. You guys are you LeBron James? You're so concerned with like everything's legacy. It's Gen X culture? It's not culture. It's just a bike. It's in your tags. I'm trying to make it culture. You got me on that one. Not everything that you don't have is only for boomers. Like, yeah, owning a house is boomer core. But like listening to Ted Leo and the Pharmacist is not boomer core, okay? If anything, it's probably Gen X. Auto rotate on your phone is boomer core? Yeah, well, you know what? Gen Z core is knowing how to turn off auto rotate on your phone, but not knowing the interest rate on your credit card debt. Boom, roasted. Stanley, you crush your wife during sex. Boom, roasted. -2, -2. Oh, it's the first time you've ever had a joke made at your expense? Welcome to adulthood, kid. 15 years of he's bald, he's bald, he's bald, making fun of the illness that almost killed him and left his child an orphan. Wait a minute. You can't make fun of me. 4 years ago, I was just a kid. Welcome to the fucking show, buddy. Get ready to learn Chinese, buddy. NL's out here dunking on toddlers. Other parents will tell you, I make fun of toddlers all the time. Not to their face, but like, if I'm at the playground and there's like another kid doing some like weird stuff, I'll like give Kate like a little elbow and be like, look at this weirdo. Look at this little weird dude here. But like, how could you not? Like when we were at the playground, this was like 2 weeks ago, Kate said that a little kid came up to her with his finger like a gun and then said, bang, I almost got you. How are you supposed to react to that? Apart from saying like, what a weird little dude. Hey NL, how's it going? It's going well. Thank you for asking. I'm in flex mode right now. I recently read about this thing called Going Goblin and decided to try it. Saturday, PB'd for the first time on the Peloton in like 2.5 months. 45-minute Emma Lovewell 90s rock ride. Today, what's today? Wednesday? PB'd on a 30-minute ride. Ooh, 30-minute Ben Aldis Hidden Hills. My man's he's goblined up. Finally burned off like a month's worth of respiratory illness. Always takes a little bit longer when you got a kid. Americans, when the 45-minute Emma Lovewell ride doesn't have Regenbogenstrudel and Oreo Crunchies. But Americans, when the 45-minute Emma Lovewell ride does have Regenbogenstrudel and Oreo Crunchies. Canadians, when the 30-minute Bradley Rose 90s rock ride has Semi-Charmed Kind of Life by Third Eyed Blind. I know that Eve 6 is based now, and Eve 6 said that they toured with Third Eye Blind, and they were assholes, but I genuinely don't care. because Semi Charmed Life is like one of the top 10 songs of the 90s. Top 10 radio songs, at least. They earned the right to be assholes when they were famous a little bit. I'm not even gonna say it, okay? Because like there on Twitter, there was like the viral threads this weekend were like, picture on the left, celebrity I met who was really nice. Picture on the right, celebrity I met who was really mean. And fucking almost without fail, there were a couple exceptions, but almost without fail, celebrity who was really nice, their best work ever was like a 5 out of 10, and celebrity who was really mean, their best work ever was like a 9 or a 10. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It was always like the nicest person I've ever met, and it was like Pitbull. No problem. I got nothing against it. And then it was like the meanest person I ever met, Paul Verhoeven. And I'm like, well, when you make Starship Troopers and RoboCop, Total Recall, then you should just fucking get his order right at the restaurant. That's all I'm saying, okay? I don't know. Paul Verhoeven, I made it up. He might be a really nice guy. I'm just saying. I also saw another one. The celebrity on the right was Tan, the fashion consultant from Queer Eye. And I said, no, I don't believe you. I don't really care whether he's nice or rude, but I simply don't believe that he's rude. I can't see it. Could I possibly see a situation where maybe you were at a meet and greet with Karamo and you rubbed him the wrong way and he gave off a vibe that was like, please let the next person go in line? Yeah, but Tan, I don't know. I just don't see it. Maybe he's pulling the wool over my eyes. Tan is bougie? Yeah, but I'm kind of like bougie too, so I'm for it. Yeah, you shouldn't be good at FPS at Dan's age. It's true. Or my age, for that matter. You should be good at, like, making model train sets. You should be good at, like, managing your finances and stuff like that. You should be good at mowing the lawn. Things that actually matter. You shouldn't be, like, Diamond in any game where ELO exists. Are you good at making model train sets? No, but I'm goated at getting on the Peloton. That's my model train. I, too, can sit down. Don't be shy, Origin. Share your numbers. But that's none of my business.
Hey, remember when we used to go to Friday Night Magic?
It's stuff that it's from so long ago in my life.
I mean, there is a Lord of the Rings magic set coming out. That at least had to, like, give you a 1% jolt.
No, it may give me... Actually, it was worse.
What do you mean?
Because now, it's like Magic, I got frustrated by it sometimes, but I always respected it because of the fact that, like, it's just a very well-designed game. I have no interest in the fan service Marvel Cinematic Universe sets where they're like, we put Jamie Lee Curtis into Magic the Gathering. And just keep it... You got your own lore. I'm not saying they shouldn't do it. I'm just saying, for me, it doesn't exactly get the blood pumping.
What is there any lore that would get your blood pumping?
No, like they could just make... I'm never gonna play it again, for sure. But they could just make like good cards. That's fine. But if they made like a Peloton set, I'm not gonna play Magic the Gathering. It's just it just doesn't fit. Doesn't fit into my life anymore.
You want to get a Ally Love Planeswalker +1, gives you extra boost if equipped. Pre-check.
Dan, we can't play together. Our ranks are too far apart. Unless we play with... Look, I don't know what ask them what they mean. Hear a lot of Ja Rule these days in the Peloton weights classes. A lot of I'm Real, Ja Rule featuring Ashanti, or What's Love. I bet I've heard What's Love 500 times in my life, and I still don't know any of the words. In my head, it's just... She walks away, she walks away, she walks away. That's not even What's Love. That's I'm Real. Is that the same song? I'm real, she walks away, the way she smiled, she walks away. What's love? You walking away, she's walking away. And I can't go on without you. That's B.O.B. It's definitely not B.O.B. because I've heard of it. The only B.O.B. I know is on Stankonia. Have you tried the Peloton yet? Yeah, I think I've done like 700 and something rides. Just give me a second here while we lose this one. Let me check here. Loading it up. Go into my profile. Oh, hang on. I have some following requests. Samuel Rose. I'll accept that one. We won, by the way. Holy cow. 712 cycling runs. Cycling workouts. 712. And let me tell you, let me look at some of these, see what else we got. 94 stretching. I used to do stretches after the rides for a while. 54 strength. I've been doing, I'm not on the cruise obviously, but 2 times 3. I've been doing 7 strength workouts a week. It wasn't 1 times 7 for the record. It was, because in a week I do 8, and then in B week I do 6. So it was 6 plus 8 divided by 2, okay? It's way harder than 7 times 1. We got 45 yoga workouts and 2 running workouts. How do you feel about that? You ever done the Matty Giacomo Hamilton run? Hard to run with so many tears in your eyes. So to answer your question, yes, I rode the Peloton this morning. That's all I'm trying to say here. Holy cow. Did it kind of suck? Yeah, it wasn't great. I think the output was like probably just over 1,000 in 90 minutes. Hang on, chat. I'm going to need you to do some mental arithmetic here, okay? Okay, you ready for this one? It's 363 plus 330. So that's 693 plus 316. Stone cold. That wasn't on purpose, I promise. It's 900 plus 109. Is it 1,009? It's 1,009. A little bit under the average for 90 minutes, but considering we were coming back from being away, I'm not going to cry about it. Are you back on the Peloton? Of course I'm back on the Peloton. 3 rides yesterday. I don't even remember. No, I do. 30-minute Leanne Hainsby New Wave ride. 30-minute Dennis Morton Classic Rock ride. 30-minute... Any lore masters in chat? What was that 3rd ride yesterday? I can't remember. And then today, 30-minute Arms and Shoulders. 20-minute Core. 30-minute Samyo Hidden Hills. You can't not come back. Because if you don't come back and do the thing, then you're not going to do the thing anymore. You just had a week of not doing the thing. You got to go do the thing. And like Angela Bassett, exactly. Sorry, my brain is like, it's glycogenless. I hit the wall about 67 minutes in to my 90 minutes of Pelotoning this morning and just barely grinded out the last 23 minutes. Stepped off the bike, immediately ate a handful of blackberries. Normally, I go take a shower, brush my teeth, help out with getting my daughter ready for daycare. Nah, man. Just immediate blackberries as fast as possible. And then the damn Emma Lovewell ride. I'm so used to her calling, you know, like lower cadence, long climbs. Then the average cadence on this freaking 90s ride is like in the 90s. What are you doing, Emma? It's my last ride of the day. I needed a ride that was in like the high 70s, low 80s. She's tossing me out some like, 2 Princes by the Spin Doctors. Keep it at 105 cadence for the whole song. 2-minute intervals over 100 cadence to a Seal song I've never even heard before in my life because I'm not from Middlesbrough. Just relax, lady. You sound like you're sick. Excuse me, my 30-minute Bradley Rose pop punk ride this morning would beg to differ. 212 watt average. I didn't even know like any of the songs. I knew like 3 of the songs. They played in a different All-American Rejects song and then like a bunch of Fall Out Boy, but after 2004, so I don't know them. I'm getting in 200-mile weeks on my road bike. Hang on, I got to do some calculations because I live in the civilized world. That's 320 kilometers a week. Let me see. On average, I'm doing 17 kilometers 34 times. Okay, you got me. You got me by a bit. Because I'm trying to think. I do on A days I do like 50 kilometers, and on B days I do like 34. So an average of 42 kilometers a day takes you to, you know, not quite 300. So you got me. You got me by a little bit. I'll give you some credit on that. Now I don't want you to like. Listen, I'm just gonna say I'm sure a lot of that is in zone 2, and that's cool if you're not concerned about your. If you're concerned about your FTP instead of just juicing the output as high as possible while listening to Padum Badum by Kylie Minogue, I'm not gonna insult you or anything. My rides are, I would say 20% zone 0, 20% zone 6, and then 1% at every intervening interval. Hey, so someone asked, how was your Peloton ride today? It was good, thank you. Little Emma Lovewell, little Tabata. Mad Dog Nation, thank you for the gifted subscriptions. Are you Jensen Huang, the Chief Executive Officer of the NVIDIA Corporation? Yes? All right, well, carry on then. Appreciate that. No, I'm just pogging up. All right. I made fun of him and he gifted me a subscription. He bought your ass. I was on the Peloton ride today, and there was 2 songs that I wanted to source, okay? One I can actually source myself. I wish that I knew what I know now when I was younger. I thought that was a song from the 90s. Turns out it's from like the 1960s. It's called Ooh La La by Faces from Rushmore. I remember it from the finale of Rushmore. I legitimately thought that song was from the 1990s. But what about the Cat Stevens songs that was like, I never, 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 you know what I'm talking about? Is that also from a Wes Anderson movie? I never wanted water once. You know that one? Is that from is that from Garden State? What is that from? That's also from Rushmore? I knew it, Emma Lovewell. That was a stealth Rushmore ride. You fucked up, Emma Lovewell, because you didn't put on the best song in Rushmore, which is A Quick One While He's Away by The Who, that plays while Jason Schwartzman is releasing bees into Bill Murray's hotel room. I'm not touching that thing. No, thank you. And I am not sprinting. I am walking. I can't. I'll sprint over that just because I didn't want to. Sometimes you touch things in these games and they just explode. Peloton user seeing a real bike. Listen. I'm not an ambi-turner. Speaking of which, let me tell you, Peloton this morning, first ride went A-okay. Second ride, 2 minutes in, I felt like a ball of ice in my abdomen. I felt my legs start to get a little shaky, and I said to myself, uh-oh, that's called bonking. That's called the wall. You know what it was is last night I ate a big dinner, so I said, I don't need to eat the bowl of cereal I normally eat right before bed. Then I went to bed, woke up, got on the Peloton, and like my body was like, yo, where's the bran, brother? Where's that bran that I digest overnight to give you the energy to do this? So I bonked. I hopped off while the ride was going on. Ran into the kitchen with my, like, the shoes with the clips still on, so I was stomping around like I was wearing stilettos. I found a Costco bag of raisins that I bought for my daughter and just shoveled 2 handfuls into my mouth as quickly as possible. Ate them, clipped back into the bike. 10 minutes later, it was like the DeLorean got struck by lightning. I was back, baby. I was back. Oh, she's not going to eat all the raisins. There's like 1.8 kilograms. Just needed some old grapes. Hi, Jay. Hello. Here's a question for you. It's not really a Jay question, but feel free to answer it. I don't know. Maybe it is a Jay question. Can you raisin any fruit? Yes. Can you craisin any fruit? Why is it that raisins get their own name and they're considered like a separate food. Whereas, like, you can't buy a little cardboard box full of, like, dried mangoes or something like that. Because raisins are nasty? They're not nasty. They do have raisins. They kind of have, like, a weird taste. Like a syrupy taste or something. Like maybe Sunmaid puts, like, a little extra syrup on the raisins or something like that. There's something about it. Like, they wouldn't be my preferred choice of a snack, but I do know that what's good for glycemic index, because raisins are like, if you're on a glycemic index diet, where when you see a food you glycemic index it, raisins are like the worst thing you can eat. Which is why as soon as I saw them in the kitchen, I was like, this is exactly what I need right now. I need some stuff where, like, as soon as you eat it, your body's like, oh, yum, sugar. And then it's like, nom, 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 nom. Anyway. Bye-bye, honey. Have a good day. Have a good day. I'll see you after daycare, okay? Bye-bye. That was our housekeeper. I'm just kidding. It was my daughter. How's Peloton going lately? It's going great. Thank you for asking. Today was the 3-ride day. I do have to say I have a real complaint about the Peloton rides. My favorite kind of themed ride is 90s rock. There are only, any Peloton users here? There are only like 50 songs they ever use on 90s rock rides. Give It Away by the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Everlong / My Hero by the Foo Fighters, Fly Away by Lenny Kravitz, Semi-Charmed Kind of Life by Blur, which I'm not even complaining about, Alive or Even Flow by Pearl Jam. Like, today I stacked 3 90s rides together from their entire, sorry, by Third Eye Blind, not by Blur, sorry. I stacked 3 90s rock rides together, and it was like playing the password game. I was trying to get a complete track list that didn't have any doubles. But my ass had to settle for, like, listening to My Hero twice. Because otherwise it's borderline impossible. But they were good. I think I had started with like a 320 into like a 375 into like a 350 or something like that. I don't know. Close to 1100 kilojoules in 90 minutes. Pretty good. Average wattage, roughly low 200s. You ever done a 420? No, but one of my fucking Peloton friends is ripping out 420s like nonstop and really pissing me off because they're doing a great job. I think that my 30-minute personal best is probably like it might be 420 something, but it was a miracle day. It's not a miscalibrated bike, okay? Your legs aren't as strong as mine, and that's fine. You can go, I see it all the time. People, they try to catch me. They add me on Peloton. There's no way you ride the bike every day except for when you're on a Disney cruise. Why don't you go look through the fucking calendar, brother? I'll allow the following request, and then all of a sudden I see them go, holy! Anyway, you keeping the Peloton streak going during the move? I took 3 days off while moving. I assure you I would have rather been on the exercise bike. But then for the last 6 days, I've been going strong. Today, 30-minute Callie Gullickson upper body weight exercises. 20-minute Emma Lovewell core. 30-minute Cody Rigsby pop ride. It was predominantly divas from the 70s to 90s. Mariah Carey, Donna Summer, Diana Ross, Whitney Houston. 216 watt average for a total kilojoule output of 390 something. I would say that's got to be like a top 10 to top 12 ride of all time for me. Who's your favorite London instructors? Ooh. Sam Yo, #1 with the bullet, a loaded god complex, cock it and pull it. Hannah Frankson, I like her attitude. Bradley Rose, good trackless. And then Ben Aldis, I go through phases. I don't think that Ben Aldis is I feel like he's like a robot. Like, and I mean this not necessarily in a bad way, but he says exactly the same things at exactly the same times in every single ride, but his programming is great, and my output always goes like crazy when I'm in a Ben Aldis class. But I feel like I know nothing about him as a human being, which is totally fine. Dennis Morden? Well, they were asking about London. If we're asking about New York, I mean, come on. You got Dennis Morden, Emma Lovewell. There's more. Cody Rigsby. One of my favorite, if you're ever on a Cody Rigsby ride, you will see someone with the hashtag straight guys for Cody. And it just always, you know, maybe I'm looking too much into it, but it always makes me laugh. Because Cody Rigsby is gay. But like, why do you need to put a hashtag that's like straight guys for Cody? Like, that's just, shouldn't that be like the default? You don't have to be gay to take a cycling class from like a gay instructor. And you're not like some super ally just because you're like, you know what? Like, I may be straight, but I'm not afraid to take a cycling class from a gay man. Like, it's just, what's the problem? I don't understand. It's just weird to me every time I pass someone and their hashtag is like straight guys for Cody. It's like, I just don't understand like what you're trying to say. I think you're reading into it. Well, I think they want me to read into it. I will never put the straight guys for Cody hashtag in because I feel like it's kind of insulting to Cody. And I'm not just doing the straightest Cody Rigsby rides. In the last 2 weeks, I've done the 30-minute Pride Madonna live DJ ride 2 times. And that one is not just Madonna songs, it's Madonna club remixes, okay? So you want to talk about being an ally, I let my pedaling do the talking, okay? Also, some of those Madonna tracks go crazy. Ray of Light, Express Yourself. I mean, everyone knows the classics. I feel like I'm finally coming around to Confessions on the Dance Floor, or whatever the album is called, that when I was pitchfork pilled in 2005, I was like, this shit is garbage. But now I'm like, time really does go by so slowly. Please play a real game. Oh, apparently, like, using your entire brain is not a real game. A real game is just when something comes on the screen, you go, boop, boop, boop. Not all games are like that. Every fucking game is like that. You're in Mario, you see a block, the block might as well say A button. Play League of Legends, you see a dude on low HP, might as well say Q button. You know what? Every single game is like that. This game requires some intelligence, okay? Zumba, I'm saying that's mid-2000s. Put me right there. Peloton, post-Soul Cycle, for sure. It's not a fad, though. A lot of people would be a little offended if you called it a fad.
That's all the blocks. To the scoreboard.
See, when you have a solution that works for you, the Peloton, you don't need to know all the other ones. That's the thing. That's why I'm ignorant to all these. Their market cap says otherwise. Yeah, I'm thinking about trying Peloton to get fit, but I'm a little worried about the market cap of the company. Can somebody assure me I won't start exercising and then just have the rug pulled out from under me if they go out of business? By the way, I've been doing Emma Lovewell's 20-minute Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Core exercises. Boy Street. I want to say this is fake, but I want to say this is British. British bands all be like, oh, you have a pen pal in England? They always be like, what's your favorite Boy Street song? You're like, what the fuck? Anyway, it has 2 BTS songs in it. I've never really, I want to say, like, critically listened to BTS. They've been on occasion. Those motherfuckers can sing, man. Permission to Dance? It's kind of a bop, man. She sucks, dude. I'm just saying it. Mate, it's a wall, you're not a gecko. Look at that one. That was too much. You're making her grab flat wall? I didn't make her do anything. She chose to do this. I don't know what she's missing in her life that this seemed like the sensible course of action. I guess modern life is just too comfortable. We gotta, like, you know, flirt with death every single day just for leisure. Me on my bike every day to work. So true. Me looking at 90s rock rides. Oh, let me guess. Wonderwall by Oasis, Under the Bridge by the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Semi-Charmed Kinda Life by Third Eye Blind, Fly Away by Lenny Kravitz. Me listening to Fly Away by Lenny Kravitz. Gotta get the wattage up. Gotta get the wattage up. Gotta get the wattage up. I mean, listen. Are you chilling here? If you're chilling, I don't want to insult Ben Aldis. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to the ride I did today. Only one ride. I did 2 strength workouts before. Okay. Just let me go. Today's 90s rock playlist. I don't think there's ever been a more Gen X coded ride. I want you to know that I did not enjoy riding to this, okay? I want you to have sympathy for me. Track 1, Under the Bridge, Red Hot Chili Peppers. Track 2, What's My Age Again, Blink 182. Track 3, Semi-Charmed Life by Blur. Track 4, Thunderstruck by AC/DC, Straight in the Wonderwall by Oasis. Ooh. Everlong by the Foo Fighters. Smells Like Teen Spirit remastered by Nirvana. Close it out to Bittersweet Symphony by The Verve. I said Blur again, sorry. But Third Eye Blind, sorry. Deep cuts. Every song is a deep cut. Now so that was Ben Aldis' 30-minute 90s rock ride today, okay? You ready for this? I'm going to all workouts. Ben Aldis, 90s rock ride. And then I'm looking, okay, here's one randomly picked, okay? From March 2021. This is not 90s rock, this is 90s. Okay, 90s rock, this is from March 5th, 2023. You ready for this? Mysterious Ways by U2, My Hero by the Foo Fighters, All Star by Smash Mouth, Thunderstruck by AC/DC, Ironic by Alanis Morissette, Don't Want to Miss a Thing by Aerosmith, I'm Not Ready, this Song 2 by Blur, 90s Rock Ride from February, Hard to Handle by the Black Crowes, Fly Away by Lenny Kravitz, Smells Like Teen Spirit by Nirvana, Everlong by the Foo Fighters, What's My Age Again by Blink 182, Higher by Creed, Wonderwall by Oasis. Okay, I'm going back to another one. This one's from October 2022. Mysterious Ways by U2, Fly Away by Lenny Kravitz, Give It Away by the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Thunderstruck by AC/DC, Everlong by the Foo Fighters, Smells Like Teen Spirit, Close It Out with Bittersweet Symphony by The Verve. I'm scrolling down. Here's one from July last year. Under the Bridge by the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Fly Away by Lenny Kravitz, Semi-Charmed Kinda Life, Thunderstruck by AC/DC, Tub Thumping by Chumbawamba, Learn to Fly by the Foo Fighters, Smells Like Teen Spirit. It's the same thing every time. What's the problem? I want some new oldies, man. I want some new oldies. I mean, I'm not saying it's like similar songs every time. I mean, this guy is like literally the same song every time. How's your day? Thank you for asking. It's been good so far. I woke up a little late. I woke up at 6:20 instead of 6 because my daughter woke up in the middle of the night. Caused my sleep schedule to be a little bit messed up. 2 great 45-minute Peloton rides stacked back to back. Total output was like 1,110 kilojoules. Average wattage in the mid 200s, like not 250, but like maybe 208, 209. It's a low 200s, but I'm talking about deciles, not centiles. Had a granola bar and a bowl of cereal. Played some Super Mega Baseball. I'm feeling good.
I got 99 problems. 10 of them are toads.
I can't.
What are the other 89?
You?
Wow. I'm only 40, man. What the fuck?
That's old.
Dude, I crushed someone on the Peloton this morning, and I was like, yeah, you bitch, fuck you. Then I clicked on their profile. The motherfucker was legit 80 years old.
Oh,
Yeah.
Felt horrible.
Did you apologize to them?
There's no
You can't say
apology,
that. He
but
didn't
all you
do
can
it.
do
He-
is
he-
high five.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he didn't.
I
He
thought-
didn't.
I thought
He
you
didn't
sent them
type
a message.
"fuck you." To
I didn't.
them
I didn't.
on
I
the
didn't
Peloton.
flame him like just in my head. I was like, your ass thought I thought
Found
you
their
could beat
phone
me.
number through their account.
I figured he was
Found
old,
the-
but like I didn't expect him to be in his 80s. Like that's.
Do people have like usernames? They
oh,
do, right?
dude,
Yeah.
they
Yeah,
do,
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
it's horrible.
I haven't seen any bad ones.
Well, like I mean bad in the sense that like they'll be like Ron Burgundy, North Carolina,
Oh,
and then
that's
their
true,
profile
yeah.
photo will be Ron Burgundy.
Yep.
Also, a lot of people getting into like political arguments via their hashtags. Also,
That's
a lot
so
of
annoying.
people who clearly made their politics hashtags
fuck.
many years ago and have not been on the bike for a while.
Yeah. I like when I like double someone's score
Oh yeah, you keep talking.
and then I click on it and it's like some 60-year-old woman and I'm like, oh, I don't feel quite as good anymore.
Biden for my 9 grandkids.
Yeah,
Do you
yeah.
ever do it and it's like a buff guy?
Oh, it
Never.
happens, yeah, you see
I've
'em.
never seen it.
The thing I'm most scared of on the
guy.
bike, though, I'm not scared of like a 20-year-old Jack dude. I'm always scared of like a 55-year-old accountant who lives in Wisconsin. Like that dude is gonna ruin your life.
You're not scared of Jack Dorsey?
I'm not scared of Jack Dorsey.
He could ruin you financially.
Probably true. He's too busy ruining himself financially.
Jacked Dorsey?
Excuse me.
shit.
He's the founder of Twitter and the current CEO of
Blue
Block.
Sky.
Dude, I got the same
Jack
score twice. What the hell?
Jack Dovsky.
Where's the Peloton? Where do you think the fan's pointing, brother? 30-minute Emma Lovewell 2000s ride. The gimmick was that every song was the #1 song of the summer for that year. 2000, It's Gonna Be Me by NSYNC. 2001, Usher, You Remind Me of a Girl That I Once Knew. 2002, I don't remember. Hot in Here by Nelly. 2003, Crazy in Love by Beyonce. 2004, I don't fucking remember. I think it was Confessions Part 2 by Usher. 2005, Holla Back Girl. 2006, slash marker, Super Mega Baseball 4. Anyway, how was the Peloton today? Thank you for asking. It's 30-minute Emma Lovewell, 2000s, mostly a pop ride because they were popular songs. Average 204 watts, I would say. 204 watts. Total output 365 kilojoules. I don't know. I got 55 followers on the Peloton now. Why don't you go check? You can keep me honest on that. Standout songs. I have not heard "Promiscuous" by Nelly Furtado featuring Timbaland in a long time, so it was nice to hear that again. And I know we are not Drake fans here, and that's fine. But Best I Ever Had by Drake, kind of a slapper, even though they played the censored version. I can't say the lyric I like the most within the first 30 seconds of a YouTube video. But I believe he said, I ain't a referee, but I can make your meow whistle, which is just a ridiculous lyric, and that's why I love it. That's all I got. I don't know. I don't have anything else. Actually, you know what? I do have something else. This one's for you, librarian. I lost a chat on the Peloton this morning. I was 7 minutes in to a... trying to remember the order of the ride. I think it was a 30-minute Leanne Hainsby pop ride. And I got a ping, a push notification. One of my Peloton followers joined in the ride. I recognized them. I gave them a high five. They gave me a high five. I said, let's have a gentleman's race. Immediately switched the leaderboard to friends only to put on blinders, to get rid of all the other 50-year-old endodontists that are on the leaderboard. I said, it's just you and me. Now I started, it is you, motherfucker. I started 70 kilojoules up because I was like maybe 5.5 minutes into the ride. And then I was going at like a 5 out of 10 before. I took it up to 8.5 because I was like, I've seen this guy's outputs. I know I'm in trouble. And before I needed to start grinding, I started grinding. And I grinded that whole ride and just watched you every song pull back like 4 kilojoules here, 7 here, until you passed me when I was in the cooldown and you still had like, I don't know, 7 minutes left of your ride. For real, it was very motivating for me. That's good to hear, because I do think that you shattered my PB, which is a ride that I've only done once. You know, like I've only ever hit that output once in my entire life. When you think about it, you both won. You know what? True. That's pretty true. What was your final output? Because I feel like you were trending to like, to have like a 510 kilojoule 30-minute ride, which makes me want to throw up. I put out like a 380, which is probably, you know, in the top like 10 rides I've ever done. But I'm not putting out a 500 anytime soon. That's just holy. My PB's 503. That's really good, honestly. Chat, you should give this man a round of applause. That's a really good score. Round of applause for cheating with a juiced bike. I got you on camera, motherfucker. There's no way. Film yourself taking the ride. I'm joking. On the other hand, you never know. I'm just saying you never know. That's all I'm saying. So if your bike is not if your bike's not juiced, you'll have no problem going to a impartial third party, say like a Quality Inn and Suites in South Bend, Indiana, and then replicating the ride that you just did. It shouldn't be a problem. My PB is 555. Oh, okay, you're all very strong. Congratulations. You know what's fucked up? You got me feeling like a piece of shit. My PB on a 30-minute ride is like 421, which is really good. I don't want to like make this like I'm not just trying to get some of my ego back, but like I got followers on the Peloton, okay? And I got people that I follow, and I'm smoking them all except for 2 people. One of them happened to show up on the ride today. But there's like we're all just trying to get stronger, okay? I'm just saying, today I got farmed. Oftentimes I'm doing a little bit of farming. Oh, that's it. Have you ever been to Dude Chillin' Park? Listen, we're not talking about that right now, but yes, I have been to Dude Chillin' Park. The park's so named because there's a statue in it that looks like a dude chillin'. Of course I've been to Dude Chillin' Park. Peloton should be giving you money for all the Pelotons you've sold. That's how I felt today when after that ride, I did my 30-minute Samuel Classic Rock ride, and 2.5 minutes into Highway Star, motherfucker just hard froze. I want to write him. Do you know how many Pelotons I've sold to people accidentally just by talking about it on a... I didn't. Instead, I just took 3 minutes to restart, and then I lost the 3 minutes in the middle. I lost all that output, so I was pedaling like a son of a gun to try to at least have a respectable output at the end. So KipCasper didn't look at my ride after that and say, boy, he probably got really gassed trying to stay ahead of me, even though it was true.
Speaking of no days off, did you log in your hiking on the Peloton app?
Listen, Dan, I'm not trying to put you on blast or anything, okay? When it comes to the Peloton, it's a tool. You know, it's not like a doctrine that you have to adhere to specific rules. I don't log walking. I don't log like an outdoor bike ride. I don't log hiking or stuff like that. I only log strength or time actually spent on the bike.
Why?
Because the tool works for me, not the other way around. I'm gonna hit my 20,000 minutes this year regardless. I don't need to, you know, be like, oh, the only way I'm gonna get the badge is if I, you know, put my hour-long walk on nap time in here.
But don't you like seeing the numbers go up?
The numbers go up when I do the work on the bike. They go up.
But wouldn't you like more numbers?
Again, that's where I'm like, the numbers work for me, not the other way around. Like I see people, because I'm an insane person, sometimes I go to the Peloton subreddit just to keep up on the news. And some people will be like, I don't think I have a 90-day streak, but I'm stressed out. I'm going on a week-long vacation and I won't have access to my bike. So I downloaded a bunch of like 5-minute meditations so I can keep my streak up while I'm away. Now I understand maybe that streak helps you maintain like consistency and compliance. But also at the same time, if you're so stressed out that you're like, the streak is the only thing that matters, so I'm just gonna log in and hear someone for 5 minutes be like, relax, you're worth it or whatever, then I'm like, if you're so Peloton pilled that you can't enjoy your vacation, I think that maybe what you should do is break the streak and rebuild your mental from there and remember the reason you started exercising in the first place.
Yeah, but what if streak is part of who you are? Like, what if it's in your Twitch name?
Well, then you gotta do what you gotta do. In that case, you gotta do what you gotta do, of course.
Because here's my thought. I think at one point, you were Peloton pilled, where you had like a 300-day streak, and then you got sick one day. What did they call it? You call it Little Caesar. You had to go through it. You had to go through the heartbreak of a streak broken, and then now you're on the other side of it.
The daily streak is whatever. You can't control it. Weekly, the only time I've lost it is like if I've been on a cruise ship where you just don't have access to the internet. I don't know. The thing is, my streaks are a little worse this year, but my hours are like way up. Like I've already got 2,000 more minutes in 2023 than I had by the end of 2022. So like it's just, you know, you get in the time when you can get it. I think it's like it's a bootstrapping situation. You use the streak as motivation to build the habit, and then after you've built the habit, don't become a slave to the streak. That's my 2 cents.
That sounds good. Why don't you post that on Peloton?
Because they don't have any. Because the only people who post there are out of their minds.
What do you mean?
I mean, with the Peloton is not like a hobby. And I know how funny it sounds for me to be saying that, but like, there's nothing to talk about. The only news is like, hey, like a new 30-minute pop ride came out. So like, I don't even know why I check it. Like, there's always posts from people that are like, they're making a mountain out of a molehill. How was the Peloton ride this morning? It was good. It was good. 30-minute Cali Gullickson arms and shoulders. Previously, I've been doing 30-minute upper body, but honestly, it's kind of ironic, but it feels like my shoulder kind of got tweaked, probably because one of the exercises is basically just do push-ups until your shoulder falls off. So instead, I changed it up, followed it up with a 20-minute Emma Lovewell core, followed it up with 30-minute Charlotte Wiedenbach Hidden Hills. Total output 369, average wattage 201, I think. But I set a PB, my hour-long PB on Sunday, 60 minutes, 750-something watts, or 750-something kilojoules average wattage, low 210s. Friday, I had set a new PB on a 30-minute ride. I'm kind of on my crazy. I'm kind of going Hamtaro mode. You know, like. I need to do. I think I could probably PB a 45-minute ride tomorrow, or on Thursday maybe. I got it all lined up. 45-minute Sam Yo Hidden Hills from 2 weeks ago. 27-minute long interval section in the middle. Oh baby. They don't really do that very often. Usually it's like 1 minute on, 1 minute off. Sam Yo said today we're going to work. And I respect that. Just saw your 45-minute PB this morning. Congrats. Thank you, KipCasper. You broke my brain, KipCasper. That's what happened. I had been working hard on the bike, okay? Prior to a week ago. Every day I got up, I worked hard. But then when you smoked me when I was working almost as hard as I could, I said, no, we got more to give. So I PB'd a 30-minute ride last Friday. I PB'd a 60-minute ride on Sunday. Maybe it was on Saturday, actually, now that I think about it. And I PB'd a 45-minute ride today. Now, I've been riding this bike for like close to 2 years now. PBing are things that doesn't happen all the time. Everything's got to come together to make it happen. 3 PBs in a single week. I've entered my sociopath era, or my psychopath era, my cyclepath era. Now here's the thing. There was a 45-minute ride. The PB was like, I don't even know, 620 something, 618. I got a long way to go to reach whatever your 45-minute PB would be. But if it's going to take 10 kilojoule steps to get there, I'm happy we at least got one of the steps done today. Somewhere just north of 700 for 45 minutes. Okay, but you're like, honestly, I think you're a two-phase boss. Here's my thinking. Because I think your 30-minute PB is 520 something, which means at the same pace your 45-minute PB would be like roughly 700. But I think you have a second health bar. I think because you mostly ride 30 minutes, you haven't had too much time to go sicko mode on the 45 minutes. So it's going to be a process. Let's put it that way. What's your FTP? I'm too pussy to take the FTP test because it sounds like 20 minutes of pure misery. But I have done... I mean, my 60-minute PB is like a 220 watt average or something like that. My 45-minute PB is like a 228 watt average. So I don't know. My FTP, you could probably estimate it around like, well, I don't know. Honestly, I should just do it, but I don't know. It's up there. I'm closing in. The thing is, I'm closing in on like an average wattage of like 3.0 per kilogram. But I also keep eating a lot, which is fine because I get to eat food, and eating food not only tastes good, but it feels good. But like my wattage will go up by like 10, but then my kilograms will go up by like 1.5, and then it sort of comes out in the wash. Secret hack to not dying. So true. What's your overall number of kilometers biked? I don't know, like I've done almost 800 rides, and then the rides average 16 kilometers each. Some of them are longer because they're 45 or 60 instead of 30, but then there's some of them are 10-minute or 15-minute, but very rare these days. So I think on average, you'd say, 800 times 16, I don't know, it's like 12,800 kilometers or something like that. Almost around the world. And yet I've only really moved it like across town. Yeah, thank you for giving me some Peloton motivation because it helps the librarian build an arc here. Anyway, like a narrative arc, not like a Noah situation. Speaking of insane people, I don't know if anyone here is, you may not have a frame of reference for this. Today on my Peloton ride, the person in first place on the leaderboard on my 30-minute ride finished with an output of 2,533 kilojoules. I don't understand what that means. Well, let's just say my output was 384. So they 8x'd me, which means they were putting out approximately, 1,500 watts average for 30 minutes straight, which is like 3 times what the people in the Tour de France put out. I don't know, I'm just picturing somebody in their basement with like a Harley Davidson engine hooked up to the Peloton wheel for 30 minutes straight. Also, they had the audacity to have like all these motivating hashtags under their user profile, which was so funny to me. It was like, you don't have to, you get to. The Fit Fab Club. And I was like, lady, you're cheating. No, or maybe your bike came pre-cheated, but like, all you should have is like hashtag sorry or something like that. You can send it for a half hour, not all day. Brother, you can't send it at 1,500 watts for 30 minutes. That's like a damn kiln or something like that. World record wattage. Okay, just the 440 watt challenge. The insane numbers behind cycling's most masochistic race. The hour is one of cycling's oldest and most prestigious records. How far can one bicycle? In 60 minutes. Hang on. My husband and I were vacationing in Morocco. We had recently rented 2 camels and we were journeying across the fantastic Western Sahara when I cooked up this delicious chickpea stew at a stand just outside of Tangiers. When we came home, we knew we had to derive the recipe with stuff that we could only buy at Trader Joe's. To stand the shot at the hour record, an athlete must maintain for 60 minutes a power output that most people would struggle to hold for 60 seconds. Stevens averaged just over 300 watts for the duration of her attempt. I mean, that's crazy. British cyclist Bradley Wiggins, who in 2015 pedaled 54 kilometers in 60 minutes to set the current men's record, is estimated to have averaged 440 watts. So, this person in my Peloton ride, admittedly, they only did it for half the length of time, but they basically 4x'd the average output of the men's world record. So, she shouldn't be in the Olympics. She is so good that they should cancel the Olympic event because there's no point to even having the Olympics anymore. These figures will no doubt astound you. Imagine this. 440 watts is the energy it takes a 150-pound person to climb a flight of stairs in 5.5 seconds. Now imagine climbing 655 flights of stairs at that pace. That's an hour. Okay, well, that puts it into perspective. Have you ever climbed to the top of a 655-story building? No? You tell me Tom Cruise isn't in chat? How tall is the Burj Dubai? How many football fields did they pedal? Please, how many times did they pedal from here to the moon? If you laid out all of their pedals from end to end, how many times would it stretch around the Earth? How am I supposed to conceptualize this amount of distance? Which one are you, a climber or a sprinter? I'll be honest with you. I know talking about the Peloton is self-serving. I've always thought of myself as a climber, but I actually think I may have turned myself into a sprinter by losing weight. It used to be that my highest output in a ride, for sure, was cranking the resistance high and then going like 60 to 70 cadence. Now my highest output is typically 100 to 120 cadence at like a medium resistance. What's your max 5-second power? I've never done a test, but I would say it wouldn't surprise me if I could put out... I mean, I don't want to come up with something ridiculous. For 5 seconds, I think I could do 450 plus. It could be 500, it could be 470, it could be 450.9. I definitely... I mean, there have been rides on the Peloton where because it shows you your max output, like your highest power at any point on the ride. I've top ticked like 600, 650, but that might literally be for like a fraction of a second, and who knows how well calibrated the bike is. But the lady who hit 2,500 yesterday must have been cheating. Listen, you don't understand. If that lady averaged 1,500 watts for 30 minutes, she shouldn't be in the Tour de France even. She should be like in a scientific laboratory having her musculature studied by scientists for gene therapy for the entire human race. If she wanted to, and she should be fairly compensated, okay? Whoo. It's funny because now I ride a bike, but I didn't really back then. How did he know? David, how did you know that the Peloton would save me from a mental and physical health crisis like a year after we recorded this? Candy cookie. So A, C, L, K, P, L, L. You got training wheels? No, it said it's the most fun you can have on 4 wheels. The Peloton has 2 wheels, so you can have a lot of fun on that as well. My child is sick today. We may get some interruptions. Listen, it had been like 5 months since our last family illness or something like that. I picked her up from daycare on Thursday. First thing she said is, Daddy, I have a fever, feel my forehead. I felt her forehead, she felt fine. And then the daycare was like, oh, don't worry about that. There was another kid here today with a fever, but we sent them home. I was like, okay, well, it's nice to know that my child is not sick on Thursday, but as of yesterday, she started to come down with it a little bit. But now you're going to get sick? Whatever, man, I just tank it. The worst part about being sick is feeling bad. The second worst part about being sick is even when you feel half decent, everybody just comes in like, I don't know. I must be, I'm trying to think of what this says about my personality. I hate when people show me sympathy. Like, I get a hero, thank you. Not the word I would use, but I can't stop you. But I hate when I just have like a sore throat, but it's like a 5% sore throat. And then like 1,000 people come in to chat and they're like, don't be afraid to take a day off. You can't say that because even when I'm not taking days off, all people say in the Discord is he going to be here today or is this the 8th Canada Day of the year? What do you say fuck me for? I didn't even do anything. I knew something was up because no Peloton this morning. That was like, I chose to do myself a favor. I woke up at 3:30 a.m. to my daughter coughing and crying. I gave her a dose of children's Advil and rubbed her back until she fell asleep. And then my stomach was like, and I took like a 22-minute poop. And then I got back into bed. I wiped and all that. Don't worry about that. And I looked at my alarm and it said like, your alarm is set for 1 hour and 41 minutes from now. And I said, no, thanks. I said, you know what? Listen, I could get up and do 90 minutes of biking because I have done it in the situation before. But I also said to myself, maybe today, like, why put extra stress on the body? Why make yourself probably feel it's counterproductive, you know? But tomorrow, KipCasper, don't even start with me. I saw you. Everybody is. I should never have told people that I'm starting to bring the heat again because now everybody's bringing the heat. If I hadn't told you that I was bringing the heat, I don't know if I would have seen you put out a 427 kilojoule 30-minute low impact ride. You know, low impact. They say that you should have a maximum of 50 resistance and a maximum of 100 cadence at all times. Your PB or your low impact ride was higher than my 30-minute PB, which is crazy. I got a long way to go. But even Corey's he's catching up now. Everybody's going hard. It was good. Like, I mean, honestly, I remember what it was like last year when I had no jobs, no hope, and no cash. But what do you mean even Corey? Well, like, I'm used to a situation where, like, I knew 3 people in real life who had a Peloton, and, like, for, like, 6 months, none of them were, like, riding it. It was just me pedaling out on Arrakis. Now, like, everybody's using it except Apollo. And, like, I want Apollo to start riding the bike again, but I don't want to, like, tease him because it just feels like a mean thing to do. It would be like, hey, you know, ride your bike. You should add a Hafu. Well, here's the thing. You know what? Let me check my app. I sent Hafu my username. She added me. Ooh, Hafu, I see you. I'm not gonna put your stats out here. I see you out here though. Why would you add her? She's a pro gamer. The more competitive people that I have on Peloton, the better, because it pushes you. That's why, like, I did a great job for like a year of pedaling every day, right? But it was only when KipCasper, you know, beat the piss out of me that I realized that for like 9 months I've been like, I would not say half-assing it. I would say like, you know, 98% assing it, and now I'm going 110 again. How many pull-ups can you do? I don't want to answer the question because only skinny motherfuckers be asking you how many pull-ups you can do. You never see a dude who weighs like 120 pounds. It's like, hey, what's your 1 rep max on squats? They're always like, hey, did you know I could do 72 push-ups in one single set? And I'm like, of course you can, brother. You weigh what I did in the 7th grade. And what's your deadlift? Listen, I'm not a deadlifter, but I'd say if I had to approximate, it's probably like 500 pounds because I go rock climbing a lot, so my grip strength is really high. We can all be strong in our own way, okay? What's your Peloton wattage? Now you're talking. I only did 80 minutes today instead of 90 because I woke up a little late. Hang on. Bzz, I just got stung by lightning. But in that last 20-minute ride, I think my average wattage was 229. I set a 20-minute PB after setting a 20-minute PB a month ago. Is this the Peloton support group stream? Not my ass realizing that there is an NL hashtag on Peloton. Shout out to all the people riding in hashtag the Egg Carton. Then me clicking on the hashtag and expecting there to be like 4 motherfuckers from Ohio in there, and there's like 175 people or something like that. Sorry, I'm eating a peach. Pretty good. What kind of peach? It's one of the unusual ones. Like, it's not a normal peach. I think it's called a white peach. Is it the last peach? Brother, you have no idea how much fruit I've been eating. And I've been eating the last of everything, because otherwise it goes in the compost. I've been eating like a carton of blueberries a day, a couple kiwis a day, peaches whenever it feels right. People are probably wondering how the hell are you getting this like KipCasper? Are you here? You're pedaling faster than me, brother. You better keep pedaling, because I know if you look at my chart, my wattage has been way up ever since we took a shot at each other on that ride. I am still pedaling. I'm still high-fiving you. This is a good-natured rivalry. In case you thought my ass was slowing down, I'm eating 1,800 calories a day of fruit right before bed, waking up with veins popping out of my legs like Bane. Today I was a little embarrassed with myself. I only put out a 391 on my ride. What is that? That's only like a 218 watt average or something like that. A month ago I would have been like, wow, that's one of my best rides ever. After I finished it today, I'm like, you stupid, pedal faster. I did really well today, 240 average over an hour. I mean, that is really good. I'm genuinely happy for you. I'm not trying to take you down, because I recognize when you take down the rival who's pushing you to get better, the only person you've hurt is yourself. Yeah, I'm happy for you too. Fuck you. You don't get to be happy. I get to be happy for you. You don't get to be happy for me. You piece of shit. I'm going to hop on the bike right now. What ride did you just do? Olivia Amato Barbie ride? Oh, I can't. She's really hard, man. She's really tough. I don't know if I can handle that right now. Thanks for the Peloton competition yesterday, NL. What the heck? Wait, are you the person with the CosmoKramer avatar who high-fived me with hashtag Peloton Dad? Probably not. I don't know. Their name in chat is CosmoKramer, so could be. I don't forget, okay? I will say, you got it, LOL. I was wondering. Every time I get high five now, I don't know if it's just like a high five because they got a cue that I got a milestone or something. By the way, I did cross 800 rides yesterday. Thank you. Or if it's like a situation where they're racing against me and I don't know, but they know who I am. There's some information asymmetry there. I will say I had a great ride today with someone from Winnipeg who had a Pepsi logo as their avatar. And they beat me, but I was 7 kilojoules behind them 5 minutes in. I high-fived them to say, let's get this going. Let's get that bread. At the end of the ride, they beat me by like 50 and they high-fived me back. But I didn't take it as like a, you shouldn't have challenged me. I took it as like a, this is the reciprocal high-five to say thank you for the race. And I hit the high-five back. I said, you beat me this time, but I'm gonna, if I ever see you again, you best be careful, Pepsi avatar. So let me tell you, today, 90 minutes, average wattage, 206. Pretty good for still coming back from vacation. And that means my watts per kilogram is a little bit higher because I actually lost about a kilo in Florida, but it's probably coming back on because I'm pretty sure it's just because I was sweating like a gallon of fluid out of my body every single day just existing. KipCasper, hey NL, I just knocked out a huge 925 over 60 minutes on a Matt Wilpers endurance ride. Motherfucker. See, KipCasper, here's where you're pissing me off, okay? First off, congratulations. I'm trying to run, so that's an average over 90 minutes. No, 60 minutes. That's an average of like 460 kilojoules per 30 minutes, which is like a fucking like 250 watt average for an hour, which is crazy. But if you remove Apple from that, it's nothing. But also, isn't a Power Zone endurance ride supposed to be almost entirely in Zone 1 and Zone 2? A Power Zone Max ride, I could see you hitting numbers like that. But isn't Power Zone endurance just 2 and 3 usually? Oh, okay. I guess Zone 1 is just like if you have a heart attack on the bike. Thank you for all the positive feedback on my calves, by the way. I was feeling it. Did I zoom in on the photo to see the vascularity that was going on in the calves? I did indeed. Then I showed the picture to my wife and I said, I've never had veins on my calves before. And she said, you still don't? And I said, no, you don't understand. Look at this. And I zoomed in like as much as I could on the picture. And then she said, are you sure those are veins? And I said, look at this. I like ran my finger over my own veins. And she can't feel the vein, but I can feel the vein. You know what I mean? Because to your finger, it doesn't feel like it's any difference in like composition, but to your body, you're like, oh, that's a different sensation, like in excess. What are you talking about? What am I talking about? You see this muscle right here? That's called calves. Daddy has very strong calves because he walks on his toes, right? So my calves are really strong. Is that funny to you? Does this make noise? I knew I shouldn't have called in sick on my electrical engineering course. Ooh! No! We dodge those? I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, crawl. Honestly, I think we did a pretty good job. If we didn't get stuck in the trap, we probably would have made it out of that one. Honestly, that wouldn't happen to me because I would like to think that my stamina would be a little bit higher than that because I just crossed 15,000 minutes on the Peloton in 2023. That's right. Not hours, that would be crazy, but 15,000 minutes. I don't know, I'm getting a lot of sures. Can we get a KipCasper audit, please, to say whether or not I got my 15,000 minutes badge? Getting awfully parasocial with your Peloton fan club. Excuse me, I'm a fan club. I'm in the KipCasper fan club. He's living rent-free in my head. This is a 60-minute ride, 937 output or something like that. I've been pushing pretty hard. The average is getting up in the 205, 210 range. I got a long way to go, but still, I've made it. KipCasper, can you validate that I've crossed? Can you validate that I got my purple badge today? Okay, and you can check the workouts. Okay, I'm not insulting the way anybody else chooses to exercise. Okay, but my 15,000 minutes of Peloton, we're not buffing that with like, oh, I take my daughter for a 2-hour walk so she can fall asleep in the stroller. We're not getting those cheap 2-hour walks in there. We're not getting 10-minute sleep meditation every single night. That's riding the damn bike, lifting some damn weights, full stop. Sometimes doing some crunches. Kip confirmed it. All right, good. I'm going to keep it $150 with you. Everyone you meet on the Peloton is a snake. Green text arrow, be me. Starting my second of 3 30-minute rides of the day, 30-minute Cody Rigsby pop ride. The theme is baddie with a fatty. His words, not mine. 3.5 minutes in, get a high five from CosmoKramer. I remember getting a high five from CosmoKramer before. I remember them being in chat. I high-fived them back. I clicked on their name. I followed them. I switched my leaderboard immediately. No hesitation to racing from against everybody to racing exclusively against followers. I have to say, I'm 0-2 versus chat on the Peloton. It's madness. I put out a 30-minute, 403 kilojoule ride. It's probably like in the top 10 rides I've ever done. Average wattage was like 224 watts, lost by 60 kilojoules. Really? Really? I'm out here fighting for my life, dude. In 90 minutes today, I averaged 220 watts. 223, 224, and then like 216 or something like that. And then, you know what it takes for me to average 220 watts over the course of 90 minutes and leave with lower self-esteem than when I started? That's crazy. But I guess nobody stream snipes you if they're gonna lose. I'm 240 pounds. I probably cheat and go too hard on resistance. Here's the thing, okay? Now, when it became, because for 15 minutes I deluded myself into thinking I could stay in front of you as the deficit slowly decreased and then flipped. Did I go to your Peloton account and see what your metrics were and see that your average cadence was 58 and my average cadence was 77, and then think to myself, well, no wonder they're putting out such higher output. They're leveraging a weight advantage to go at the lowest cadence possible and the highest resistance possible, okay? Now, that's the first thing that I thought, but then I said, you know what? So am I. Because I could easily, listen, if they're calling 55 to 75 on a heavy climb, I'm not going 75 cadence, 50 resistance. I'm going 55 cadence, 75 resistance. So I don't have a leg to stand on. I can't cancel you for the same stuff that I'm doing every single ride. It'd be hypocritical. Plus, it's nice to have, now I have two nemesis. Instead of merely one nemesis, I have two nemesis. KipCasper is driving me crazy. And by the way, I want you to keep doing this. If you're still here, KipCasper, I want you to keep doing this. But literally, I do a ride. Well, I do 3 rides, but he picks one of my rides from the previous day and just demolishes my score on it by 100 points. Every single day, I go look at KipCasper's profile, and I'm forced, because I'm a positive person, I'm forced to give them a high five. I did a 30-minute Bradley Rose 80s ride. I got 374 kilojoules. That's a really solid output, honestly. That's like probably 209 watts over 30 minutes or something like that. He says, boom, you looking for this? 475. He beat me by 101 kilojoules. Do you know how crazy that is to just fart that one out and then follow it up with like a power zone ride? And then I'm forced to go, yes, sir, yes, sir, sir, yes, sir, sir, yes, sir. It's good though, because since being emasculated by KipCasper, I have probably improved like my overall output by like 4 to 5%, which is pretty good. I mean, it's more than pretty good. I've been working my ass off, honestly. But ever since KipCasper beat me and I said, I'm going to catch up to you one day, I think he's increased his output by like 8%. So there was already a damn deficiency, and the deficiency has grown even though I'm fighting for my damn life out here. Is it the person in front? Haven't you ever heard of the tortoise and the hare? The person in front is supposed to take their advantage for granted and then stop to have a nap at the side of the road, and then the person behind them is supposed to never lose that hunger and then pass them at the end. Somehow you got yourself thinking you're the tortoise. I will say, I don't know, are there any nutritionists in chat? Are there any sports nutritionists who are fluent in Korean? Because we bought cans of pear juice at the Korean grocery store, and I'm here to I was flabbergasted when I looked at the nutritional information. The can is like 180 milliliters, so it's like roughly half the size of a normal can, and one can is like 120 calories, which is insanity. It's like a can, it's like a calorie per milliliter, right? I've started drinking that as my post-workout recovery drink because I think that it might literally just be like pure glucose syrup straight to the pancreas. Can I see the ingredient list? Dude, this is going to be, I'm going to end up in the Tour de France as like a 52-year-old. And they're going to be like, you won't believe his secret. He drinks Asian pear juice, which contains higher than normal levels of copper, which helps your body form blood cells and absorb iron. This accounts for the hemoglobin advantage that has allowed him to outcompete other people within his age group. Margarine. $101,000 in margarine. Okay, this is pure Barbados margarine. Oh, Turks and Caicos Islands. The Turks and Caicos Islands. What was I thinking? I'll be honest. I have heard of the Turks and Caicos Islands, but until that was surfaced at the end there, I had forgotten that it existed. So I apologize. I got it first try. I'm so pogged. Joe Weisenthal in the chat, everybody. Joe Weisenthal in the chat. Congratulations. It's not enough that people are lining up to kick my ass on the Peloton, even though I'm working my damn behind off. Now everybody's popping in and saying, hey, I got today's Tradle in one. Never ends. Let me just bend over, pull my pants down. You can all give me a spank on the way by. That make you happy? That make you happy? My bare butt, balls, and back. Corey, hello, Corey. Corey, can I tell you something? I'm not putting this on you to flex it on you, okay? And I swear it to you. Because I know you've had COVID recently. And if anything, I'm glad you're not on the bike. Because like last year, when everybody was getting COVID, I was reading on the Peloton subreddit. People were like, my one regret is after COVID, I got back on the bike too fast, and it screwed up my lung capacity on the bike for like 4 months. Everyone's like, I wish I just took an extra week off. But I need to flex a little bit because I lost a chat on the bike today. So I got to recover some self-esteem. 3 30-minute rides today, 90 minutes total. Average output, 220 watts. Oh! Admittedly, a lot of what was responsible for the high wattage was out of the saddle work, which is a little bit, I don't want to call it illegitimate. I'll call it less legitimate. Sorry, I'm still recovering red blood cells after my ride this morning. I'm going to keep it $150 with you. There's snakes everywhere on Peloton. 22 minutes into my first ride, I receive a high five from KipCasper. Don't even need to look at it. I already know that dude is 100 kilojoules ahead of me, even though he's done 8 minutes less of biking. Second ride, 30 minutes Sam Yo, 80s ride. I enjoyed Peace and Solitude. Third ride, 30-minute Cody Rigsby Max Martin ride. All hits all the time. 4 minutes into the ride, receive a high five from CosmoKramer. I don't even have to look at it. I know he's 100 watts ahead of me, even though he's 6 minutes behind in the ride. There is no escape. And you know what? It's still a motivator, okay? Here's the thing. I'm not saying I'm going to pass you. I'm simply saying, if you want to stay ahead of me, you got to keep pedaling, okay? Because you can see I'm not stopping the pedaling, so you better not stop the pedaling either. Today was, again, 90 minutes, 209 watt average. Listen, CosmoKramer, I'm just saying, you better keep pedaling. I see you in the chat, okay? Hey, Tomo. Hey, KipCasper, I see you. How's the Peloton ride today? Thank you for asking. It was really good. Our nieces are staying with us, so we had, in order to get them where they need to go in the morning, we had to wake up a little bit early, and we had some work being done at the house today. So I woke up at 5 a.m. to make sure that I still had time to knock out the morning routine, do 90 minutes of the Peloton, and then be ready in time for the stream to start. First ride, 45-minute Dennis Morton Beatles ride. 15 minutes into the ride, I compared it with my previous rides and saw that it was 20 kilojoules below a ride that I did in February, like the same ride in February, and I said it's not going to go down like that. So I pushed hard, beat my previous PB on that ride, not overall PB, my previous PB on that ride by 10 or 11 kilojoules. Ran it back with a Dennis Morton 45-minute jam band ride, got 20 minutes into the ride, saw that I was roughly tied with a ride that I did in April. And I said, no, thank you, sir. No, thank you. I'm not going out here and getting beaten by my previous self. So I pushed hard, beat my PB on that ride by like 20, and came, I think it was about a 218 watt average for 90 minutes. It's a pretty good day, honestly. Pretty good day. CosmoKramer must have been really confused because he showed up halfway through my second ride, gave me a high five. He probably thought I was on the first ride, but because my schedule moved 1 hour earlier, he must have been confused. dlguiga, I mean, I'm not trying to put you on notice, but I did see you adding CosmoKramer, my Peloton sniper, and you were like congratulating them on a good ride. Like, isn't that a new degree of parasociality? Like, they're my rival, not your rival. I was also on that ride. Well, pull up and drop the username, brother. I'm tired of getting my ass beat. Expose your username. You don't have to expose it to chat. Expose it to me so that I could use more rivals. I high-fived you. You ignored me. I don't ignore anybody who high-fives me, for the record. I don't ignore anybody that high-fives me. So you must have been confusing me with somebody else. Nobody in the history ever thought this day would ever end. Well, guess what? It's not gonna end. Hey, by the way, dlguiga, are you Midwestern emo on Peloton? On my ride today, I got high-fived once. Are you outing me? I got high-fived once by Midwestern emo, okay? And I said, that's fine. Midwestern emo, Chicago, Illinois, 20s. That's my demographic, but you never know. There's lots of 20s people from Chicago that are probably not fans of mine that ride the Peloton. But then you high-fived me as soon as I entered my cooldown, and I was like, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. That's dlguiga. You may think that I have, I let the key value pair dictionary in my brain rest. No. I'm constantly cross-referencing. Also, and I'm not trying to throw shade, okay? But I saw you come out of the gates motherfucking hot. I was like, this Midwestern emo person is gonna crush me. They were outpacing me by like 10, 20% the first 5 minutes of the ride. Gotta realize you're dealing with a man approaching middle age here. I'm here for a long time, not a good time. That's all I'm trying to say, okay? You might think because you're 15, 20% up on me that I'm just gonna roll over and show my belly. Nah. You better maintain that 15 to 20% up, because I'm going. I'm like the alien from It Follows, or the spirit, or the metaphor, or whatever, the allegory. I'm a sexually transmitted disease. If you haven't seen the movie, you don't know, but that's an apt comparison. Good Peloton rides today? I didn't see Midwestern emo or CosmoKramer on my rides today. Let's just put it that way. I don't know if that's something that I should consider bullish or something that I could consider bearish, but just relax, bros. It was 90 minutes, average wattage. I can get a lore master check on this one, but I'm pretty sure it was around 216. Thank you, chatters who asked. You're welcome. You're welcome. I did your ride last night. You got up too early today. What happens if Peloton goes out of business? Would it still be worth getting one? No, because they wouldn't be making any classes. At that point, the only value proposition for the Peloton, and I think the value proposition at present is worth it. A lot of people would disagree. All I would say is if we would compare VO2 maxes, I think I would clear most of those people, unless they're on a Wahoo kicker on Zwift, in which case, fair enough. But definitely if the company goes out of business, do not buy one. They will be very cheap though. What's your VO2 max? I don't know. But I think it's pretty high. Or is it low? But it's good. Whichever one is good, I'm that one, and not whichever one's bad. Let's put it that way. Are classes that important to your enjoyment of cycling? Is someone else's enjoyment of cycling that important to your enjoyment of cycling? Yes? All right. I mean, that's something you could take up with your a registered psychotherapist, or I don't know, maybe like a yoga instructor or something like that. Why didn't you join me on my second ride this morning? What are you talking about, KipCasper? Why didn't you join me on my first ride this morning at 30 a.m. even. 6:30 a.m. 30-minute Sam Yo ride. 7 a.m. 30-minute Hannah Frankson 80s ride. 90s ride. You joined me on that one. Good ride, by the way. Right after that, 30-minute Emma Lovewell 90s ride. Followed that up with a 30-minute Sam Yo low impact ride, just so I could get a little, a little low wattage rolling the legs out. Like, no disrespect, KipCasper, but how am I supposed to join you on your ride when you started my ride 2 minutes after me? I'm supposed to just sit there letting my heart rate go down to like base level, waiting for you to pick another ride for 2 minutes? Why didn't you join me on my next ride? Also, I don't know that I'll do Hannah again. She threw shade at my 5'11 Kings and also implied we'd never heard How Bizarre. Okay, that's like the 7th time I've done that ride. And it does blow my mind every time that she says, let's see if you guys know this one, Peloton. The guys in the control room don't know it. I don't know it. And then I'm posted up like pause champing, waiting for this hidden gem from the 90s. And then she plays How Bizarre by OMC, a song that everybody who was alive in the decade is familiar with. Well, here's the thing. I'm not 5'11". I'm 5'10". But I don't take issue with her throwing shade at 5'11 Kings. What she said within the context of the ride is because she was playing I Wish by Skilo. I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl that looked good. I would call her. She said, you're good enough, Peloton. Just don't lie. If you're on the dating app and you're 5'11", don't say you're 6 foot. Just say you're 5'11". And I was like, you know what? I support that. She implied that all 5'11 men lie about their height. Is she wrong, though? I feel like if you were to have men self-report their height, 5'11 would be one of the least common self-reported heights. I'm 5'10". I can't get away with saying I'm 6 foot. Because if I say I'm 6 foot, I'm going to go out sometime and they'll be like, hey, here's my friend who's 6 feet tall, stand back to back. And I'm going to be like, oh, fuck, oh, shit. Oh, fuck, they're going to catch me in a lie. But if you're 5'11", I think you could say you're 6 foot. And then, like, if you go back to back with someone who's 6 foot, people would be like, all right. Because then you could be like, no, he's 6'1". No, you're like 6 foot and a half. So I feel like if you looked at the distribution of, like, self-reported men's heights, I bet it goes like, sorry, let me start over here. There we go. I bet it goes like 5'6", 5'7", 5'8", 5'9", 5'10", 5'11", 6 foot. And I bet it has another dip at like 6'1", because people are like, I can't get away with saying I'm that much taller. I will also say, I think Hannah Frankson is, I think she's a great coach. But in almost every 80s ride, she does say something like Gen Z could never, and it's always something insane. It's always like, back in the day, if you wanted to ask someone out on a date on the phone, you had to call their parents. Gen Z could never. And then she always reveals that she was born in like 1992. And I'm like, your ass didn't do that either. But I like her rides. I think she's got great programming, and I think she's got great music choices. But sometimes the discourse goes off. Back in the day, you would have to consult a map to get to a destination. We didn't have Google Maps. We didn't have Apple Maps. Nah, Gen Z could never. And I'm like, it's not a huge deal, but it's like, if you were born in 1992, it's not like you were walking to school, uphill both ways in the snow, or because it's the UK, the rain. It is kind of crazy to think that, like, these days I don't like to talk on the phone, but if I wanted to talk to a girl in high school, I would look up their phone number in the phone book, call them, and like a 45-year-old man I'd never met would pick up the phone, and I'd be like, hi, can I talk to Beth? And he'd be like, he wouldn't even ask, like, who is this? He would just be like, yeah, sure, obviously, she lives here. Here she is. Here's my teenage daughter. Did you do the biology homework? Did she? Nah, she wasn't like that. She was an okay student. She wasn't that great of a student, though. I had already done it. I was just pretending I needed help. I didn't know how else to initiate conversation. Have you done the biology homework? No? Well, here's the answers. Goodbye. Do you have a promo code for Peloton? I don't. Can I tell you something insane? I saw someone tweet yesterday. They said, like, forgive the self-promotion, but here's my Tesla referral code. I just need 2 more referrals to get an event ticket to see, like, their Investors Day presentation. This motherfucker tweeted, if I could just get 2 of my followers to buy a $40,000 to $100,000 car, I can get a prize. What kind of psycho are you, man? It's one of the craziest things I've ever heard in my entire... That's so presumptuous, man. Just buy more shares. Listen, I don't want to get into it, but I did. These fucking losers, man. I'm so sorry, but you're going to agree with me, so I have to lay it on thick regardless, because it's also my honest opinion. I saw someone it got tweeted into my feed algorithmically that was like, only people who follow the mainstream media can't see that the X corporation is going to like IPO for 2x what Elon bought it for next year. And then someone said like, obviously a blue check replied. It was like, I love X so much. I want it to IPO so I can buy X stock using the money I made posting on X. And I'm like, you are a fucking idiot loser. Your whole life is dedicated to glorifying the company formerly known as Twitter. Like, you need to find some meaning in your life. That's crazy. Spend all day posting like, one of these gotta go. Goodfellas, The Godfather, Percy Jackson and the Lightning Thief, Aragon. And then making $75 a month on X, using it to buy like a fractional share of a public stock that doesn't even exist yet. Plus, you're going to buy the shit at IPO. It's going to drop like 80% in the first 6 months. It's crazy. Why fractional? Because I'm just trying to insult them. I'm trying to insult them economically, okay? I don't know. Maybe it'll IPO for $1 and they'll have like 100 billion outstanding shares or something like that. It's up to Ernst & Young at the end of the day. Why am I responding to a dlguiga question? Where the hell is Midwestern Emo on my rides? CosmoKramer's popping in every other day. KipCasper's holding it down once a week, making me feel like I don't even know how to... I'm pedaling to the point where my glycogen stores are at 0. My hands are shaking, trying to stay within 150 output of KipCasper. And Midwestern Emo's nowhere to be found, man. Sorry, I'm getting my heart rate down after my rides this morning. Hey, everyone, big a hand to dlguiga. dlguiga been killing it on the Peloton. Joined me for some of my rides today and some of my rides yesterday. Let's get some easy claps in chat. Midwestern Emo. There you go. See? Feels good, right? Feels good. He's come back from last week when his VIP badge was threatened. We just have a contentious banter-filled friendship. But on the bike, it's like Band of Brothers, man. It's fucking Kurahi out here. When Ben Aldis plays AC/DC's Thunderstruck for the 10th time on his 10th consecutive ride, you better be high-fiving people as you go once more into the breach. When you hear this track, this is a banger. If you don't want to stand up when you hear this track, I don't know what's wrong with you. You're going to make a bet on yourself on this one. You wouldn't go to a sporting event and then give up in the third quarter, would you? Most effective riders put their weight in the center of the bike, hips over the pedals. Anyway, it's not a good Ben Aldis impression, but it's not that bad. dlguiga, tell me it's not that bad. Tell me it's not that bad. You were there. Ben Aldis banging the Pretty Fly was pretty funny. I mean, I was just proud of him because that's like one of the only times I've heard him mix a new song into the 90s playlist. Prior to that, it's like exclusively Fly Away by Lenny Kravitz, a Blur song, usually AC/DC's Thunderstruck. 100% of the time is Wonderwall by AC/DC. It was nice to get that shitty Foo Fighters song. He plays My Hero usually. It's not a shitty Foo Fighters song. It's not my favorite Foo Fighters song, but it's rideable. It's no Everlong, but it's still pretty good. Sorry, Oasis Wonderwall. Sorry. I misspoke. Two bands that have two good songs each. Dudes from Rubicon 3, don't call it the 3. Hey, I've been cooking up a Peloton meme. This one, I know you guys love the Peloton conversations. It's a riff on the Kevin Hart, take your sensitive ass back to the FDR administration. This is the Truman presidency. We're going to hell in this bitch. So it'd be something like, it would be this exact same image, because I think now instead of making the memes elegant, you just copy and paste something over top of it, which is even better. It's even funnier because it references the earlier meme while also building upon it. It would be like 35 resistance, 90 cadence. Take your weak legs back to the Camilla Ramon ride. This is a Bradley Rose ride. We going to hell and we're going anaerobic in this bitch. So what do you think? Is that good or bad? You think that meme's got it's got a chance? I lost confidence halfway through. It's a joke for like 6 people and you're one of them. Yeah. But you know, if you can't laugh at your own jokes, then how do you expect anybody else to, you know? By the way, I'm not trying to be mad at anybody by any stretch of the imagination. dlguiga, KipCasper, CosmoKramer, nobody saw fit to join me on any of my 4 Peloton rides this morning. Kind of fucked up, don't you think? It's a Tuesday after Labor Day, I get it. Like, people got shit to do. Maybe you got kids that need to go to school or something for the first time in a while, but like, it's a little lonely out there. No shot you do 4 90-minute rides? I don't do 4 90-minute rides. That's insanity. I did 4 30-minute rides. I mean, 4 90-minute rides is 6 hours. Like, that's... We're not there yet. I'm just saying. When I have colleagues on my ride, I feel like I'm in the Peloton with people. I'm at the Tour de France. And sometimes I'm playing the role of the... Equipe? What's the dude who tanks all the wind resistance so that Lance Armstrong can get all the glory at the end? And sometimes I'm Lance Armstrong. It depends who's on the ride. But I got no Corey on the ride anymore because he's recovering from post-COVID symptoms. I got no Apollo because as soon as you get a dog, apparently you can't ride a bicycle anymore. So I'm leaning on Chad here. I got no problems myself. I already pedaled through the abyss for like 14 months when I had 0 other friends on the platform. His bike broke. If Apollo's bike broke, I apologize. I don't think the dog ate it. It's made of steel. Dude, on the Peloton this morning, I tried something new, okay? I at the grocery store yesterday, I switched to, I'm time hacking myself here. Last week I switched from 90-minute rides to an hour and 20 or 120-minute rides, okay? In the last 30 minutes, my legs were dying, my hands were shaking. I can always, in like the last 15 minutes, always felt like something in my throat kind of like seize up, almost like my thyroid was like, I'm done. I'm done with this. So I said, you know what, that's not sustainable. So I bought these little specialized cycling nutrition waffles. They're called Honey Stinger Stroopwaffles. And I was like, listen, I'm a little bit skeptical that this is gonna like save my life. But then I had 1 serving of Stroopwaffles before my first ride, and then 1 serving of Stroopwaffles halfway through. And at the end of the ride, I felt like Thanos getting the last Infinity Stone. I was normal. My legs weren't crying out in pain. My throat didn't seize up or anything. It turns out, you know how it says like this food has energies in it? Sorry, the sentence does not make sense. This food has energy in it. It turns out that is not just like a placebo. It turns out your body actually uses that energy for fuel. And it could either make you go faster or go for longer or just feel better while you're doing it. Who would have thought, man? It turns out calories are real. Did you drop this, King? Hello, Corey. Corey, have you ever used this? You ever use performance-enhancing drugs on the bike? Turns out in the Netherlands, they kind of got it all figured out, man. Eat a couple of mini waffles, get on the bike, ride for an hour, and then eat a couple more mini waffles and ride for another hour. I felt like damn Superman. And it's only like $100 a serving too. Pretty cheap in relation to average prices for cycling merchandise. Oh baby, we're so back. Bubbly housewives, no disrespect. By the way, someone said, what happened to BioSteel? Haven't heard you talk about it in a while. I don't talk about breathing oxygen either, you know? I don't talk about synthesizing vitamin D from sunlight. Does a plant talk about using its chloroplasts to create glucose? I don't think so. It just sits there and goes like... And then it's like, it's the autumn. It goes... And then it goes flat on the ground, and then it goes like... And then the ants start eating it. You know what I'm talking about? You ever see like a sped up video of like a peach getting eaten by a bunch of parasites or something? No? You should. It's an interesting phenomenon. Okay, we picked up a dub. Feels good. We got some scaling. Feels okay. Obviously, we want more scaling. What's your go-to BioSteel flavor? Melon de O. What? A watermelon. Watermelon. Ew. Something happened between the 90s and today. People really do be hating watermelon now. Holy cow, your team's quite strong. People really do be hating watermelon these days. When I was a kid, watermelon was like the preeminent flavor. Or maybe, I don't know if maybe it was a rural Canada thing, where like watermelon was just the best fruit, the best flavor, the best color. It was crazy. Nothing hit in the summertime in Yarker, Ontario, population 8, like your grandma driving out to a grocery store 45 minutes away, getting a watermelon, slicing it up. And we weren't doing, you know, the cubes and then you stick a toothpick in and go, yeah. These are triangular slices. It tasted so good, you'd nibble the rind all the way. You'd be eating little pieces of green and you'd be like, it's still good. There's still some meat on the bones. Watermelon is just water with bad flavor. False. It's water with good flavor. I'm a melon supporter in all ways. Watermelon, great. Cantaloupe, great. Honeydew, great. Korean melon, great. Bitter melon, great. I love melons, man. If there is one cantaloupe supporter left on earth, it is me, okay? I know this is like anti-Canadian. I don't think Sum 41 is very good, but I think Offspring have some bangers. You can pinpoint the exact moment that the Offspring got washed. I don't think it's when they wrote Pretty Fly for a White Guy. I think it's when Pretty Fly for a White Guy went to #1 and they decided, wait, we don't have to write good songs. We can just write joke songs and people will pay us money. But like back in the 90s, you know, Come Out and Play, Self-Esteem, even some of the songs that are on Americana, right? Like Kids Are All Right. Like those are songs, without being rude, like those are songs where they were trying to make like good, maybe even meaningful songs. And then by the time Original Prankster comes out, you know it smells like shit. God damn. Tag team the double header. Son of Sam. Fire. Says he's down in the Bahamas. No way. In little mamas. It bops? It does not bop. I'm sorry. I'm gonna uncertify your ability to certify a bop. Self-censoring? Bro, not me doing a Jen Sherman 30-minute ride. I forget, maybe it was 80s ride, maybe it was 90s ride. Played the censored version of Gin and Juice by Snoop Dogg. The whole song is just with so much drama in the LBC, kind of hard being Snoop D-O-double-G, but I, somehow, some way, keep coming up with like every single day. May I kick a little something for the G's and as I breeze through I got getting it on and they ain't leaving till 6 in the morning. What you want to do? I got a pocket full of and my home is just like impossible. Also, why are they censoring? Like, well, I get that you're gonna say 'cause America, but they do it in Canada too. So like, I'm not gonna hit you with a false dilemma or something, but like, it doesn't really make sense to me why we're censoring the word rubbers. 'Cause OMG sex? I mean, the album's called Doggy Style. Yeah, but imagine a kid listen to that song. Imagine my 17-year-old son Gareth listened to that song, and he didn't know what condoms were, and he said, "What's a rubber?" And I had to explain that it was a euphemism for a prophylactic. And then I'd have to give him the whole talk. You're listening to... They shouldn't censor hip-hop music because you're listening to hip-hop music. But the song, the part of the culture of hip-hop, not all of it, but part of the culture of hip-hop, there's some weapons, there's some violence, there's some drugs, there's some fornicating, okay? Now, if you're listening to fucking Ed Sheeran, and then all of a sudden he says, like, pull out a Jimmy and get my dick wet, you'd be like, maybe we'll censor that, because this is like his target audience is 8 years old. But for, I mean, for hip-hop, it just doesn't make sense to me. Ed Sheeran said the F word in a song. Wow, what is he, like 4 years old? I heard like a 7-year-old kid tell another 7-year-old kid to eat his balls at the playground yesterday. It's nothing. I walked Bob Dylan out on stage. Big ups to the lads today. We had a full Peloton lobby. dlguiga joined us for a ride. And a new challenger has appeared, David Kelly. Join me for all 3 of my rides today. I know you're going to say 3 rides, not 4 rides. I had to be done at 30 minutes early today because we had contractors come by. This time, they came 30 minutes early. But that's okay, because at least it's done. Hey, hello, D. Kelly. Great rides today. It really do be your own. We rode together for 90 minutes. At the end of it, our total output was like 1,190 something. Not even, no BM and no DM. They beat me by 3 kilojoules in 90 minutes. So that, genuinely, running the numbers on that, I'm pretty sure it was like we were 0.3% apart. And it was not like, oh, I could have gone a little harder and gotten there. It was like I was busting my ass, man. I PB'd on that second ride where it was 18 minutes out of the saddle, Iron Butterfly in Agata Davida. I PB'd. I went into the ride not expecting to PB. I finished the warm-up not at a PB pace, and by just every minute I was like, all right, just keep it going because I got a Navy SEAL behind me. Dun, 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 dun. And then I get up by 16 kilojoules, and then by the time the climb's done, I'm only up by 8 kilojoules. Dun, 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 dun. Anyway, the Stroopwaffles, man. Best part was Cody Rigsby's 2-minute standing PSA on boxers. Can I just say a couple of things? I love when people I ride with talk about the rides because it reminds me that it's like the 9th time I've done that ride. There is a point in that ride where he shouts out somebody's name and their name is like Boxer Mom. And he says, please tell me that you mean this kind of boxing. And he pantomimes like Mike Tyson and not the other kind of boxer, and then it turns out he's talking about boxer underpants, and I'm like, my brother in bike is talking about a dog. Anytime someone puts boxer in their Peloton username, there's absolutely no doubt that it's a breed of dog. It's the only thing that American cyclists love more than college football. And now you look great today. Don't lie to me. I only had time to do... I know I looked busted. I only had time to do 90 minutes on the Peloton instead of 120 minutes, and then a chatter beat me by 3 kilojoules over the course of an hour and a half. It's Heather Graham from Anger Management. I know. Why don't you just say I'm a fatty? Why don't you have some more chocolate cake, you pig? Did dkelly beat you? Wow! Well, here's the thing, okay? First ride, dkelly beat me by like, I don't know, 10 kilojoules. But I didn't even know we were racing because I only saw that they were hashtag the egg carton like 9 minutes into the ride. And plus, the first ride is always like I'm easing myself into. I'm not making excuses. It's just my output tends to go like, you know. Then, second ride, I set a new personal best for myself, and I beat dkelly by like 16 kilojoules. And then on the last ride, which we were in at exactly the same time, I was fucking gassed from going. So I didn't think they would join me for the third one, so I went all out. And then on the third ride, I was a little winded, legs were a little sore. I still put out like a 207 watt average for 30 minutes, but they beat me by like 20 watts. So they got me by a bit. And I honestly they deserved to, because they were doing good work. I also think that if I had pushed a little harder, they also would have pushed a little harder. So I don't think that it was just like, oh, I left a little on the table. I think if I started encroaching, I think they would have found another gear as well. You got to realize, I'm fighting for my life every day. Like, not every day can be like a boss fight, right? Like, there's supposed to be some days that are like easy training. I log on, I think it's going to be easy training, and then all of a sudden, 6 members of the egg carton give me a high five, and I'm like, all right, motherfuckers, here we go. My dude is ignoring the 80-20 rule big time. Ass-eating enjoyer, 89. Holy cow. Well, like, here's the thing with the 80-20 rule. Is like, I understand in principle, you know, you should have like, you should have training, and then you should have races, you know? You should have, let me be like a leaking pumpkin. It's seasonal. You should focus on your training and then go hard on race day, you know? But here's the problem with the 80-20 rule. What if you're doing 80-20 and then the person that is your competitor is doing 100-0 or 0-100? Your ass is getting cooked. And you might be getting cooked by yours truly. I'm just saying. Oh, we win these. Then they blow out an O-ring. Fair enough. I mean, my knees were starting to get a little sore by the end of that 18-minute In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida climb. You def need deload cycles. Here's the thing, though. What if that's all made up? What if you need a deload cycle, but I can just go at 110% forever? You ever think about what if I'm just built different? What if... Got me, I can't believe it. Chat, he doesn't even recalibrate his bike. dlguiga, listen, okay? I know we've got a banter-rich environment, okay? All I'm going to say is the other 3 riders who are frequently on the ride and, you know, beat me by 1 to 100 kilojoules on average, they don't seem to have any complaints about the calibration of my bike. It's only dlguiga, who I'm clearing by 20 to 50 kilojoules every ride, who thinks that my bike is probably miscalibrated, okay? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And I've never accused CosmoKramer or David Kelly or KipCasper of having uncalibrated bikes or miscalibrated bikes. I would never. Did you have those honey stinger waffles today? Of course I had 3 Stroopwaffles before my ride. But I didn't have time to do a hydration break and a refuel after my second ride. Yeah, 3 is 1 serving size. 3 waffles. 120 calories total. 6 grams of fat. 18 grams of carbohydrates, of which 9 grams is sugar. Holy cow, 0.4 micrograms of iron. That's going to hit. How small are they? I can't show you how small they are because it's going to look like I'm making a 4chan hand gesture into the webcam. But you can just imagine, based on what I just said, how big they are. It might be 120 per, not total. Listen, applesauce for life, no disrespect. I've been reading Canadian nutritional labels since I was fucking 8 years old. If ifs and buts were candies and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas, okay? Nutrition facts. Per 3 waffles, 25 grams. Calories, 120. Why? Because my ass doesn't want to eat things that don't taste good enough for how bad they are for you. If something is bad for you but tastes amazing, i.e. Hawkins cheesies, then sure, I'll eat the occasional Hawkins cheesy. But if it's something like Dunkaroos, you really think I'm taking in like 8 grams of saturated fat just to eat cookies with shitty icing on them? No shot, bro. No shot. I'll take some good ice cream, don't get me wrong. Good ice cream, we spend on that. Little Debbie snack cakes and cosmic brownies from the gas station, we skip on that. Before anyone thinks I'm insane to know the name of these waffles, I work in a grocery store. I mean, listen, I would not recommend eating Honey Stinger mini waffles unless you're using them as mid-ride or mid-run nutrition. They do be pretty tasty, though. Easily digestible. Pretty light if you had to carry them in a pouch or something if you were actually leaving your house. They're mostly honey. Let me see a dlguiga. They're mostly flour, and then organic brown rice syrup, then palm oil, then frozen whole eggs, then organic soy flour, sea salt, soy lecithin, baking soda, and organic rice extract. They're actually 0% honey, apparently, which, honest, that means I'm owned, because I thought there might be some manuka in here, but apparently not. You thought they were going to put manuka honey in those? I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't even know what manuka honey is. I've just heard about it before in my life. We'll take those. Would you get a similar yet cheaper benefit by squeezing a teaspoon of honey into your mouth between rides? Okay, listen. VCals, you happen to be the person who wrote the comment that I saw, okay? Are you an athlete? Are you an Olympian? Are you a cyclist? Do you compete in the international track and field competitions? You run ultra marathons, you do 5Ks. Listen, because the reason I ask, because you can't min-max in your imagination, okay? No plan survives contact with the enemy. You start hitting me up with these theoretical, physical, mathematical calculations when we got some experience with the rubber meeting the simulated road, okay? I used to run ultras. It's nice to drink a Coke at the halfway mark. You know what? That is something I had heard. I heard that for a lot of endurance athletes, people love a flat Coca-Cola. Why flat? Well, it's easier to drink it fast because it's not carbonated. Ah, son of a bitch. I just realized all this stuff's gonna get unfrozen. Whatever. We top half. Fucking get eliminated. Get eliminated. Plus, like I've never been on an ultra marathon. Okay, but by the time I finish some of those days with 120 minutes of riding, we really. I mean, they built their squad to fuck me specifically. That's funny. Raccoon to steal our melon and then double scorpion. That's so rude. All I'm going to say is that you are unconcerned about taste once you reach that point. All you are concerned with is survival. And the sequel, Survival Goes West. Like before I started eating a little bit before rides, and I was doing just idiotic 90 minutes of like fasted cardio in the morning right after I woke up. By the end of those rides, your brain starts to fantasize about shit that you don't even like. It'll be like 6:42 in the morning. My brain is like, I would fucking kill for a handful of Skittles right now. Holy shit. It would be crazy. Oh my God, I would fucking go nuts just to have like a pack of Raisinets next to me or something like that. Going upstairs and shoving these weird Serbian chocolate bars that our old daycare gave to my daughter into my mouth. You guys ever eat bananica? Bananica? Have you read The 3-Body Problem? It's an insane question. Listen, the number one pet peeve that I have on Twitch, and dlguiga, you're on fucking notice. And not just because I beat your ass on you come at me. You the audacity of dlguiga. I'm undefeated, like 7 rides to 0. Saturday morning, 8:07 a.m. Guess who shows up in my 30-minute cooldown ride? And then I'm like, oh, dlguiga's putting out some serious wattage, okay? I go click on their profile. Dude's doing 198 watts in the warm-up or something like that. I took that personally. I said, I may lose to dlguiga at some point. It's not going to be fucking today, okay? It's not going to be today. So I cranked that shit up. I think I put out like 227 watts in the cooldown. And I'm going to be honest, I turned into an insane person because you came to me, you were like, I'm chasing you. And you never run faster than when you know you're being chased. For the last 10 minutes of the ride, I swear to you, this is sincere. I kept your profile up on the sidebar. Whenever you changed your resistance, whenever you changed your cadence, I matched you and then plussed it by 30 watts because I said it's not going down like that, dlguiga. I don't know if maybe you run into some people on the rides that would just say, oh, today's a light day. I'm just going to take it easy. I'm going to stay in zone 1. If you're going to beat me, and it may happen one day, you're going to work for it. That's all I'm saying. You're going to work for it. And if you work for it and you get it, I'll be the first person there to shake your damn hand, okay? But you are not getting the win for free. That's what I'm saying. Someone said, why don't you get a work phone? So, because I already have a work phone. It's called my computer. What am I going to get a work phone so that when I'm sitting at my desk, I'll be like, work's done. Let me look at my work phone now. Now time to go outside. Let me take my other phone. It doesn't make any sense. This is the number one complaint that I have on Twitch right now. And it used to be, drive-by 13-year-old trolls who were like, you're bald. Now they're 23 years old, and whenever they posted it, I'm like, oh, bless your heart. But is now that my audience has aged from like 15 to like 25, they figured out how to do the dishes, and then they think they can solve everybody else's problems as well. Don't worry about my life is in a good place. I have come up with solutions for my problems, coping mechanisms. We alter them bit by bit, We take one piece out, we put one piece in. We don't just crack the fucker with a hammer and rebuild it from zero, okay? Trust me. I got it figured out right now. I'm doing okay. Especially on the bike. And CosmoKramer, great ride. dlguiga, you could look forward to this in your future. Great ride, CosmoKramer. Thanks for the high five. And congratulations, 468 kilojoules in your 30-minute Cody Rigsby Katy Perry ride. I mean, that's some serious wattage, and I'm not blowing smoke up your firework there. Being able to see the stats is very cathartic. Listen, librarian, you can check on those Peloton stats. If you cross-referenced what I said I put out on a ride with what I actually put out on the ride and amortized it out over the course of like the 2 years we've been on the Peloton and talking about it, you would see we're within this margin of error, let me put it that way. Because I don't just finish a ride and go like, I finished the ride, I'm standing naked on my scale, looking at the phone, see how does that wattage compare to like last week? How does that wattage compare to 6 weeks ago? How does that wattage compare to Saturday? How does that wattage compare to dlguiga? How does it, it's locked in the cerebellum. When you call out your outputs, it's always like plus or minus 5. See, I'm not out here trying to get any ill-gotten gains. I appreciate the honesty check. dlguiga, are you here? At DL. I guess I've only been live for like 8 seconds. They're here! Congratulations on beating that dude's you-know-what on the ride today. I was just something about him, I don't know if it was the profile photo, his age, the fact that he was from North Carolina. I don't know. I got a vibe off of him that was like, I'd like to see him, eat his own shoe a little bit. So, I cleared him. That's a given. I sprinted in the last 30 seconds. Listen, I was watching his output. I was watching your output. I saw that he had you beat on output, but you had him beat on average wattage. Ergo, you were going to beat him on the ride. I don't know. Maybe he sprinted in the last 30 seconds too, and you needed to put a little extra juice in there to get him. But I was happy to see him go. You know why? Because I know you, kind of. I don't know that dude at all. So you dunking on that dude, it felt like a win for me too. It was like watching the Jets beat the Bills. I don't really have a horse in that race. Get ready for tomorrow, buddy. Oh, son of a bitch. There's no such thing as a rest day. The rest I get is my first ride before anybody else that follows me wakes up. And then in the last 2 minutes, the high five by CosmoKramer triples my output. dlguiga pops in on the next ride. Cooldown was pretty relaxing today, though. I did see dlguiga as well say, if you want me to stop doing rides with you, just keep doing Hannah Frankson rides. Bro, come on. I like the Hannah Frankson. Come on. It starts with Emotion by Mariah Carey. Has another Mariah Carey song later, Always Be My Baby. Like, those are good songs. What else was that? That was a good ride, man. Now, I was thinking about that you would probably mention when she's dancing, and then, like, there's a guy that's dancing too, but he looks just like Corey, and he's doing, like, the worst dancing of all time, and then they put the camera on him for, like, a minute and a half straight, and he's just going... Listen... With Peloton, I'm just being straight with you. You got to take the good with the bad, okay? And that is, in my personal opinion, I'm glad they're having fun, but that is closer to the bad. Hannah Frankson stays winning, by the way. They do have me feeling emotion. I don't know if you were on this ride yesterday, but there was I don't even remember. I think it was the first one I did. The people who go to the Peloton rides in studio like once a week have lost their minds. I wanted to make a tweet and be like, what is this person doing? They called out of the saddle, and then the lady was riding like this. Like she was riding like the way Oompa Loompas walk the whole time, and like rolling her shoulders forward like this. It was so distracting, man. I was like, what are you doing? Like 90% of the people are just like, you know, jogging out of the saddle like they're on an elliptical machine or something. This person... And then you see some people, and maybe they have like an injury or something, but like one pedal stroke is like perfectly circular, and then the other one is like, so they're like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Anyway. Samio's the GOAT. Nobody can tell me otherwise. I mean, there's a reason I'm doing a multitude of Samuel Yo rides, typically on a daily basis. I'm a Dennis Morden enjoyer. Me too. Me too. Emma Lowe, Dennis Morden, Sam Yo. I didn't even think about frickin' Olivia Amato. No thanks. She scares me. I don't like doing out of the saddle climbs that fast. Olivia Munn, on the other hand, Olivia Munn, everybody, of course. Who's Olivia Munn? She played Psylocke in X-Men Armageddon, the movie that killed the franchise. Has she been in a good movie? I don't think so. She was on Tech TV for a while, though. Oh, you're right. I forgot they made an even worse X-Men after that one. That one didn't kill the franchise. My mistake. I'm working on antiquated knowledge here. I forgot about Dark Phoenix. X-Men Apocalypse is crazy, man, though. Like, I watched it twice. How did that happen? I watched it once on a flight to Japan, and the movie didn't end by the time the flight landed. So then I was like, let's run it back on the flight back, even though it wasn't very good to start with. But it was like one of those cursed times where you go on vacation, and then by the time you get back on the plane, the movies haven't rotated again. So you're like, oh shit, I did pack 1, pick 1 to 4, and now I'm back in fucking pack 1. I'm on like pick 5 now. I'm watching some, no disrespect to my home country, I'm watching some 87-minute long Canadian movie. Like, but the whole movie is just Oscar Isaac, who is an incredible actor, walking around deliberately not showing any emotion at all. And then whenever he sees an X-Man, he just goes like this, and then turns their shoes into like sand, so they get melted into like the Egyptian landscape. And then all the X-Men are like, I can't move. I can't fucking move. Storm, I can't move. Let's go. What Peloton ride did you do today? 30-minute Sam Yo climb ride, followed by 30-minute Leanne Hainsby 80 ride, followed by 30-minute Sam Yo 70s rock ride, followed by 20-minute Hannah Corbin low impact ride. A librarian, no, it's psychotic, by the way. When I joined pre-chat today, you were talking shit about my Peloton output. I didn't even talk about my rides. You don't even ride. You just have an account. As soon as I finish my ride, you load it up parasocially, see how well I did, and then you're roasting me for it. I'm the man in the damn arena. I'm doing the 30-minute Sam Yo Hidden Hills. 6-minute warm-up. 3 minutes set your hill. 3 more minutes raise the maximum resistance. 7 minutes of getting breathless during hit, and then a 10-minute finisher. Your ass just clicking a button. Click. 12-minute Tabata section, WTF. dlguiga, I'm just throwing this. It's not meant to be shade. I was actually on like limit break during the Tabata section. I probably do like 6 Tabata rides a month. Whenever they throw a Tabata section into a ride, I'm like, holy shit, 10 minutes of Tabata instead of 30 minutes? I'm in the damn zone. KipCasper is a monster. dlguiga, welcome to the stream. KipCasper heard you talking about that 70-year-old who hit 500 output yesterday and saying there's no way he could possibly do that legitimately, and he took that personally. Cosmo pulled 531 on that ride this morning. Happy Gilmore accomplished that feat not but an hour ago. NL, have you already talked about the BioSteel creditor protection news? What the hell, man? What the hell? BioSteel news. Canadian sports drink company BioSteel filing for creditor protection? What the heck, man? Seeking new what this? Maybe you stop spending all your money on that NHL sponsorship. How could you go broke selling Gatorade powder for $80 a kilogram? Oh, they were owned by Canopy Growth, who is okay, well, that makes sense. That makes more sense, at least. Signed 44 to $1 stockholder. I salute you, VIP Daniel. I feel like every Canadian has a weed stock story if they were into investing sometime between like 2015 and now. Definitely have a lot of friends who are like, bro, it's like now that it's legalized, everybody's going to be smoking joints all the time. And they're all going to buy from Aurora. Anyway, did I miss the Pello update? Excuse me, librarian, you don't need the Pello update. You're one of my 157 followers on the platform. Why don't you just check the stats for yourself? You're like the IRS, man. Why don't you just tell me how much money I owe you? I'm not much of a sweets guy, no. But I have had more of a sweet tooth lately. I don't even want to tell you what I'm eating. It's so embarrassing. We bought that Neapolitan ice cream, and I ate like 2 scoops a night until it was basically gone, even though we bought it for our daughter. After my wife heard that, we went to the grocery store, and she was like, we need new ice cream because Daddy ate it all. They bought rainbow sherbet. So guess whose 34-year-old ass has been eating a midnight snack of fucking rainbow sherbet like a 9-year-old kid every night. It tastes good, don't get me wrong, but I'm just like, man, this is, maybe it's good because it's the sort of thing you definitely would not buy for yourself, probably. I'm just imagining a bowl of sherbet in your Peloton holster. First off, thank you for calling it a holster. Secondly, I mean, it's not that much different than the reality. I also can't believe I'm running this, by the way, but the reality is I get off the Peloton after like ride 2 of 4 and I go to the sink that's right over there and I cram 3 miniature Stroopwaffles into my mouth as fast as I can, because inevitably, like, I started my rides 5 minutes later than I was supposed to, and we have a very delicate timeline in the morning. I shove 3 of those in my mouth and chew them while I fill up my water bottle, and then get the BioSteel powder and put it on top, and then fill the rest of it up so that it shakes and it actually mixes properly, and then clip, because I didn't even take my shoes off, clip clopping on the hardwood floor, trying not to fall on my behind and break my coccyx, trying to clip back in before Sam Yo says 25 to 40 on the resistance, 80 to 100 on the cadence. You clip in? It's the Peloton, brother. You think I'm riding with toe cages? Take your ass back to Soul Cycle. We going to the Tour de France in this bitch. Kevin Hart laughing. I gotta go see Kevin Hart, man. He's in Vancouver this weekend. There's a comedy festival. Lioness is going to be too slow. However, a cheetah that starts popping and is also a leopard, you never know. Isn't a leopard just like a slow cheetah anyway, though? No, they're buff as hell. Wait a minute. Isn't a cheetah buff as hell? Like, it doesn't skip leg day. It's the fastest land mammal, isn't it? You probably think you can beat a cheetah in a fight. First off, I was the person saying, isn't a cheetah buff? Secondly, 2 words. First word, librarian, fill in the blanks. Second word, I heard when I was Googling what animals could average man beat in a fight, that a cheetah, they're actually optimistic that an average man could beat a cheetah in a fight. They're not built for a one-on-one bout. They're built for chasing down prey that are like, they don't have any means of defense. I think if a cheetah rolled up on me, he might get a couple good bites in, don't get me wrong, but has he ever taken one of these to the orbital bone? I don't think so. Now, could I kill what to me appears to be, listen, it doesn't matter whether it's a leopard or a cheetah. I think that I'm probably dead in both ways. Cheetah, you could hit it, but you'd likely lose. Cheetahs are weak. There's no shot, dude. Cheetahs are beatable? Really? Hang on. Who would win? I love that all of these come up with real results, by the way. Who would win in a fight? Cheetah or human? Wow. From thehealthyjournal.com. While cheetahs are stronger and faster than you, you still have a fighting chance if you're being attacked. It's possible for humans to win a fight against a leopard, as in the case, I know this says leopard, but this is just the first result. As in the case of 56-year-old woman who killed an attacking leopard with a sickle and a spade and survived with heavy injuries. And the case of a 73-year-old man who fatally tore the tongue out of a leopard. Okay, the first one is invalidated based on weapons. The second one is fucking crazy. It's ripped out the tongue of an attacking leopard. Can an average human kill a cheetah in a fight? Sure, it's possible. While a cheetah might be on the weaker side when it comes to big cats, they're still relatively strong and capable of bringing down many large animals. This is an AI-driven article. There's like no source or anything. Human versus... Sorry, there's a Reddit result as well. Hey, Bot Nasty, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Human versus cheetah in a boxed room. Human wins all 3. Cheetahs are lightly built speedsters, not well suited for close combat with prey that fights back. Years ago, I worked at an animal shelter that had a 100-pound cheetah. It attacked another worker, and he beat the shit out of it, broke a few of its ribs, and pummeled it until it was nearly unconscious. He was 6'3" and 230. That sucker scratched him up pretty good, though. All right, I mean, I'm not 6'3", 230. I guess I can't believe it, but I learned something. I'm going to put it in, it's a close one, but I would lose. I still would bet on the cheetah versus me, but I am very surprised. I thought a cheetah would rinse me easy. He's actually right about this one. If Fawn Flame says it's true, then you know it must be true. They'd probably rinse me on the Peloton. Well, I don't know. They're great sprinters. I don't know how they would do in a more endurance-focused race. Like dlguiga, sometimes he's popping out of the warm-up at 220 watts, and I'm like, I got to speed up, and then I'm like, just give it just wait till we get to the 60 to 70 cadence, 50 to 75 resistance out of the saddle, and then we'll see what happens to that output. You know, there's no need to panic yet. Don't blow out your legs. I'm half joking, but I'm doing it from a place of respect. Okay, I don't want to be considered a cyberbully. Hey, Mad Dog Nation, thank you for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, I got a bone to pick, gamers. After we're done gutting Unity, we got to go for Sony, okay? Is there any valid reason? I'm thinking of what word to use here. Because I'm sure the answer is it saves them like 3 cents per console sold. Is there any reason that the PlayStation 5 controller by default comes with a 3-foot long USB cord? That's madness, man. Like, this is not 1991. We're not out here plugging it into our console and then sitting on the floor directly in front of the CRT TV. People got their shit like wall mounted on the other side of the damn room. You just use it wireless. I like it when the corporations bend me over and take away my choice. Actually, it's really good that they got rid of the headphone jack on the phone because the battery life is better. At least until my contract when Verizon expires. And then as a result, my iPhone, weird. As soon as my 1-year contract expired, the iPhone battery started getting really bad. But that's okay. The battery's a lot better ever since they got rid of the headphone port. And so, plus the AirPods look so cool anyway. I can use them to listen to the football game that I bet on while I'm at Disney World with my family. You see what they're doing to us? You see what they're doing to you? This is dlguiga, are you here? This is the energy I brought into that 30-minute Ben Aldis 90s ride. I joined that ride. I saw the person who was in first place on the ride. Their name was Let's Go Brandon, male 40s from Atlanta. And I said, you're not leaving this ride with a positive disposition, mon frere. You're going to know by the end of this ride that you have a weak heart, that you have weak legs, and that you have a weak mind. And I just ramped it up and started grinding it down. I was putting the organic peanuts in the whole food butter nutter. Anybody else 90s maxing right now? I believe I've invented the concept of 90s maxing. Now, what the hell did I do on Saturday, man? I definitely remember doing a lot. I remember... Whoa. Golden dog? I remember being tired at the end of the day, that's for sure. I remember dlguiga beat me on my cooldown ride. And I literally, as soon as the ride started, I saw dlguiga. I sent him a high five. You can't send messages on Peloton, but the energy that I was trying to send with my high five was, don't stress about beating me this time. I am letting you by because I just can't hang on this ride. I burned out my legs on the previous rides. So I sent well wishes. I broke a champagne bottle on his Peloton and said, go ahead. What's the sure on that one? What's with the people that high-five you over and over again? I think some of them have mental illness and some of them are just rude. They should have a 90-minute Fugazi ride. You know how people say, like, I want worse video games made by devs who are paid more money and the games are shorter, and no, I'm not joking? I understand the sentiment for that. I have become the exact opposite of that on the Peloton. I don't care how much money they make, whether they make $1 billion or, well, I hope they make enough to, like, you know, adequately compensate them for their time at least. That being said, I want more Peloton rides that are longer, made by instructors who make maybe the same amount of money that they're making right now. That's not really my business, and I'm not joking. I don't know if anybody else here is Peloton pilled, but they need to get one instructor. This is so rude. I'm so sorry. They need to get one instructor who is good at programming rides and also has good music taste. Okay? Now there might be a couple. I'm not trying to throw anybody's, blow up anybody's spot, okay? Sam Yo, amazing at programming Peloton rides. Music taste, in my opinion, leaves something to be desired. Hang on, still going. Nobody here has ever used a Peloton. So false. I ride with the egg carton every day, bro. The egg carton leaves us behind. Some of you leave me behind. But like, honestly, and I'm not putting anybody on blast here. I'll probably do it. I've learned how to race against the average egg carton member. Especially if I'm seeing them for the first time. Sometimes, well, almost every time, I look at their output and they're like during the warm-up. And their output is insane. It's like 280 watts in the warm-up. And I'm like, this motherfucker's gonna kick my ass. And I enjoy that because they're a fan of mine. Then you see that number start to come down. You see it go down to 250. Then you see it go down to 210. Then you see it go down to like 160. Then you see it, you're like, is the number even moving anymore? And you realize that they burn themselves out in the warm-up, and now they're just trying to make sure that they can make it to the end of the workout to reciprocate a high five. That's me, but during intercourse, you know. It's a metaphor that makes sense for sure. It is. It's like the Michael Scott 5K, exactly. I gotta be honest though, racing, like every race I'm racing, or every ride I'm racing for my life now. Because there's always, like, I get 10 minutes in and then somebody I've never seen before whose top tag is the egg carton comes in. And I could tell just from the output. I'm like, they're bike maxing right now. And I'm like, well, I'm not going out like that. If you beat me, you beat me, and I put respect on your name to the KipCaspers and the CosmoKramers and the dkelly 1385s. But you gotta beat me, you gotta earn it. Except, I did have a cool down ride where I basically just gave up because I was like, my legs are fucked. Hang on. You competing in cool down rides? Absolutely, brother. It's every day, bro. Also, during my low-impact rides, I always look at the leaderboard, and I'm like, look at this idiot. This idiot is, like, biking as hard as he can in the low-impact ride, just to flex on people. And then immediately, I'm like, well, I'm not letting him beat me. You think, you really want to race in the low-impact ride? Then let's race. And then I beat you by 20 output, and then I realized that for the next person, I'm the dude who is like at the top of the leaderboard that everybody's like, look at this asshole joined like the 30-minute prenatal the 1975 ride and was just stunting on all the moms in the third trimester. But I'm like, I'm not going out like that. If people would stop racing me on all of my rides, I would slow down. But it is like American Gladiators. Everybody wants to take a shot at Laser. Well, all right. How do we signal it's not race day? Stay behind me. If you, well, it depends on your output. I guess what I'm trying to say is there's no getting around it. If your output is typically lower than mine and you don't want to race, keep it lower. If your output is typically higher than mine and you don't care about racing, just stay higher than me. Where I start the race is when someone's output is typically lower. Oh, that was a horrible window for me to take care of. When their output is typically lower than mine, and then they start coming up to me. I'm like, well, I guess we're racing today. The worst is seeing you competitive Peloton types out when I'm actually just commuting on my bicycle. But you realize that the Peloton is a stationary bike inside, right? We don't work in the same office, bro, so I don't think you see me here. That's not Peloton types. I promise you, those guys are Swifties. Hey, I just finished a Bradley Rose cooldown ride where he said, "I want you to be my little chestnut. I want to crack you open." Any thoughts? Yeah, Bradley Rose has some innuendos in his ride for sure, in his rides. I don't know what you want me to say though. I mean, I like Bradley Rose. He's a bit of a coin flip, but I think he's one of the instructors who occasionally has decent music taste. Like he's played one Stone Roses song in his entire tenure at Peloton. Okay, Tomo, you gotta get out of here, man. But do I think that he's flexing on the 50+ ladies demographic? Yes, absolutely. And more power to him. Hey, Tomo, you gotta get the fuck out of here. Dude, I PR'd today chasing the goat and still lost by 100 kilojoules. What ride were you on? First ride today, there were a few people with me. Second ride, it was just me and dlguiga, I think. Third ride, it was just me and dlguiga. Fourth ride, I was pedaling into the ether all by my lonesome. It's okay, I understand how it is. Ben's 80s, what got into him? It was a tough ride. It's a tough ride, especially because in a rare show of restraint from Ben Aldis, he did not play AC/DC's Thunderstruck. Wait, you did a ride where you worked out with 10 friends? Well, I did a ride. I did the Dennis Morton 30-minute rush ride, and there were 22 options for people to ride with from the Egg Carton, but like literally 15 of them were mine. Like my own ride in the past. I came in second. There was somebody, I think their name was like Hustling for Hudson. They beat me by like 70 or something like that, which is crazy. But I beat all of my previous attempts on the rush ride. I gotta say, dlguiga, credit to you. There's just no shot. It's not fair. You're not gonna beat me, a Canadian, on a 30-minute rush ride, okay? It's simply not gonna happen. That's like, you know, I know you're from Chicago. That's like me trying to beat you on like a 30-minute Kanye West ride. Oh, I mean, a 30-minute Billy Corgan ride. A 30-minute Chicago ride? Is Chicago from Chicago? Or is it like a Boston thing? Dave Matthews Band. That's true. American football. Did they do the Portlandia theme song? Have BK for lunch, let me tell you, it's not sitting well. It never does, brother. Top 10 times Burger King understood the assignment. The assignment was giving its customers, don't say salmonella. Don't say salmonella. E. coli? It's true. I've beaten the allegations. I am not sick, at least as of right now. Not only am I not sick, I set a PB on my third ride this morning. Tell them, dlguiga, tell them. Tell them, Mumen Rider. Now, it was not an outrageous PB. My previous PB was 434 kilojoules in 30 minutes. This one was 439. Did you tell chat what happened after your PB? Yeah, dlguiga beat me on my low impact ride. Mumen Rider might have as well, as far as I know. dlguiga, did you tell them what happened before my PB ride? Oh, that's right. You fucking weren't there. My ass did a 30-minute... I don't even remember the 30-minute Christine Dercole 90s ride, where inexplicably the 90s ride had fucking Hey Ya in it, which clearly came out in like 2003. Had Lenny Kravitz's American Woman, which I feel like is from like is 2002 or something like that. How was the Peloton this morning? I mean, it was an interesting one. I've now, I would say 1 month ago, I followed like 10 people on the Peloton. Now I follow like literally 160 people. I basically, I put hashtag the Egg Carton into my tags, because that's the tag that people were using in order to ride with the other eggheads as a community. So anytime I'm in a ride, I sort by like people in the Egg Carton who have done this ride, and then I follow them all. Now, instead of having 0 to 2 people ride with me, I have like 6 people ride with me. Sometimes I have 10 people ride with me. It's nice to have a community. But today was a little bit messed up. Midwestern Emo, dlguiga got pulled out of commission halfway through a ride for work stuff apparently. Their output just dropped to 0. I had, listen, is Quinana here? I'm not trying to be a sore loser, okay? You crushed me on output. But if you think I'm not going to open up your detailed stats and audit them, you got another thing coming, okay? What's going on? The average cadence on that Ben Aldis ride was 82. I open up your stats at 27 minutes. Why is your average cadence 58? 58. You're riding 30 cadence below what the requested cadence is? Are you just standing out of the saddle for the entire ride? Come on, you got it. I'm at like 80 resistance in the saddle. What do you do? That's not the way. I mean, you could do whatever you want. It's your knees. It just seems like it's. Listen, I'm not shaming. You got me all backwards. I'm not shaming them for getting their workout, however they choose to get their workout. All I'm saying is one of the ways that you can juice your output is you go way, way, way down on the resistance and you go, or way, way, way down on the cadence and way, way, way up on the resistance. You're much more likely to get incredible output at like 55 cadence, 80 resistance than you're going to get it. I mean, all I'm trying to say, maybe try pushing your cadence up to like 100 from time to time. I didn't accuse him of having a juiced bicycle, okay? I'm just saying, same thing happened to me on a ride like a month ago. I was on a ride with a man in his 60s who was riding at like 25 cadence, 90 resistance the whole time. And I was like, brother, let's see what your output is like when your kneecaps explode in 2 weeks. That's all I'm saying, okay? I'll push cadence tomorrow, don't worry. Okay. I mean, let's just see what dlguiga said. 80 resistance in the saddle is just plain wrong. That's what, I didn't say it, that's what dlguiga said. Now, I was worried for a second when I saw dlguiga stall at 172 output. I was like, did he have a heart attack on the bicycle? In which case, what do? Do I call 911 from a Chicago phone or something like that? Do I get like a Google Voice number from Chicago and I'm like, hey, I think somebody might have just had a heart attack on the Peloton? I don't know their name. Their profile picture is a duck. Can you find them? If beers were flat, how many of them do you think you could drink? I will say, I do think I have a higher liquid storage capacity than the average individual. I think in general, I think in a sitting, like within half an hour, I could consume 3 liters of liquid without vomiting. You peed twice in the first 2 hours of stream. Listen, KeetJR from Alabama. I don't remember the city. What's the biggest city in Alabama that's not Mobile? Birmingham! KeetJR from Birmingham, Alabama. Stepping into the 30-minute Ben Aldis Hidden Hills ride, pumping out 240 watts in the warm-up. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are with 240 watts in the warm-up? Who are you trying to impress? Who do you think you are? I am. 235? Are you kidding me? Whatever happened to that the Amazon grocery store, man? That you're just supposed to be able to put the stuff in your cart and then walk out. It seemed like that was coming out like next year, 10 years ago. It's around, it exists. Dude, they gotta bring that here. We have one in Chicago, fuck Vancouver. Bro, I'm sorry, dlguiga, I'm sorry I did the Cody Rigsby ride where he talks about boxers and he doesn't realize that it's the dog, not the underwear. I'm sorry I took the Hannah Frankson ride where she says, do you know this one? Nobody in the control room knew about this one, and then she plays How Bizarre by OMC. I'm sorry I ran back those two. It wasn't intentional. I just like the programming on those rides, okay? I even sent you a high five right when Hannah Frankson said nobody except for me remembers this song, because I remember you bringing it up in chat, and I was like, it's true. How does she think that nobody knows How Bizarre? It's got to be like one of the top 250 songs of the 90s. The Egg Carton went crazy on the Cody Rigsby ride. KeetJR, let me just tell you, okay? If you got to know where you exist in the Peloton strata, okay? Me, you, and dlguiga, we're in a tier together, more or less, okay? If you see KipCasper and CosmoKramer join the ride, don't even try to keep up with them. I feel like KipCasper's and CosmoKramer, they're 30-minute PB is like in the mid 500s, right? It's like 550, 570, etc., etc. So, like, I'm telling you for the sake of your own legs. If you can keep up with them, by all means keep up with them, but don't hurt yourself trying to do it. I've made the mistake myself in the past. It's going to take a few years of training and them stagnating for me to get there. Just did my first Samyo 30-minute ride, so I'm pretty happy. Everybody likes their own flavor, but here's what I'm going to say, okay? If I had to choose one genre of ride on the Peloton to keep, it would be 30 to 45 minute Samyo Hidden Hills rides. Perfect rides as far as it's like clockwork, man. 80 to 100 low resistance warm up, 70 to 90 high resistance jog warm up, 6 minutes of building a hill, 6 minutes of practicing hit, 15 to 20 minute Hidden Hills finisher. Ooh! They should have adults only Peloton rides. Honestly, I would love like a kids only Peloton ride because I would come in first place easily. Easily. That's like me when I jump into the 30-minute postnatal ride. I'm like, oh, wow, 101 output in 30 minutes? How's that C-section scar? So I am indeed riding unpadded for 2 hours, but I will say dlguiga for the last week I've only been riding an hour and a half because I've been burning the candle at both ends. But my wife tested negative today. Second negative test in the last 3 days with 0 positives, which means I'm so back. My life may temporarily be returning to normal until some other unforeseeable controversy, or not controversy, but catastrophe strikes. But yeah, I'm raw dogging the saddle. But like, why I built up a adamantium ass. Like, why wouldn't I raw dog the saddle? It doesn't hurt. No, I mean I got underwear on, but I don't have like a padded seat or padded shorts or anything like that. I just built up the damn sit bones. Anyone ask you how your Peloton ride went today? I don't know if they asked me, but I could tell you. Started with a 30-minute Ali Love Tabata ride. Output was a little lower, but you know what? On those Tabata rides, you spend a lot of time in recovery, and you spend a proportionally less time really giving her. But you give her pretty hard. I think my output on that one was probably like in the 320s. Can I get a fact check on that, librarian? I don't want to be accused of stealing valor. You've had a rough week too. Thank you. I can't give myself that grace. I appreciate getting the grace from you. Second ride, 30-minute Cody Rigsby pop ride featuring powerful women. Lizzo, Beyonce, Ariana Grande. I think I was up there on that one. I might have been like at like a 402 or something like that, which is it's probably like a top 25 ride of all time. But we've been cooking on those out of the saddle climbs lately. And then the third ride was a 30-minute Hannah Frankson 90s ride where she tried to tell us that she's the only person who remembers How Bizarre by OMC, which is truly an insane statement. That was more like that was in the 380s, I think. Overall average wattage over 90 minutes, I'm going to say we averaged 205 to 210. My dad's been giving me some Peloton tech too, because he rides as well. And I honestly think that I should take him up on it. Oh. It's so sad that we attack before we investigate. Oh no, it's the retail boss!
Let's. I dedicate this performance to my sister Adelina.
I own you. Anyway, I'll tell you. My dad said that his secret for the Peloton, I'm not joking, and honestly, I think it makes sense. 5 minutes before he gets on, he has a Hall's cough drop. And it says it clears up his sinuses and helps him increase the lung capacity, his aerobic intake. He waits till it's like 90% dissolved and then he starts the ride. And I'm like, dude, that's the smartest thing I've ever heard. Performance enhancing drugs. I'm out here like a damn fool. I'm like, my secret? I eat sugary foods. I didn't even think about the Halls tech. Been working my way through the Peloton Supercut. It's been motivating to see your wattage increase. Thank you, thank you. Here's another one for you, librarian. Did you ever realize, this is for you, dlguiga as well. You ever realize that every day on the Peloton now is basically like the Ornstein and Smo boss fight? I start my ride at 6:30, 6:35. Immediately, boom, high five from Mumen Rider. Mumen Rider's hitting a new PB every day. I'm pedaling my ass off through the warm-up, just trying to keep up. Haven't even got, barely, the caffeine's barely hit the bloodstream yet, and I'm already going, Okay, so then phase 2, second ride, Mumen Rider's still there. Now listen, I'm not trying to hate on anybody. Phase 2, a little bit easier than phase 1. From Software does mix it up sometimes. So phase 2, no problem. We get that health bar down to 0. We enter ride 3, and all of a sudden, with fresh legs, dlguiga popping out 225 watts in the warm-up. Keep it going, man. Keep it never ends. Also, there's a lot of other people today too, but that's just it's just who was front of mind right here. They are keeping me on my toes. There's no days off. I had to poop halfway through the ride, but I couldn't stop. I hear you, brother. This motherfucker right here PB'd at 380 like 3 days ago. And then every single ride that you've been on since then has been like 379. Could you fucking chill out? You're riding like 110% every single ride. I'm coming off a 30-minute Sam Yo Hidden Hills ride, popping into the 30-minute Leanne Hainsby Classic Rock ride, and I'm like, the quads and the hammies are screaming. You gotta get a referral code. They don't have the cash flow to do that, unfortunately. What I should have done, instead of getting Peloton, I should have just started hawking like Tesla Model 3s or something like that. I could have like 10 free cars that explode. Sorry. But they accelerate very quickly. Don't they, folks? Don't they have a referral program? You can give someone a code and they get 60 days free. But I don't think like if they buy anything, you get a cut. Did you know that this, I don't know if this is privileged information. Back when there were only 2 networks that partnered gaming YouTubers, Machinima and the Game Station. The Game Station, if you referred somebody, now I was with Machinima, but you know, save your sympathy. I'm all right. If you were with the Game Station and you referred somebody and they got signed, you got like a 3% cut of their ad revenue from the Game Station in perpetuity. Holy. Now, eventually the business blew up, but for a few years, imagine you referred someone to the Game Station and then they ended up getting like 10 million subscribers. You could end up with like 3% of Mr. Beast's revenue for 5 years. Oh! You could be a professional YouTuber just by having a good downline. You'd get sued. He could pay me out. That's not well, it's not really a Ponzi scheme because it's like the ads are paying the money. It's not like the people that are joining are paying the money. It does have the dynamic of a Ponzi scheme. It's more like an MLM. That's a good way. Really, the people who are putting them in the money are the advertisers. You can get $125 in Peloton apparel for each referral. Come on, man. Smells like a duck, sounds like a duck. dlguiga, you work in mergers and acquisitions. You can't just be throwing out terms like Ponzi scheme for a referral program. It's a whole different ball of wax. Isn't that like, if the SEC still had teeth, wouldn't you get investigated by it? Isn't that like a massive compliance issue? Holy shit, I just got so scared. I didn't mean to scare you, so help me, ooh. You could probably say that it's a Ponzi scheme because it went out of business. But much like a Ponzi scheme, like the first 100 people in made a damn killing. I don't think I would ever ride a Peloton ride in the studio because it seems like, I don't know. I don't want to be too rude. It seems like there's only two ways it goes, right? dlguiga, back me up here. Either you don't notice somebody during the ride, in which case I'd rather just be at home instead of wasting my money flying to New York to ride on a stationary bike in the damn shadows. Or, alternatively, they're like annoying as hell. And when they get out of the saddle, they're always doing some Dick Van Dyke like chimney sweep sort of jig where you're like your ACL's gonna get blown out or something like that. Some people go with their friend group. I mean, if I lived in the region, I could maybe be a little bit more persuadable, but I don't live in the region. Boss fight? Is this the boss that Kate was on that was giving her a real hard time yesterday? It is. Well, that's perfect timing for us to pivot after we take a look at them. The 36th filter. This guy took me 4 hours. Well, get ready, because we're going first try. You've got a friend in me. Toy Story 2 ass looking scene. Me putting on my underwear at 5:20 in the morning so I can hop on the Peloton and get my ass beat by dkelly 1835 from Atlanta. Me realizing I am at the fridge, but I didn't get a cup, so now I gotta go upstairs and go get a cup and then go back downstairs to the fridge so I can pour some coffee in it at 5:15 in the morning. So I get my ass beat by Mumen Rider. Me sleeping on the couch for 6 days straight because my wife was sick. Finally being able to go to sleep in the bed, and then my daughter has a sleep regression. Charles Bukowski trying to turn me into Ed Gein by whispering sweet somethings into my ear. Oh, that's really funny. That is really good. They understood the assignment with this one, man. Alright. Oh, he's sad. You made him sad! Slash marker. Eliza P. That boy's a liar. That boy's a liar. His nose is growing. That boy's a liar. She be like Dunada, calling me Dunada, 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 Dunada. He be like Dunada, calling me Dunada, 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 Dunada. You think I don't know Ice Spice? Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift, Ninja Air Fryer, best French fries recipes for Ninja Air Fryer. Ninja Air Fryer, best chicken tenders air fryer, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, chicken breast. Sorry. Sorry. Hey, KeetJR and Zixie, thank you for the gifted subscriptions as well. Let's get it going here. Sorry. Let's get it going. Lies of P. KeetJR, great ride today. We had some crazy competition on the egg carton today. No disrespect. Have you noticed that like the egg carton is kind of, you know, when your oven, like you cook a frozen pizza in it and then there's like a little flour and maybe like a little bit of melted cheese that's like chilling in your oven, but then the next time you cook something, probably another frozen pizza, you burn that shit off in like the first 10 minutes. I feel like that's what happened to the egg carton, man. Like now, instead of there being a diverse assortment of effort and ability levels, it's just all Tour de France competitors. It's all people that are like, I'm not even going to say at the same level because I kind of got my ass beat this morning, but like there's no, oh, sorry, no game sound. Yeah. Sorry. There's no, don't take this the wrong way. There's no fodder. It's just people with, that have got gas, man. By the way, quinana, I do appreciate, I saw the cadence was a little bit higher today. I appreciate you adhering to the spirit of the game. Did you throw your hands up? I was pogging up a little. I mean, they were only 20-second sprints, so like that's no big deal. A 20-second sprint during Good Charlotte's the anthem. I mean, I was born in 1988, as Malf would say. It's like I was made for this. LCD sound system interval was no joke. I mean, that was the easiest part of the ride for me, but I was enjoying having a little bit of time at 60 cadence because I didn't spend the whole ride there. I'm not trying to subtweet you, you know, I'm letting my own insecurities show with the first thing that pops into my head. I'm just saying. I got a +2 from KeetJR. That's all I needed. I thought we were in a good place. It's just a bit of banter. It's just a bit of banter, mate. I will enjoy the time off. Thank you for the kind sentiment. The only bad part is I'm gonna fall behind on the annual on the Peloton right now. Right now, me and Amy YB are fighting it out for the most minutes of all of my followers / following list from 2020-2023. We're within like half an hour of each other, but 2 weeks away is gonna be, it's gonna have an impact there, but we'll just have to go hard when we come back. Hey, Quinana, thank you for the gifted subscriptions, by the way. Much appreciated. It's the Peloton stuff is just banter. I mean, you can tell you're smoking me because the people that I have a tendency to beat on the Peloton, I don't make many jokes at their expense. I did laugh today, though, when I tweeted that, imagine how good beef jerky must feel when it goes in your mouth after being in that dry-ass bag for so long. And then dlguiga, aka Midwestern Emo, said beef jerky's like 20% water content by weight, and then someone in the Discord said, me, I'm extremely thirsty. dlguiga, did you know that oxygen is 25% water? I thought that was extremely funny. And then I replied. You may have seen it. I utilized Discord's reply function for once. And I said, yeah, get his ass. Okay, I've fought this guy for 3 hours. We've never seen that attack before. Okay, I think I got one more in me. Me when I'm Mumen Rider and I pass NL on the Peloton. I mean, I got my own bone to pick with Mumen Rider. My bone to pick with Mumen Rider is why is it that the first ride you're in every day, you always PB, and then the second ride you're in, it's like your legs broke. Like you have, I get that it's a race. I'm out of gas, man. Well, then don't use all your fucking gas on the first race, because you're making me use more of my gas than I intend to use it on the first ride as well. I got 3 fucking rides. Mumen Rider's riding Floyd Landis mode for the first half hour. So I'm riding Floyd Landis mode for the first half hour. Then the second time, the second half hour, I'm riding Floyd Landis mode because it's every day, bro. And I see you, like, you know, falling behind. Why don't we do each other a favor and we'll just... I don't know the name of any, like, mediocre professional cyclist, but... Yeah, little bro thinks it's Gattaca for real. He didn't save anything for the swim back. Are you also going to be away from the Peloton for the next 2 weeks? I think so. I think so. So, dlguiga, this is your opportunity to catch up to me in the annual. I mean, I'm hitting that 20,000 minutes stretch goal without a doubt in 2023. That's not even up for debate. But the Egg Carton, ride on in my absence. I might be able to fit in some workouts, but it's definitely, it's going to be spotty. Uh-oh, thumbnails. Here, just kill me real quick. There's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. People say, why doesn't he tell us earlier that he's going to go on vacation? As soon as I tell you, the next like X hours until the vacation starts is just me getting shit on by chat banter. That's the reason I don't tell you earlier. People are like, where are you going? I'm not fucking telling you. You've lost the privilege of knowing, quite frankly. Next time, I'm not even going to tell you. Oh! It is funny though, when I'm playing SAP, people are like, oh, SAP again. When I'm going to be away for 2 weeks, people are like, what am I going to do without my SAP? I'm just saying. Maybe if you took the absence makes the heart grow fonder energy and you applied it when I was actually here, I wouldn't need to take so many vacations. Must be rough. I'm not actually complaining. I'm complaining about the response to the complaint. Like, it's crazy that Lisa from Twice can be out here at the Electric Horse in Paris and everyone's like, oh, she's serving mother energy. I'm so happy for her. Meanwhile, my ass is like, I need a little bit of rest and relaxation time or I'm gonna like literally lose my mind. And people are like, no, brother, play shit we don't care about anymore. No, I know how it is though. You only knew that you only thought you didn't like it until, ooh, you knew it was going away for a couple weeks. When you had the opportunity to take it for granted, you're like, this shit sucks. Now that all of a sudden it's going to break some routine, you're like, I've got a huge boner for Sap. Oh, he's going to miss a good weekly. It's a good weekly this week. I understand. Fucking Groucho Marx. I wouldn't want to be a part of a club that would have me as a member ass, no soap radio type 1953 duck soup ass discourse. Okay, here's the thing. Hello, Jay, by the way. Hello. I told Jay I was going to ride the Peloton this morning. I said be there. I'll be there for sure at 6:30. Me looking at my phone when I woke up, limmy-faced, 7:47 a.m. already. Oh, well. It happens. Me last night, I will be there no matter what. Me this morning, the lights were brighter than I expected. This motherfucker loves Spelunky too, man. Holy cow. Questions you never need to ask. What's the score of the Canucks game last night? Who won Big Brother 10 and should have won Big Brother 14? And what's Mouth got on the docket today? Holy. Dan robbed. So true. So true. By the way, Egg Carton, it was nice to ride with you again this morning. Nice to ride with you. I don't know if that... I don't want to call anybody out. I don't know if people were slacking the last 2 weeks because you had a substitute teacher or something like that. I don't know, maybe dlguiga wasn't keeping you in line and you guys got out of the habit a little bit of riding in the morning. First ride, it was a little early, so we had just a few gamers. Second ride, we had a few gamers. Third ride, I think we had like one to none gamer. Fourth ride, they didn't even sniff. I think somebody showed up at the very end. Like, what? Come on, man. It's possible that maybe people, they got used to me not being there, so they started doing other things, like they started riding their own rides. I'm just saying. Before I left, there were like 7-8 people from the Egg Carton in every single ride. Plus, you missed a great bit of banter when Bradley Rose said, hey, Google just celebrated its 25th birthday. In response, Leonardo DiCaprio has announced that he's switching to Yahoo. And I laughed a little bit, and then he said, that's what he does, folks. We love him, but that's what he does. And I said, what the hell is this guy talking about? He hit him with the Donnie impression at the end. It's like maybe he's watching the videos, man. Did you hear they recently sentenced Donald Trump to a 30-minute Kendall Tool hit and hills ride, riding at 80 to 90 cadence, 50 to 60 resistance? Dude's gonna be cooked for sure. The judge who sentenced him said, you owe me $3. Bro, what the hell happened to my red blood cell count? I'm on the bike getting my ass beat. 4x this morning. Roll up to ride number 1. It's like the meme of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles villains. It's the Spider-Man villains, right? You got Lizard, Rhino, Mumen Rider, KipCasper, all smiling there, waiting to beat the shit out of Spider-Man. I'm Spider-Man. I'm making the metaphor. I can be Spider-Man. There's no chance I'm going to make my ass fucking Clayface or something like that. Okay, that's done. Hopefully I don't need to Update the Joy-Cons. To you too, KipCasper, to you as well. Little bro's pumping out like 500 kilojoules during my I'm holding on for life Helen Mirren 30-minute low impact ride. Johann Sebastian Bach All for One Music Festival. Emma Lovewell put air in a ride, +2 to her. She did indeed put air in a ride. La Femme d'Argent. I did that one because it was one of the 5 Peloton rides on the platform that had one good song in it. Emma might have the best music taste. I feel bad saying it because, like, I agree. My problem, and this is like very me, so I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm just saying that at least it's true to my character. When she does indie rides, I'm always expecting it to be like Pitchfork 1990 to 2010 core, but it's always like 9 songs that were in iPod commercials. It's always, you know, an honest mistake by the Bravery, and then like 3 songs from the Garden State soundtrack. And then like she's like, wait, I'm a little cool, check out this one. And they said 1, 2, 3, take your hand and come with me because you look so fine that I really want to make you. And then I'm like, I mean, just have some. Can I get a 4.5 minute out of the saddle climb to Wolf Parade's All Believe in Anything or something like that? Can I get a 30-minute Les Savvy Fav ride? Can I get a 900-hour Swans ride or something like that? Can I get a 45-minute post-rock ride featuring Do Make Say Think or something? Like my stealth choice, and again, talk about like, you know, we're insular posting, but my stealth choice for best music on the Peloton is Hannah Corbin. Yes, half of the rides that she does are complete garbage music, in my opinion, but sometimes she plays good music, and one time she played the entirety of Dance Yourself Clean by LCD Sound System, and I said, oh snap, we got a real one here. I gotta give her some. It's like a 7.5 minute long song or something too. It's not like she was just like throwing on, you know. I feel like a lot of the Peloton instructors would be like, I need a shorter song. Let me get something like Drunk Girls or something. Like, it's not a horrible song necessarily, but we want to get a little bit. Let's get some like quiet, loud, quiet going on, you know. I really thought I was onto something there. All right, I got one more in me. I shop at Costco for 2 people. It's fine. Here comes dlguiga. Here's my impression of dlguiga. You're wrong, actually. Actually, my experience differs. I'm sorry to voice reveal. I'm sorry to say it, but I still think about it all the time when someone in the Discord said, I'm thirsty, and then they typed dlguiga voice. Did you know the air is 70% water? Oh man. It's just, listen, people make fun of me all the time too. It's just the way of the world. I'm still giving you the high fives as soon as you come into the ride. It's just banter. I don't have a leg to stand on the Peloton. I'm gonna get my ass beat. I don't know what I did. I'm telling you, my white blood cells, I guess I was sicker than I thought I was, but today I was cramping up in my legs on the bike. I oftentimes get like an under the right rib cage cramp, which I think is just like aerobically I'm pushing it too hard, so I have like a stitch in my side. This time I was getting out of the saddle, and like both of my quads, it was like I could feel like one of the violin strings was going like bring, bring, and I was like, I gotta sit down. I was eating like a motherfucker. I had 3 Stroopwaffles before I started. I had 3 Stroopwaffles an hour in. Then I had like a Hawaiian cookie bar after like 3 rides. I drank 3 scoops of BioSteel. This shit is like all potassium. No. The Stroopwaffles, I think they're 60 calories each. They're not real Dutch Stroopwaffles. It's a cultural appropriation, I'm sorry to say. How dare you appropriate my culture? Listen. I don't know, I was gonna say some fucked up shit. I was gonna say, like, we don't appropriate a lot of Dutch culture in North America, so if anything, you should be grateful that we're appropriating the Stroopwaffles, okay? But that's not true. We have Gouda cheese. We have Edam cheese. We probably listened to some Dutch music, if I had to guess. Dutch ovens, so true, of both kinds. Weed? Yeah, but I think, like, it's an example of, like, convergent evolution. Like, I think the Netherlands and British Columbia invented weed at the same time. That's my guess. Old Dutch potato chips? That's true, we do have a brand of potato chip called Old Dutch. My friend had a baby and I sent him an NL clip because I had no advice. That's fair. I can't wait. dlguiga, you're having a kid, right? I need you to chill out on the bike. I'm pretty excited for you to have your kid. Your output's going to get fucked up for like 6 months. You might be able to piece it together a little faster than that, but honestly, 6 months might be optimistic. I mean, you got bigger fish to fry, don't get me wrong, but... How was your ride this morning? Today, I'm back. It took me, like... I mean, dlguiga was making some serious comments. Did you... I don't know if you've seen it. The most active community on our Discord is now the Peloton community. First couple of rides I got back from vacation, dlguiga said, hey, did someone break into NL's house and properly calibrate his bike? Dude was riding high on the fucking hog. Turns out, not only was I coming back from vacation, this weekend, I also got over an ear infection. So I was fighting off possibly being inoculated with a novel coronavirus by 150 sick senior citizens on my flight back from Hawaii. And I was so excited about having that water in my ear that I smuggled back from Hawaii. Well, so for a couple of those, I was doing okay on Saturday and Sunday, but then like during my cool down rides, my body died. I basically, like, my legs shut down. But then today, the Lion bot just posted. So 30-minute 90s rock ride, 201 watts. 30-minute sweat steady ride, 204 watts. 30-minute outcast ride, 196 watts. 20-minute low impact ride, 189 watts. Taking the 90 minutes of hard work, that's about a 200 watt average. We're not quite back yet, but we're definitely... I mean, let me put it this way. On Sunday, I don't know if you're here now. On Sunday, dlguiga wasn't even there. Did someone break into his house and properly calibrate his bike? Today, dlguiga, they were there for the first two rides. I think maybe the sweat steady ride was just a little too hard for them. I understand. I mean, you're used to getting out of the saddle, going back in the saddle, relaxing a little bit. That one was like 25 minutes of pretty solid work. Like, is Oven Heat here? Oven Heat stayed with me for all 4 rides today. But there were like 7 people on the first ride, 7 people on the second ride. On the third ride, nobody. Just me and Oven Heat pedaling out into the ether ourselves. Just us. People are bringing the heat for sure. I just got the bike. I'm only doing 3 small rides a day. You don't understand that the egg carton is like mentally ill. There are people that are just getting the bike and they're like, hey, I'm going to join you for 90 minutes. I don't have 2 hours in me today. And I'm like, brother, that's incredible. The average person with the Peloton is doing like 0 minutes a day. Most people at most are doing 30 minutes a day. You got nothing to feel bad about it. Especially if you're just getting started. You're coming in here doing 90 minutes and then like making a sad post that's like, sorry, my legs died. And I'm like, brother, it's crazy they were alive. If this is how you're getting started, you're jumping right into the deep end. Don't get me wrong. I'm not reading that, but there might be some truth to that. You guys ever think about how crazy it is that our ancestors on the savannah would like chase down their prey over hours and hours until the prey collapsed from exhaustion, and then we went like yum 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 yum. But like they didn't even have a Gatorade to chug afterwards. Like I can't even imagine. Like when I'm on the last 30 minutes of my Peloton marathon in this morning, my brain is like Skittles, Starburst, Hawaiian bread, pineapple juice, high fructose corn syrup. Like that's all my brain is thinking about. What the hell was my like great grandfather thinking of? So, hey, sorry, honey, I can't talk yet. I just got home after our hunting expedition. The dude goes to like the blueberry patch and is just like hum, like eating like 100 handfuls of blueberries or something like that. That's crazy. How was the 30-minute pop punk ride? It was good. Thank you for asking. Egg Carton's been going crazy, man. I realize now that we've got like 10 people per ride, I realize that I ride like an old man. First ride, I averaged 200 watts. I came in 6th place out of 10 in the Egg Carton. Do you know how fucked up that is? That's crazy. But then ride 2, ride 3, all these young bucks, they just could. I understand how it is, you know. It's you're full of piss and vinegar. First 30 minutes, just don't even worry about the future, man. Live for today. Ride 2 and ride 3, all of a sudden, wah, 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 wah. Look who's coming behind you. It's 34-year-old Jack Skellington. Live for New Year's Eve. Atlanta representing this morning. Dude, first ride, dkelly 1835 comes out and is like, boom, no problem. Here's like a 460 kilojoule ride. KipCasper said, I took that personally. Joins for ride 2, clears dkelly by like 100. dkelly cleared everybody else by 100. KipCasper said that's not enough. I'm going to clear dkelly by 100. What the hell are they putting in the water back there? You are not, next time I run the Outcast ride, you're not welcome. You already have enough advantages. You're too far ahead already. They're built different down there. You know what I like? We got like, and I don't mean this derogatorily, okay? We have like different leagues in the Egg Carton right now. There's like Masters League. I don't even mess with that. If I see KipCasper, CosmoKramer, dkelly 1835 on a ride, I'm not trying to keep up with them. Like it just is not going to work. I'm going to blow out my lungs. Then you get below that. Maybe you get, I don't know, because then there's Regicycle. Regicycle's been throwing out just some insane numbers. Then I go check the Discord. They're like, I just got my bike 4 days ago. What's going on with that? That's absurd. Are you like a former Tour de France competitor that just decided to relax, to go into like investment banking or something? And I don't even know, you might be in like the platinum tier. Then I think you got me, dlguiga, KeetJR, Mumen Rider. We're kind of like the dunka. We're trading paint in like the gold tier. I'm just happy to be back. Can I tell you, by the way, 2 things. I think that 2 things contributed to me having a slow start when I came back from vacation, okay? The first one was I think I was a little sick, for sure, but I got over it. The second one was equals. Are you here? We had a meetup with a fan in Hawaii. They brought us some souvenirs, some edible souvenirs. One of them was a box of Hawaiian fruit bars from a store called Cookie Corner. I ran out of Stroopwaffle, and I decided, hey, like, essentially, these are all, the Stroopwaffle is just corn syrup and sugar and flour. Same thing with the fruit bars. So I was eating the fruit bars instead of the Stroopwaffles in the morning. I think I was giving myself type 2 diabetes. I don't even say it as a joke, because, like, I would eat one, and then for 30 minutes, I would be Bane. And then the next 30 minutes, I would be like, I just need a fucking fruit bar. I just need another fucking fruit bar. Tomo, don't jump on the computer. Are you crazy? What the fuck, dude? He almost hit the power button. We almost had a Germa moment there. Don't go. You go behind the monitor, okay? That's your role. That's your place. So then I was like, I just need some sugar. And then I would like eat a second fruit bar after an hour of riding, and for 15 minutes I would be like, I'm Bane again, and then I would be like, I'm really thirsty, and I would chug like 3 water bottles, which is not good. So the last couple days, I've just been having like a granola bar instead, and it feels like my blood sugar is like way more even. I gotta check out the sugar content in those fruit bars, brother. What's your average wattage? I average 331 watts for 30 minutes, but I'm on a different device. No big deal. You know, what's it like to fucking get off Twitch, bro? Fly to Europe and become an actual professional cyclist. Those numbers are insane. Hang on, I forgot the crystals. Oh. No game audio. True. Okay. Can I say something? You do not have my permission to show this to anybody over the age of 50, okay? I think that Frank Sinatra is not a good singer. And he didn't write the songs, right? So, like, what's the point? There's sometimes, I mean, Sam Yo's known to play the occasional Frank Sinatra song. And I don't, like, you know, stop pedaling and hit him with a weird champ or something like that. You're so real for that? I feel like he sings like I sing. He's like the first rapper. Like, he doesn't really have, like, a pitch. He just talks. And regrets, I have a few. But then again, too few to mention. Worst take you've ever had? I don't think... I'm just saying, if Frank Sinatra was on American Idol, I do think he probably gets to Hollywood, but I don't think he makes it into the top 16. Like, he's not beating Justin Guarini, let's put it that way. He would win on The Masked Singer? Do they even have a winner on that? I don't know. Let's hear his Bob Dylan bit. Well, Bob Dylan is an idiosyncratic singer, an interesting singer. That being said, he's also, like, one of the goated songwriters of all time. I'm not a voice cell. Like, I don't really care for, like, an Adele or something like that. A Kelly Clarkson outside of, like, Since You've Been Gone. Care more about the unifying package. He won a Nobel Prize for writing songs. Bob Dylan, it's crazy to think he's the smartest dude to ever win a Nobel Prize. So Katy Perry? Listen, Katy Perry, I don't know if Katy Perry wrote the songs. Katy Perry kicks the shit out of Frank Sinatra, though. You will not catch my ass doing a 30-minute Cody Rigsby Frank Sinatra ride. -2. Y'all are old, you're old and crusty and dusty. You probably eat Werther's Originals. You put Gold Bond medicated powder on your ball sack every morning. You probably use Seltz & Blue anti-dandruff shampoo. Seltz & Blue, everybody. Did you like the Willow songs in Camilla Ramon's ride this morning? Yeah, but I was confused. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is Willow different from Willow Smith? Because I was waiting for her to whip her hair back and forth. Especially because it was a pop-punk ride. It's the same person? It is? I thought I was making a joke. Good for her, yeah. I thought it was good. She does not whip her hair back and forth anymore. I mean, I'm pretty sure that song came out when she was like 10. That song still clears anything Frank Sinatra ever made. No offense, Jay. I know New Jersey loves Frank Sinatra, right? You also love Bruce Springsteen. So I'll say like a broken clock is right twice a day. Bruce Springsteen is so ass. dlguiga, shut up, bro. You know, you suggest... I got mad. Well, not mad. I got self-conscious because, like, on the Peloton, I rode basically with nobody else joining me on rides for, like, 2 years almost, right? So I realized now that we got, like, 10 people joining the rides, it would be a nice thing to do to let some of the other Egg Carton members pick some rides, you know? So it's not just me picking the same stuff over and over. So I said, hey, you all got any suggestions for rides? Catch my ass giving dlguiga the keys to the kingdom for 30 minutes and not me listening to a Machine Gun Kelly song? How did that happen? On the first time I give up the keys to the car, you're taking me through the Burger King drive-thru? Now you're trying to tell me Bruce Springsteen sucks? Like we're not almost on the 50-year anniversary of Born to Run? One of the greatest albums of all time about wanting to get the fuck out of New Jersey? Are you a TGIF Katy Perry fan or a Firework Katy Perry fan? I mean, Fireworks not my Katy Perry song of choice, but I guess I'm more of a Firework fan. I'm way more into the Teenage Dream, Roar, Fireworks sort of stuff than I am into the Last Friday Night, I Kissed a Girl, Hot and Cold, etc., etc. But that's the great thing about Katy Perry is that you can rock either, right? Like I find personally that something like Teenage Dream goes really nicely after you listen to the entirety of Spiderland. Like it's just a nice like shot chaser, you know? Hang on, what do we got here? I'm back in the saddle, baby, recovered from COVID. My lungs texted me the frick back. Congratulations, Jay. Jay, I'm gonna give you the real secret to Peloton. You're ready for it? The secret to Peloton, everyone thinks it's about building a routine. That is true. That's a big part of it. But the real long-term secret to success, I mean, this is very forehead. But if you think it's going to be like magic words that unlock something in your brain, that's naive, okay? The secret is you have to get back to it once you get knocked off. Anybody can maintain the routine for 3 months, okay? But eventually life's gonna get in the way. You're gonna have a 2-week vacation to Hawaii, something traumatic like that. You're gonna get a respiratory illness that's gonna like slow you down. The secret is getting back as soon as it's healthy to do so. Because as an adult, it's just the way of the world, man. Stuff's gonna get in the way. That's why, and I'm not knocking anybody here that's like 21 years old, but when I was talking to my brother-in-law last Christmas, you know, we were having like, I would describe it as like a heart-to-heart, and I was explaining to him, like, I didn't know how busy I could be until I had a kid, and then like, however busy you are, you're like, this is as busy as I could possibly get, and then like add 10% to it again, like once every 3 months, and just keep compounding like the 10% on the 10% on the 10%. And I was like, why the fuck, when I was like 20 years old, why was I not jacked all the time, dude? I had nothing to do. At the time, it felt like I was so busy. Because you drank instead? Well, no, I think at like age 19, I could have binge drank 3 times a week and still had like a 6-pack. It just would have required me playing like way less Civilization 4 for no reason. Obviously, as you get older, that's not possible. But when you're like 19 years old, you're basically like superhuman. Like you have Wolverine's healing factor. Goated game choice, though. I mean, it was a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong. In senior year, I went to the gym 5 times a week and AA once a week. Wait, that's not the same, though. No disrespect, okay? But going to AA is a lot easier than binge drinking 3 times a week. Okay? AA, that's got to be like, what, a 2-hour meeting once a week? Binge drinking, like that, it takes up your whole night, and then also you sleep in, and then you're all messed up in the morning. That's like, that'll screw up your whole lifestyle. It takes a lot of dedication to be a binge drinker. Like that shit eats up all your other time. You're not having many other hobbies. It's very impressive, I agree. That's not what I said. Stop making it sound like a skill. It is a skill. I'm not saying it's a skill worth having. Like gooning is a skill. It's not a skill worth having, but it is a skill. The thing is, when you're like 19 and you see someone that's skilled at binge drinking, you're like, wow, that guy's so cool. And when you're 34 and you see someone that's skilled at binge drinking, you're like, oh no. You ever beat the Nameless King? One of my favorite bits is the streamer. Not as the viewer, you might find it less interesting. But as the streamer is when like someone clearly watched me in high school and then went to college and for 4 years like role played as like a cool guy. And now they're back in their family's house. And they realize that it's the situation that maketh the man less than the man maketh the situation. So now they're out here posting like 2017 era memes. Brother, we've come a long way, okay? It happened to me too. I've been there. I'm just saying, the world has turned and left you here. We got a different sort of thing going on. You don't even know about Seath and Priscilla. You know about Seath and Priscilla, but you don't know about Seath and Priscilla. Two dragons at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Oh, every time. I didn't even see what dlguiga wrote, okay? But I'm just saying, dlguiga, you gotta respect him because he's an honest character. You know, there's the classic, how can you be thirsty when air is 30% water? I workshopped the, it's crazy that our ancestors, like, would go on 10-hour-long runs to hunt back in the day, but they didn't even have a Gatorade to chug when we got back. dlguiga hit me with that. Actually, they used to chug watered-down honey, so it was basically the same thing. dlguiga's always got an actually in him, okay? But you know what? I'm not mad about it because I'm learning a lot. I didn't know that they used to drink watered-down honey back in the day. We do love him. We do love our dlguigas. We didn't know about the honey. He told us about the honey. Okay, I remembered what that move was. That's a first. NL and Dan both stuck on a Souls boss. We are so back. Brother, who's stuck? It's a task. It takes as long as it takes. I think I OD'd on elderberry. Jay, my mom goes insane for the elderberry. Anytime I'm like, I think I'm getting a little sick, she's like, here's some elderberry syrup. Elder trees have a ton of cyanogen. It's very toxic. Thanks, dlguiga. Appreciate that. What do you want me to do about it, motherfucker? I'm just a guy. I'm not the king of the trees. Don't lick a tree when you see it. I wasn't planning on it, buddy. I had to do it in my 30-minute Matt Wilpers classic rock ride today. Big wheel keeps on turning. Hoo, hoo, hoo. You think Dum Dong loves this song or hates it? I'm done talking about and to that guy. I said, Apollo, this sounds crazy. You should play Lies of P. He said, I'm never playing Lies of P. I'm not going to play a Dark Souls game that doesn't have Miyazaki's involvement. I said, it's better than Dark Souls 2. He said, guess what, motherfucker? Dark Souls 2 didn't have Miyazaki's involvement. I said, okay, be that as it may, Lies of P has Miyazaki's DNA all over it. And then he said, listen, I can't play a single-player game. My viewers will leave. And I said, okay, well, if you're looking for something to play, Backpack Battles has a deviant art-core art style, but it is actually pretty pog. He said, unfortunately, that counts as a single-player game. And then I said, well, what are you going to do, motherfucker? All the Among Us viewers are now 34-year-old insurance agents. And he said, I don't know. And I said, well, you better not catch your ass playing Sid Meier's Civilization 4 anymore after all the objections to the shit that you gave me. And he goes, I definitely am going to play more Sid Meier's Civilization 4. And I'm like, okay, well, then you are truly lost. Like, I came through with some good recommendations, I thought. But I did say, I better not catch you doing 7-hour just chatting stream, ask me anything number 91, open parentheses, my DoorDash just arrived edition. And he said, listen, bud, you're Apollo's dlguiga? Well, I was just trying to give him like some helpful games because I saw that he's been playing just chatting for 20 years. I thought maybe he could use some advice. It turns out the man's stuck in his ways. But did I or did I not say... He was like, I can't do Jackbox that week. That's when Mario comes out. I said, you're going to beat that shit in 2 days anyway. Why are you stunting on me? Dude's not playing Mario today. The game's what, like 48 hours old? Sometimes you got to be a hater to be a good friend. I'm not afraid to be that guy. Whenever like a stranger tells me that they're like, oh, I kind of lapsed on exercise, I'm like, don't worry about it, brother. You'll get back to it. Meanwhile, like once a week, I at Apollo and Corey, and I'm like, you guys got to get your asses back on the fucking bike. The egg carton is going hard. You guys are going to be left in the damn dust. By the time you get back on the bike, you're going to be coming 34th place out of 34 riders, and then you're going to be like, I don't want to do it anymore because there's no positive reinforcement. That's not going to get them motivated, idiot. Bro, I'm not their mom. They could do whatever they want. They know what's good for them. It's not my job to give them the silver bullets so that they hop on. I'm just trying to, you know, push them in the direction that would be helpful for them. I just have no idea how you're hitting 400 kilojoules a ride. I got a little pissed off with the egg carton today, okay? First ride, Tabata, we went hard, okay? It's Ali Love Tabata, of course you go hard. Second ride, 30-minute Alex Toussaint West Coast hip hop ride. I went the same degree of hardness. Everybody else started to flag a little bit because I understand they got better engines, these young bucks, but their battery doesn't have quite the same amount of capacity. Then in the third ride, I got people, you got to remember, they're like 2 kilojoules below me in the output, okay? They're like less than half of 1% away. I start getting added in the Discord. I'm looking at it from like 30 feet away. The messages are like, please slow down. Please slow down. If you fucking slow down, I'll slow down. You don't think my legs are hurting? You don't think my lungs are blowing up? The reason I'm up there at the top of the leaderboard is because you're pushing every time I get 15 kilojoules ahead of you, you crank up your resistance and then take it down to 5 kilojoules, so I gotta crank up my resistance again. So if you fucking slow down, I'll slow down and it'll be good for both of us. But don't tell me to slow down before you slow down, okay? Because that's just not gonna happen. Unless my legs, like, break, which it does occasionally happen during the ride, but just out of a lack of, like, willpower, no, it's not gonna happen. You won't see that happening. Caesars Entertainment down 7% today. That's probably because they gotta pay for all the damage that the streamers did at TwitchCon, right? It's called CapX. dlguiga, back me up here. Hey, the streamer convention's coming back next year. We need to install another air fryer and bulk order some chicken tenders. Has dlguiga ever backed you up? We disagree, but on some things, but dlguiga backs me up on the Peloton sometimes. Like when it's just me and Midwestern Emo riding, it's like, fuck you. But when it's like me, Midwestern Emo, and Quinana, me and Midwestern Emo are like, come on, man. You see that the average cadence of the ride was supposed to be 81, but then Quinana's average cadence was like 63. Like, what are you trying to pull here? Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, you know that in that Seinfeld episode where they take a flight and Putty doesn't have a book or anything? Like, he just stares at the back of the seat in front of him for the whole flight. I'm not quite at that level, but I'm like pretty close. I mean, you gotta acknowledge that before the egg carton came around, I was biking 30 to 90 minutes a day. People were like, don't you get bored of the classes? And I'm like, I don't know, I don't remember anything about them. I'm like searching my damn soul during those. I'm finding something within myself that I didn't know existed during those. That's why I'm like, my ass, I think meditation doesn't make sense to me. Because I'm like, you're not even like moving your legs or nothing. It's also crazy people keep calling me the best Peloton salesman, because if you saw the Peloton sub-channel in the Discord, you would be like, we're talking shit non-stop. Why is the app so fucking bad? Well, sorry guys, sorry, my output dropped by 10 because I had to quit and restart my ride. Because the shit said slow connection detected. Yeah. Definitely like my 1 fucking gigabit per second down wasn't enough to load a 30-minute long cycling class in the blink of an eye. I'm always going off about how they got 200 instructors, and yet they're only releasing like 8 rides a week. Like, how the hell does that? The average Peloton instructor has like a 22-minute long work week. That's why they're too busy to sign motherfuckers' books in Austin, Texas. I'm not getting involved in the discourse. I'm just saying. You got the same idea I do on the joke. The damn playlist is the same every single time. Ben Aldis, Thunderstruck, Mysterious Ways by U2, Everlong by the Foo Fighters are just the same exact songs every single time. Sorry, it took me 2 hours to make this playlist last night. Like, did you take an edible first? Did you get lost? How Bizarre followed by Everlong? dlguiga, shut the fuck up about How Bizarre. How Bizarre is a good song. I don't know why you guys have such a problem with How Bizarre. We don't want to cycle to How Bizarre? Why not? You made me cycle to a Machine Gun Kelly song yesterday. You're going to tell me How Bizarre is a bridge too far? The ride had 12 good songs and one Machine Gun Kelly song. Yeah, and the ride with How Bizarre had 11 good songs and then How Bizarre, which is a good song. Driving down the freeway in the hot, hot sun. Wanna know the rest, eh? Butt'r writes, How Bizarre. Bling, 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 bling. I hate to tell you this, but that song's fucking trash. It's not trash to ride to. I don't know why everybody thinks that How Bizarre is trash to ride to. It's like 60 cadence. It's perfect for hopping out of the saddle. Oh, let me guess. Your ass is tired. Then slow down. That's not my problem. There's probably someone that will have to pay to study the Egg Carton Peloton mental illness. They're gonna put that shit in the next batch of Ozempic. They're gonna start giving people whatever disease we got, man. I know we keep coming back to the Peloton. They say talk about what you know. So that's why we're saying it. But there's motherfuckers in the Egg Carton that are like, I got my bike a week ago, and they're doing 2 hours of riding a day, almost every day, which is like, I mean, that's mental illness in the best way possible. Who has time for that? It's pretty easy, Red Toe, when you're not out here refreshing Yahoo Finance news highlights for the day and then copy-pasting them into chat Monday through Friday. I'm just saying, I didn't cast the first stone, by the way. You casted the first stone. Why are you such a hater? They started with, you gotta be a loser to do that. Who's got the time for that? All I did was reply in kind. Did they say loser? No. They thought it, though. They said, who has the time for that? That's like saying, I didn't say you don't have a life. I just said get a life. Maybe I meant, like, get a second life. Maybe you could be on life number 8 now. Yeah, thank you for backing me up on the implication, too. We've been letting motherfuckers get away with this stuff for, like, way too long. They'll, like, say something that implies meanness, but not explicitly. And then when you're like, why are you mean? They're like, I'm not mean. Being mean would be rephrasing what I said to be what I meant. 2 hours is more than the recommended average exercise time. Just say you're tired, little bro. It's okay. Nobody's gonna judge you. We have a very supportive community in the Egg Carton. You can just say like your legs hurt. It's not a big deal. Don't push yourself. We support all levels. That's true. We got riders of all stars and stripes. I don't know what the fuck KipCasper's eating for breakfast though. Dude's out here throwing down like, you know, 650, 700 kilojoule rides. I don't know, like we gotta... the first blood doper in the history of Peloton or something. I'm saying that as a compliment, by the way. I'm not necessarily suggesting there's anything untoward. I'm just like, I don't know how you got there, man. He said he doesn't even eat anything before riding? What the fuck? What brand of Stroopwaffle you rocking? I have to say, I told you I'm just a normal guy, and I also told you I'm a real one. They stopped selling the Stroopwaffles near me, so now my ass just eats a Kirkland signature granola bar before I ride. It doesn't get any more real, like, suburban dad than that.
Hey guys, good news. 1/3 of the way to 10 gifted.
We need to live in order to be able to get that kind of food, though.
Generators.
This is like the people who join the Egg Carton rides on Peloton, and like 10 minutes in, they're at 300 watt average, and then 30 minutes in, they're dead. Like their legs just stop pumping. You gotta build for the future.
Oh, I got one question for you. Hold on. Sorry, I had to say something. What's that? So I've seen Egg Carton in your Discord. So people can like join. They like see when you go on, and they join right away.
We got a whole crew, man. We got like, I don't know, 8 to 12 people on every single ride now.
Do you tell them when you're riding, or it's just it alerts them?
It's every day, bro.
Jake, what time?
6:30 PT till 8:30 PT.
Wait, 2 hour ride?
You know it, brother.
What? You're on the bike every day for 2 hours?
90 minutes to 2 hours.
Who are you, Lance Armstrong?
With the Disney Channel flow.
That's crazy. How many miles per month are you logging?
I don't know anything about this whole miles thing.
You just told me you know pounds.
Probably like, I don't know, like 1,000 miles a month. 1,600 kilometers.
You could go across the country. Why don't you just ride across the country?
Because I like where I'm at.
Has anyone beaten you in like a full
Yeah,
session?
dude, people are going hard. We got some serious gamers in there. I took chat's advice and bought Baldur's Gate 3. You will look back on this as a formative moment in your life. You could have gotten 7 weeks of a Peloton subscription with that instead. By the way, we were talking about it in the Peloton Discord this morning, but I'm laughing. The economics of this don't make sense, okay? The Peloton subscription is like $45 USD monthly. Someone in the Discord said there was a report where Peloton pays the artists or the labels 3 cents per listen per song. It's like one of the highest in the industry. So we were running the numbers, and we're like, at this point, okay, so like 90 minutes to 120 minutes of riding is like 30 to 40 songs. So it's like $120 a day times 30 days a month is like $40. So basically every single member of the Egg Carton that rides every day is causing Peloton to like end up in the red. Like we're slowly bankrupting the product that we're using simply by using it. That report is incorrect. I ain't even gotta look to know that that's dlguiga who just said that. Here we go. Peloton does not pay 3 cents per song. That's incorrect. Okay, dlguiga, why don't you tell us what their 10K said this year? Was it directionally correct? Stop talking about the bike. Why? Is it making you feel self-conscious? Me when I'm fat and my friend tells me that they're going on a diet, those things never work anyway. Yeah, but it's like, no. Like, yeah, eating like fruits and vegetables is good, but it's like really hard to stick to. We're going out for brunch tomorrow. Do you want to come? You want to come? We're going to do some day drinking. You've been waking up early? We'll meet at the bar at 11:30 p.m. There's this awesome place that does cocktails and Belgian waffles. Eddie! I don't know. dlguiga, the kind of guy to shush you in the library. Because you're from Chicago and you work in finance, I picture you as having like slick back hair. Like you're wearing a suit and you got like slick back Al Pacino in The Godfather hair. Yeah, like Patrick Bateman. That's my entire... Sure, the finance industry is a lot of like, you know, 75-year-old men wearing those blue shirts with the white collars, but in my head, it's all Gordon Gekko, baby. You know, there was that motherfucker, and listen, we're all friends here. There was the guy in the Peloton Discord last night. He was going off on me. He was like, I'm as competitive as you. You better make sure that you keep pedaling so I keep pedaling. And I was like, damn, bro, chill. I'm just a pace car. Like, I'm just here to get a workout in. He was like, I'm going to, like, get you tomorrow. The motherfucker didn't even wake up for the rides. He wasn't in any of them. He slept in. Everybody's gangster till the 6:30 a.m. call time. I don't really care if he beats my ass in the ride. I'm just saying, like, he was talking a big game. Okay, maybe he had a family emergency. I'm just saying, you're absolutely right. This ain't a scene. It's a GD arms race, bro. Whatever that means. 70% chance he was on ketamine. I wouldn't know about all that. I'm not making any ketamine jokes. I'm not Chibli. A, I've never done ketamine. But B, I read like an article that like after a year of ketamine use, you get like permanent crystals in your brain or something like that. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm just saying. I think there was something in the article though that was like you can reverse it. But who knows how bad the shit that reverses it is for you, you know? That might punch holes in there or something. It's not shungite. Put a little ketamine around the La Casa. I'm sorry, I can't. I have to read it every time I see it, man. It's so funny.
Anyways, I bought a whole bunch of shungite rocks. Do you know what shungite is? Anybody know what shungite is? No, not Suge Knight. I think he's locked up in prison. Talking shungite. Anyways, it's a 2 billion year old like rock stone that protects against frequencies and unwanted frequencies that may be traveling in the air. That's my story. I bought a whole bunch of stuff, put them around the La Casa, little pyramids, stuff like that.
I got glintstone coming out of my head. I don't know what all these drugs do, man, okay? I just want to be able to buy Sudafed. That's it. Like, that's... I'll support whatever narcotics policy lets me buy cold medicine that actually works without needing to talk to a pharmacist first. 9 a.m. Coke Zero is kind of crazy. What if you woke up at 5:35 a.m., just no-sold 4 straight 30-minute Peloton rides? I mean, come on, 30-minute Jess King Ludacris ride, 30-minute Hannah Corbin Halloween ride, 30-minute... What the fuck did we do this morning, boys? What did we do this? Give me a second here. 30-minute Ali Love Halloween ride, 30-minute Dennis Morton Low Impact ride. That low impact, I don't know, I know everybody was not there for that. That low impact ride was good though. That's one of the best low impact rides I've ever done. And your head is all the way up it. I know I'm going a little crazy too. You know why? Because on Sunday, we did the 120-minute long Matt Wilpers ride. Here's how bike-pilled I am right now. Matt Wilpers ate a banana over the course of 2 hours, and I said, I was at the grocery store later that day, I said, holy fuck, I gotta get some bananas. You can't see it, but up on the shelf, right by this piece of art right here, I had a banana. Every 15 minutes for 2 hours, I ate like an eighth of a banana. KFC just introduced Beyond Meat chicken tenders. You know how crazy you have to be to not eat a banana in like 3 minutes and instead titrate it out over 2 hours? You gotta have like mental illness. I don't know what kind it is, but I'm loving it. Beyond Meat fucks? Yeah, fucks up the LaSalle Muse toilet on my lunch break. You see the new shooter, the finals? Yeah, you gotta be insane. First off, I played it. I played it for 2 hours 6 months ago when they did like their alpha. It's too late. Like in my life, it's too late in my life to start playing a game like that. The shit was moving too fucking fast, and too much shit was happening at all times. That's fine. You know, it's like the same way. I'm not gonna drink the charged lemonade. You know, that time in my life has just passed me by. I am also. It's not built for me. Blood realized he's not built for this, but also, I'm okay with that. I've come to terms with that. Maybe it would help with this boss. Hey, dlguiga, maybe if you did some rides with us in the morning, it would help you with your output. This dude's talking shit. You know, dlguiga on the weekend. Everybody's gangster in the inter-ride period, okay? He said, hey, NL. He came to me. He begged. Hey, King. It would be nice if we could get the stack in advance. Some days I don't have time to start at the same time as you guys, which is totally fair, but I still want to do all the rides. So if you give me the stack, it would help me out a great deal in that regard. Okay, absolutely no problem. Gave him the stack in advance last night. Who joined us for 1 ride today? 2 rides. dlguiga. Come on. Yeah, we got capos in the damn Discord that... Oh, this is bad. Linked all the rides so they're easy to stack. Now, it doesn't matter. Like, I don't care if you do 1 ride. I don't care if you do 20 rides. But, like, at the same time, you're going to come back out here and talk smack about me having a problem with this boss? I mean, brother, all you had to do this morning was pedal your damn legs. Now, I understand it, you know, the best laid plans of mice and men, it doesn't always work out like that, but... I'm just saying you got to be careful with the discourse. Hot take, I would buy a Peloton, but I can't stand listening to mediocre music for 90 minutes a day. Hot take, my ass fucking does not care. Tell it to the damn judge. I don't care if your ass exercises. I care if like my dad exercises. I want him to be in good health as he enters senior age. But you're just like a guy. I mean, I think you should want to be like in good shape for you and the people around you, but like, why are you going out here poking needles in other people's balloons? Thank you for posting the stack in advance. It will be helpful when I'm less busy. Okay. Now, the nice guy in me would like to apologize for what I just said, dlguiga. The mean guy in me who doesn't know when to keep his mouth shut is going to say, aren't you having a baby in 6 weeks? Does he know? But it's not meant to be rude. It's just meant to be good-natured banter, okay? I'm just waiting for the reply to see if it went too far. Me when Ali Love adds Skrillex to the playlist because Monster is in the title. I've never really heard that many Skrillex songs. I've heard Bangarang. I did not know that in that Skrillex song, he samples Nintendo 64 Kid. Is it possible that the 2010s are like the worst era for culture in human history? Sorry, you like what you like. It's okay. I'm just saying. I was pedaling to the damn music. I hear, oh my God! Like a 7-year-old kid in the background. It's gonna be laughing. Not to mention the ludicrous song that samples, it's like references Austin Powers like 50 times. What the hell were we doing in the 2010s, man? LMFAO was the most popular band in the world. My ass is so ready to have a baby and tell you it's not that much work. Sounds like you're ready to get that world's greatest dad mug. Also, I saw the message the first time, dlguiga. Let's just chill out, okay? When the normies are spamming their messages trying to get it read, you know, I get it. But you got the VIP badge next to your name. I see it every time it comes up. You don't got to do the Control A, Control C, Control V, okay? It's unbecoming of a VIP. Hey, by the way, I was never a Ludacris guy, really. My favorite Ludacris track is I like O by Ciara, and he has the verse, the feature, I should say, in the middle of that song. But how did we let Ludacris get so popular for the song Hoes in Different Area Codes? The dude is literally just saying numbers the whole song. 713-212. Hey, look at me now. Look back at you. 910-334. I'm up on a chair. I'm down on the floor. Like it's awesome. It's not awesome. Okay, in my opinion, as someone who was not into Ludacris in advance of the Ludacris ride today, I was wondering how the hell we let Ludacris get so popular. Okay, I got nothing against him. But I was like, this goofy-ass rapper has like an Austin Powers-themed rap song, and then one where he just says numbers, and then one where he just talks about driving really fast and wanting bitches to move and get out the way. Is that why your output was ass? Mods, post dlguiga's output today. Can I tell you what it's like to be Northernlion on a Peloton ride these days? It's great riding with the Egg Carton. I'm having a fantastic time. Basically what it is every ride they elect one champion to go like hard as fuck and then beat me by 10 output. And I give them a high five. I say, great job. I'm sure your legs are tired. Next ride, I ride at almost exactly the same output that I rode in the first ride. And then the person who beat me by 10 kilojoules, which is like 3%, loses to me by like 120 on the next ride. But it doesn't matter because a new champion from the rabble has been elected. And that person, who I beat by 110 on the first ride, then comes out and beats me by 10 on the next one. Okay, OVENHEAT, you're in a different class, okay? You, me, and Mumen Rider, I think we keep it a buck with each other. But you go, once you find yourself in this like 4th, 5th place, like the middle of the pack, take a close look, okay, at the outputs that you see here. People will be averaging like 230 ride 1. Ride 2, they're like, I'm not really feeling it. How about a 176? It's their prerogative, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, don't catch yourself talking shit in the Twitch chat afterwards. Like, Keet Jr. is keeping it very respectful. Keet Jr. is on my wheel the whole time. They threw me a bone in the low impact ride, which I appreciate. How does so many NL viewers have Pelotons? I actually think, no joke, we're becoming like, maybe not one of the most, one of the largest Peloton sub-communities, but I definitely think we are becoming like one of the most active. I also feel like I think we're getting a reputation. Because there will be times we'll do a ride that came out like 6 months ago. When I join the ride, there's one other person in it. And then within like 5 seconds, 12 members of the Egg Carton come in and just fucking go crazy. There were 17 riders this morning. I know, it's nuts. It's getting out of control. You just can't imagine like all these like middle-aged like Pello for wine people when they're on their 30-minute like comfort ride. Then all of a sudden like 16 people in their 20s and 30s who are hyper competitive jump in and start like just like quadrupling their output immediately. We're a gang, man. We're even listening to hardcore gangster rap like Ludacris. He's talking about doing all sorts of fucked up crimes. He said the speed limit's 50, I'm going 100. That's fucking insane. That's 160 kilometers an hour. Nobody needs to be driving that fast, Ludacris. I guess Mel Brooks would call that ludicrous speed. Oh, man. Anyway. Might as well get you. Might as well get a backpack. Oh, thank you so much. We should bring back music like this. Why doesn't Shawn Mendes have a song that sounds like this? It sounds like dong ga dong 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 ga dong dong. Tavern music. Yeah, we don't have tavern music anymore. Anytime you go to a tavern, it's always like ga dong 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 ga dong dong dong. Oh, when I wake up dong dong, then you know I'm gonna dunk. I'm gonna dunk the man that comes home next to you. Every tavern has tavern music. dlguiga walking into the club while Shots by Lil Jon featuring LMFAO plays. Oh, my favorite tavern song. Excuse me, barkeep. Where's the bard that is singing this jaunty little tune? And is that some kind of digital lyre? My heavens, I've never heard a sound as heavenly as that. La da da da, la da 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 da. I'm just glad you're alive, dlguiga, because I was on that low impact ride. I was high-fiving you because I was like, holy cow, he came for the low impact ride today. He's feeling it. And then you stalled at 75 output for 21 minutes. And I kept hitting the high five like it was going to restart your heart and bring you back to life. I was like, koom, koom, koom. It didn't do anything. The Peloton high five does not work as a defibrillator. I quit the ride 5 minutes in. That's not how it looked on our leaderboards, but I'm going to blame that on the engineering side of Peloton. I'm sure the engineers who work at Peloton are probably pretty good. Maybe I should blame the project managers. Hey NL, a random thought. I'm so excited by the Pointer Sisters, but it's the guy who's so excited the girl texted the frick back. I see what you're saying. Can I tell you something genuinely embarrassing? I think everybody has a song that pogs them up that shouldn't pog them up. Like, I guess it's the definition of a guilty pleasure. People are always like, my guilty pleasure? OK Computer by Radiohead. I know that In Rainbows is considered like probably their most seminal work amongst my generation, but I just really like Paranoid Android. They always hit you with something like a job interview answer, like my biggest weakness is that I care too much. I'll be straight up with you. My guilty pleasure, and dlguiga will tell you, the song, when it comes on, no one's beating my output on the Peloton, is Jump, open parentheses, For My Love by the Pointer Sisters, close parentheses. And it is a song that you would not expect me to vibe to, but for some reason, when that 80s fucking cheesy ass song comes on, I'm like, crank that resistance up to 80. and I can feel it getting hotter. Oh, baby, I want your love. I want you. Jump, jump, jump. Come on. Jump for my love. Jump in and feel my touch. If you wanna get my kisses in the night, then jump for my love. And something about it, I'm like, my amygdala's like squeezing all the neurotransmitters out of it. Is mouse and keyboard better? You guys, I'm just telling you, you gotta get out of your own way. The game's been out for 8 minutes. It's a Fall Guys rhythm battle royale. And you're like, hang on, I'm gonna bust out the damn mechanical for this. It's a toy. Just relax. Even if you win 30 games consecutively as a result of your superior technology, the thing is, when you don't get 31, you're gonna be upset. The only way to handle that is you gotta get out in front of it. And you got to relax a little bit. You got to take a deep breath. You got to set the expectation that it's not about winning the game. It's about enjoying yourself in the process of playing the game. The only toy we're allowed to compete on here is the bike. I'm going to +2 dlguiga for that one. But there is an interesting thing is happening in the hashtag Peloton community on the Discord. Is that like, I'm just out here minding my own business, riding the damn bike, giving everybody high fives. And people are stepping into the octagon of the Discord and saying, okay, old ass, get ready. I'm going to push you to your limits today. And I'm like, brother, I'm just pushing the pedals. I was pushing the pedals 18 months ago when you didn't even know what the hell a Peloton was. I'll be pushing them into the future, and I hope you join me on that voyage together. But I don't know how to understand. Like, you're coming at me like Michael Jordan pilled or something like that, and I'm just out here, you know, faster than a bullet, terrifying scream. I'm pedaling 175 BPM. Your damage is shit. It's not as bad as your output on that 30-minute low impact ride yesterday, dlguiga. Oh, I got called into work. I beat his ass on 2 of 3 rides today. How's your total output, dlguiga? By the way, I don't know why you're saying 2 of 3, because we did 4. Seems like you, of all people working in finance, should know about the folly of cherry-picking your data. 50% isn't that bad. Oh, that's how you feel, dlguiga, if that's how you feel. I'll do the 4th one later. Yeah, I understand. Give your legs a little rest. I wouldn't want you to burn out. Don't even get me started on all the motherfuckers who, like, on the other rides, they don't follow the instructor's call-outs at all. Literally, they'll be like, hey, pedal easy. It's the cooldown right now. Pedal easy. I checked their fucking analytics. They're at 70 cadence, 100 resistance. They're like, I'm not letting anyone pass me. Then on the 4th ride today, they're like, whoa, why is NL going so hard? My legs are tired. Then fucking slow down, buddy. Maybe if you did what you were supposed to do on the first 3 rides, your ass wouldn't be that tired on the 4th one. It's crazy how the Egg Carton is basically just software engineers. Well, what other job out there pays enough for you to afford an overpriced piece of exercise equipment while also giving you the freedom to have 2 hours a day to ride? You need a job where you get paid a lot to not do that much. No disrespect, I'm sure when the project started you were doing a lot of work. But now, like, doesn't the shit just run itself? That's how I feel every time Peloton releases an update that changes the font. And I'm like, I guarantee this shit took like 5,000 man hours. And then like, oh, we changed the font. By the way, it completely fucked up the UI. And it crashes once per ride now. Sorry about that. We didn't see that one coming. All this Egg Carton stuff, by the way, it's not everybody in the Egg Carton. You got your holistic riders, your fully organic, non-GMO riders, KeetJR, dlguiga even, Mumen Rider, dkelly, KitCasper, CosmoKramer, etc., etc. These are people I look up to. They have an internal locus of control. They ride for the benefit of riding. But then there's some insane people in the Discord that are leaderboard maxing at this point. And I gotta ask you, You gotta decouple your own mental from the rewards that you see for achieving something. The effort is the reward. Don't worry about the score that Kendall Tool gives you at the end of the ride that says, oh, you were in heart rate zone 3 for like, you know, more time than 75% of other people that live in Akron, Ohio. Just ride your bike. Get the cardiovascular. Oh, you got me good, kid. If advertising doesn't work, why do so many NL fans have a Peloton? That's not advertising. That's the librarian. You take that up with them. What the fuck? Dude, I'm right here. Also, people who like got in on the Peloton early, fuck it, we ball. Do you know how much, pun intended, how much resistance we push through to not be mocked on every single stream? I rode my exercise bike for 30 minutes this morning. It's fucking too expensive. The company's not going to exist in 6 months. You've got to pay to ride your bike. Oh, you rode for 15 kilometers, huh? Actually, you didn't ride at all. Now every motherfucker in the Egg Carton has an 8-pack. Everybody, it's like these impotent Andes in the chat that are going, hey, your stationary bike doesn't go anywhere. And we're just looking at, you know, it's the image. Hang on, I'm in my zone. He in his mood. It's the image of everybody talking, and then someone says something for attention, and then the dude looks at them and gives them a thumbs up, and then we all go back to talking. It's the cool guys club. We're in the cool guys club now. Detached irony, no longer cool. I'm sorry to tell you. You look like a fool with your pants on the ground. Oh, you got me. What's cool now? Fucking getting a chafed asshole from spending 2 hours on the bike 6 or 7 times a week. I don't make the rules. Had a good time? Let's go eat some lunch. Let's get some shoes. NL isn't pregnant, but he never fails to deliver. That's the damn truth, man. That's the damn truth. Did you say new shoes? I got new Peloton shoes today. That's probably why my output was so goated. I mean, I don't want to show you my old Peloton shoes. All I'm going to say is that I'd been using them for long enough that both shoes had worn through the big toe. So my big toe was sticking out of both toes. And it had been like that for 6 months. Yes, like a cartoon hobo. That is correct. You have it exactly right. What took so long? I'm fucking low maintenance, bro. Reed lazy? Even KipCasper's firing shots now? It's crazy. Oh, thank you. Blessed risings to you as well. Thank you. The temple needs its pharaoh. Never ask a woman her age, a man her salary, or Jen Sherman if she will ever drink a soy latte. Am I right? 6 people who joined me on the cooldown ride today. We've created a stream where we make jokes for 5 other people, and yet somehow 5,000 are watching. And they're all like, he's talking to me. Before you made jokes for just one person? That's true. It was me. It was me. I don't know, dude. I was that 10-minute cooldown ride when Jen Sherman, it was Train, Drops of Jupiter, open parentheses, Tell Me, close parentheses. When the lead singer of Train goes, the best soy latte that you've ever had in me. And then she went, I've never had a soy latte. If I had to bet, I never will have a soy latte. And I was like, oh, damn, girl, literally who asked? Maybe she loves oat milk. I hope. Never ask a man his salary, a woman her age, or Alex Toussaint to sign your book. So true. Some of you guys are pretty cool. Do not ask Alex Toussaint to sign your book after he's already been at the book signing for 30 minutes. Allegedly. Allegedly. Okay, we have not done Bandle yet. Hey NL, did you know that aerobic exercise over 30 minutes causes neuropathy? All right, that's a good one. Now do the toxic effects of obesity. Okay? I'm not saying you're wrong necessarily. I'm saying you probably read an article on Men's Health that said you should only be running for 30 minutes or something like that. I'm just saying you got to evaluate it versus the counterfactuals, okay? Otherwise, you just sound like a hater. He said neurogenesis? Oh, never mind. You sound like a lover. Thank you. No wonder I'm getting so smart lately. You can't read, though? This shit is flying by real fast, okay? They said it at the exact same time that I made a mistake in the Dark Souls clone. So there was lots of emotes as well. You see Peloton profited 285 mil last quarter? I'm telling you, it's the egg carton, baby. We're saving the business. One mentally ill 2-hour block every single day at a time. Hey NL, are you going to do the Matt Wilper's 120-minute ride with the egg carton? Hey Julius Caesar, are you going to invade Gaul and kill Vercingetorix? Bro, we threw that shit before we walked into the room. That was Sunday's ride. Hey, fucking... Coelacanth, are you going to grow legs and crawl out of the sea and be the precursor to mammalian evolution? It's not a coelacanth, is it? I always say coelacanth, but it's not a coelacanth. What is it? It's not a relicanth. Come on. It's a fish? What's that first fish that walked on land? It's fucked up that there's like 900 Pokemon references in chat. Not a single person knows the answer to this. It's fucked up that I don't know the answer to this, too. Miyazaki called. He wants his Dark Souls 2 back. Tic-Tac Rose. Okay, well, honestly, this is why you should not get a 4-year degree in biology. Because they were not talking about Tic-Tac Rose back in 08, okay? There was a long-named fish that started with a C, and they were like 100% science knows this is the first bad bitch that walked on land. All of a sudden, somebody unearths something deep in the Arctic icebergs, and all of a sudden, turns out everything you learned was a damn lie. Good attempt, NL. You got this. Thank you, dlguiga. You see how everyone's attitude changes when I PB on the Peloton? Yesterday, people were like, this bald asshole ain't shit. Oh, whoops. This one. All of a sudden, I get a 446 kilojoule ride on the 30-minute Ali Love All-for-One Alanis Morissette ride, and everybody's like, you know what? I apologize. I wasn't familiar with your game. He did say he did 1,000 rides. I try not to annoy Kate with too much Peloton discourse, so I did have to tell her today I hit 1,000 rides. I didn't even tell her that it was also a PB. I mean, setting up a PB to also be on your 1,000th ride, that's tough. Especially when your kid won't go the fuck to sleep, bro. Make it make sense. But that ride, that Ali Love ride, was literally like, it was like an old school Fortnite 1v1. I was fighting for my damn life. I finally got the kill, and then loot exploded out of the ride's body. I got the PB badge. I got a platinum 1,000 rides badge. I got a badge for riding with 20 friends on the same ride. Big ups to the Egg Carton. I got a badge for doing a ride that was part of the All-for-One Music Festival in 2022. And I think I got another badge related to that I didn't even know what it was, honestly. 20's insane. Egg Carton's going hard, man. I think today, I mean, on the busiest ride, that hurts. On the busiest ride, we had 20 people, I think. And we had 6 people ride, myself included, for all 2 hours. But 20 people on one ride. Someone was saying yesterday that within 24 hours, we had 53 people in the Egg Carton do a ride. Like, we're getting dangerously close to actually appearing on, like, the Peloton ride information screen where it says, like, this ride is popular with this tag, which is going to be very confusing for a lot of people. You've even got people in the Egg Carton that don't have a bike or ride a bike, like the librarian. Okay, that stings. Listen. All right. He has an honorary seat because of the 7-hour montage. Me taking the first minute of every ride off just to pay respect to the librarian's hard work on the Peloton Supercut. You got me, kid. I pay my respects during the warm-up. Me pedaling for 30 seconds before they even start counting the measurements, just to pay respect to the librarian. Reading up on the Peloton chat right now to prepare for my ride. Who's Alanis, an instructor? You have done psychic damage to me. Alanis, bro. Alanis Morissette, the Canadian rock princess. I was trying to think of the right word. That was not the right word. She plays God in Dogma. So true. She's got like 4 not very good albums and then 1 album that's inexplicably like a 10 out of 10 and one of the top 20 best albums of the 1990s. The Liz Phair of Oshawa, Ontario. Favorite brand of gummy bears? My toxic trait? I don't like gummy bears. I like them okay. Like if someone was like, have some gummy bears, I'd be like, sure. But I would never purchase them myself from the store. It always surprises me when people do like candy tier lists and then gummy bears are like indisputably in the A or S tier. Cookies and cream Hershey's? See, you know, now you're speaking my language. I would much rather have a Hershey's and cream, or a kisses and cream, a cookies and cream Hershey's, even though it is like one of the worst things on the planet for your health. Gummy bears are like almost inert relative to the toxic reactivity of a Hershey's cookies and cream bar, but they are tasty. They're the perfect cycling food. Brother, listen, I'm about to be an idiot. People are going to make fun of me. I was eating those Stroopwaffles before I did my rides, right? And in between some of them. And then we did that 2-hour Power Zone ride with the Egg Carton. And the instructor just ate 2 bananas over the course of 2 hours. And I was like, I'm just going to eat bananas. If it's good enough for the instructor, it's good enough for me. So now, like, we get on the bike, and then I eat half of a banana every 30 minutes. Amortized out over 2 hours, 2 bananas in 2 hours. And it's better. And it's also so unbelievably cheap, and I know we're about to get some very annoying discourse in chat because of that. It's not my fault. Like, Ronald Reagan's not my guy, okay? But I would be stupid to not take advantage of a 92 cents per bunch bundle at the damn grocery store, okay? Did you know if you suck on an unpeeled banana, it'll get you high? It's like some shit you write in a Twitch chat in 2013 or something like that. Back when people were a little internet stupider. Yeah, let me just suck a banana into the webcam. Yummy. What's up with this? Not gonna happen to me. Now there is the person who keeps asking me, how do you pronounce this? And then they write Korean for sugon. One day you're gonna get me. Holy cow, 169 Egg Carton riders yesterday? And yet on the 4th ride today, there were only 3 of us? What happened? 166 bros, little legs hurt. I get it, I understand. You gotta build up to it, okay? I'm just saying. I'm in a different time zone. I have to work on weekdays. Oh, excuses, man.
Did we play this when you could disco?
I think that was added in like season 1. Oh, they dropped a fart bomb on me, brother. That's just, you know, honestly, it's all right. We were catching up. We were having a conversation. When you get hit with the boogie bomb, what are you supposed to do? You just, all you can do is dance.
Just dance. So I was talking to Ryan about like getting back on the Peloton because in Michigan, you know, fall's wrapping up and you can't really go outside much anymore.
Yeah. Not to mention, thanks to daylight savings, it gets dark at 2:45 p.m.
You're not wrong. And so anyway, so we're trying. The Peloton's gonna start heating back up. I'm messaging Ryan like, hey, you know, like I noticed you've been riding. He's like, yeah, I go for 2 hours. I go, excuse, 2 hours? Like, at what point do your legs give out?
About 2 hours and 1 minute. Usually, I think, you know, the trick is, I saw you in the Egg Carton sub channel. Don't follow the Egg Carton. It's full of insane people. What you should do,
yeah, but
especially
they
if you
just
haven't
started, didn't they?
No, well, I mean, they just started doing the Egg Carton rides. They just started joining me, but most of them have been riding the bike, you know, relatively frequently. Some of them are, like today, somebody was like, my bike's arriving today, and then I saw them join our third ride, and it was like a Hidden Hills ride. And I'm like, you gotta chill out, brother. It's your first ride. This dude's calling like, you know, a 17-minute interval where you're in and out of the saddle. Like, can't you just take like a Hannah Corbin beginner ride where you learn how the pedals work or something? That's what I'm saying. You gotta just immerse yourself. You don't do a cannonball into the hot tub, you know? You put a foot in and you're like, oh, that's hot. Then you come back in a minute and you put your shins in.
And that's what you told me. You're like, oh yeah, I don't want to be that guy, but I don't think you can hang, more or less. That's kind of what you said.
No, I like, it's counterproductive because you'll like do it once and be like, if this is what it takes, I don't want to do it. You know, it's better to build up to it. It's not you don't walk into the gym and just be like, hey, load 500 pounds on the squat rack, you know?
What about, but like, what's your recovery though? So you do it like, so if you're going 2 hours and you don't take a day off, next day you're doing 2 hours?
Yeah, usually. But
like,
you change based on the programming, right? So like some of the rides you go really hard, and then some of the rides you go a little bit easier. If you're not feeling like that up to it today, you cut like, you know, 10% of your output and just try to chill a little bit.
But aren't your legs fried?
Well, listen, I don't know how much bike methodology you want to get into here. If you ride at a lower cadence with higher resistance, your legs will be toast. If you ride at a higher cadence with a lower resistance, your legs will be fine. Can you explain what Alex Toussaint means by third and second? I don't get it. I'm not speaking about the Peloton today. The rides went fine, but I'm a little bit pissed off, ironically, just joking mostly, that I said I was in the Peloton sub-community last night, and I said, I'm a little tired, so I'm just going to put on some relatively easy rides tomorrow. My legs are going to need it. Then JRH, lowercase letters, bunch of numbers, comes in and says, hey, how about this ride right here? 45-minute Alex Toussaint hip-hop ride with a fire playlist. I say, you know what? I'm a nice guy. I tend to pick most of the rides. Let's mix it up. I'll let someone else pick a ride. Pop it in. Dude's like, hey, for the first 25 minutes of the ride, you're going to go 85 cadence, 55 resistance out of the saddle. Oh, your legs hurt? Sorry. Fuck off. Eat shit, idiot. And then also, the dude like pedals for 10 seconds and then is like, he stops pedaling. He's like, I'm looking into your soul. I'm telling you, you can do this. And I'm like, you're not even doing it. And I never get annoyed when the instructors don't pedal. But this time I'm like, he programmed the ride too hard. You have to pedal next time so you know it's too hard, so you make the next ride a little bit easier, okay? Anybody could just be like, 120 cadence, 100 resistance, and then stop pedaling and go, you gotta believe in yourself. You gotta have like a baseline. You couldn't hang? My output was fucking cracked. I'm not calling anybody else out, but we were munching the damn watts on that one. My legs just hurt like a son of a gun afterwards. Anyway, second is when your hands are on the elbow. Third is when your hands are on the X-wing. I can't believe I was fourth. How was the playlist, though? It was pretty good. It started with T-Pain's Booty Going Up. I ain't got no problem spending all of my money trying to see what's up. Tavern music. And by the way, I'm sick of you sensitive babies calling this game like racial profiling. Gen Z, when they ask us who sang the song that sounds like Elvis, and I point to the bird that looks like Elvis. That's not racial profiling. The dude's an Elvis impersonator. You guys don't, you got your glam rock and your punk confused and you're trying to tell me that you know what's up? How often do you sing while riding? Only when the impression that I get by the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones comes on. Oh, there is no Joe. So third's supposed to be slower and stronger. Has he ever ridden a real bike? Listen, I don't know. I was doing the hand movement, but at the same time, I was like, this is not changing the effect that it has on my body. I'm like, my forearms are not sore, Alex. My legs are killing me. How about like a minute of recovery in this 45-minute ride? No, the best you can do is 1 minute, do whatever you want. Makes me sick, bro. I was singing a lot during the Atlantis ride. Jay, the Atlantis ride is like, it's the closest I get to like, I'm trying to think of the right word. It's the closest I get to meditation. When she says, I recommend putting your foot in your mouth at any time. Feel free. I'm like, she's so right. Whew. Me when Alanis says a bunch of stuff that's not ironic and says how ironic it is, and yet you believe in behavioral economics. You're unwilling to suspend your disbelief for a 3.5-minute pop rock song. Isn't that ironic, dlguiga? That's ironic in and of itself. It figures. Life has a funny way. Cause sneaking up on you when you think everything's going wrong and everything's going right. It's not my favorite Alanis song, but I do like when she does cool girl voice. Life is a funny way, looking around when everything gets you down and everything blows up in your face. You know what I'm saying? To the sky, we can do this. Not my favorite Alanis song. I'm more of an all I really want. I like head over feet. I like you live, you learn. I'll ride to one hand in your pocket. Thoughts on Hands Clean? I basically don't like any Alanis Morissette song that came out after Jagged Little Pill came out. By the way, never beat me in a game and then type sorry with 2 W's. Is so embarrassing. We as a society, we need people who aren't afraid to be confident villains, okay? And Sato Mori, thank you for the gifted subscriptions as well. Thank you. We need people who aren't afraid to be the villain. dlguiga embraces it. I think I embrace the heel energy as well. dlguiga will be like, calibrate your bike. And I'll be like, listen, motherfucker, the only calibration you need to know is that all 4 of my rides stay within 10% of the same output. Your first ride is a PB, and then your second ride is like 70% of the output of the first one. That's the only calibration you need, Chicago motherfucker. You got to play into the energy a little bit, okay? You'll be like, maybe I will. Thanks for the advice. Yeah, but negative 20% in your toast? Listen, though. This motherfucker is always like, the calibration could be off by plus or minus 15%. He never talks about the plus 15%. He never considers the possibility that maybe my bike is actually hampering my efforts, and as soon as I get this son of a gun calibrated, we're going to the damn moon, man. He probably calibrated? No, I'm not, because Google it. Watch this. How to calibrate Peloton bike. This is why I'm not going to do a calibration. You ready for this? It's loading. Their website is cooked, okay? This story is exclusive to bicycling.com members. We're not going to be doing that. Take me to the official Peloton support. Step 1, receive a physical calibration kit from our member support team. Step 2, remove the water bottle holder and sweat guard using a Phillips head screwdriver, 3mm and 4mm Allen keys. 2, on the console, tap the 3 dots on the bottom right and then tap About. 3, in the box that appears, tap the top right-hand corner 10 to 20 times until a sensor calibration screen appears. You will now see a sign that says, Welcome to Sensor Calibration. Tap Get Started. Turn the resistance knob all the way to the left and tap Calibrate. Once you see min resistance calibration, tap max resistance and turn all the way to the right. When complete, this stuff is all easy. I'm skipping 5 steps here that are all really easy. Step 7, tap next on the screen to begin the 31-step calibration process. That's what, it's a 15-step process, and step 7 is like, by the way, there's 31 steps inside of this one step. So just to assuage your ego, no, I'm not going to be doing that. I'll wait till the piece of shit Android tablet dies, which will probably happen in like under a year from this point onwards. Then I'll get a Bike Plus, and then I'll keep cooking your ass, okay? You just got to be patient. I beat you on 2 of 3 rides. What happened on the second ride, dlguiga? What happened on the second ride? dlguiga's going to the golf course and playing match play instead of stroke play. Come on, brother. We're both dads here. We know how the game's played. Saw we. Yeah, you're supposed to say saw we. Oh. Yeah. Okay. I'm super shy. Just wait a minute while I make you mine. Nothing about it all the time. Yeah. I've been thinking about this comment since last week. I think we were talking about it when we played Liza P. Someone was like, I can't not like New Jeans because every song has this Sega Dreamcast breakbeat in the background. And now every time I hear it, I'm like, you're absolutely right. Every single one sounds like the main menu screen to a Sega Dreamcast fighting game. New Jeans kind of mid. dlguiga if New Jeans started singing in Portuguese. You got to be really into the Peloton sub chat to understand that joke. Well, it's actually not fair because dlguiga did recommend the Blackpink ride for us. But dlguiga, my caricature of dlguiga is that he would be like, hey, we've done 6 rides in a row in English. Any chance you would consider putting a ride that's 30 minutes of songs in a language you don't understand? And, you know, I'll admit, I push back a little bit, but then I acquiesce and I say, let's do it. I usually have a pretty good time. But your ass is going to be complaining when they eventually put out that 120-minute Power Zone Endurance Serge Gainsbourg ride. You're going to be like, please, can we get a song in English that's not about a problematic age gap in a relationship? My ass will be in Zone 7. Ah, Melody. Je suis un petit poisson. You know, in Histoire de Melody Nelson, that's the climax of the entire album is a dude playing like a toy trumpet. Anyway, it's a great album. Don't look up what the lyrics say. I don't know where I'm going with this. Anyway. Do not look up. Just enjoy the bass. Enjoy the bass line, okay? I always ride with the music on mute. You need to see a therapist immediately. 2D space battles don't make sense. Listen, dlguiga. You of all people should be able to understand that this is an abstraction. They're staying in the same position in the Z dimension, okay? They're staying at the same height. The gravity stabilizers of both ships have been locked by one another, and as a result, they are unable to move up and down, okay? They're on the same plane, exactly. Call me when you don't spend 2 hours a day on a stationary bike, pedaling to go nowhere. Oh wait, that would mean you call me today, because where was your ass on our Power Zone rides today? Me and Mumen Rider and Nautical looking. Go ahead. I'm waiting for it. Let me guess, I had real work to do. Okay, whatever. Must be nice. Hey, dlguiga, remember how you beat me on 2 rides yesterday? Remember how that was the feather in your cap? Well, they just released the audited metrics. I'm not sure if you saw that in the Peloton info channel. Endurance leaderboard from November 8th, 2023. First place, Carmel. 1,551 kilojoules in 117 minutes. That's number one. I mean, that's number one with a bullet. It's not even close. Number two, oh, look at that, it's me. 1,340 kilojoules in 119 minutes. And then in third place, a little dlguiga Midwestern emo, 1,299 kilojoules in 120 minutes. One more minute ridden. I guess you must have ridden for negative 41 kilojoules in that extra minute. Otherwise, those numbers simply don't make sense based on what you were saying yesterday. I'm just throwing that out there. This is literally bullying? Yeah, if you're soft. I was born in 1988. Bullying was a really tall guy with a name like Bulk would pick you up by your shoes and then dangle you upside down in the high school hallways until a bunch of change came out of your pocket. And you'd be going, whoa, 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 whoa. And bring, bring, bring. You'd be paying out like a Willy Wonka slot machine. Dude, Egg Carton went crazy today. First off, rip to my man Seagram J. Dude's just trying to enjoy a 30-minute Emma Lovewell indie rock ride. All of a sudden, 9 scumbags from the Egg Carton drop on him instantly, like the Thanos portals opening up in New York City, and then just like torch his ass. Dude did not return my high fives. I'm not saying that he was salty. I'm just saying he didn't return my high fives. Secondly, it smells like a high school locker room in my office, and it was just me down here. So we were going pretty hard. Why'd you leave 1 minute early? Why are you putting on airs, dlguiga? We already troubleshot it in the Peloton sub-community. For some reason, so every 30-minute Peloton ride is actually 31 minutes long. And the first minute, they explain to you how the bike works like you haven't done it 1,000 times before. I was running a little late this morning, so I clicked the skip intro button and then did the 30-minute ride. And for some reason, the way that we process the Peloton information that gets spat out by the API says that that is a 29-minute ride instead of a 30-minute ride, which is not true. They have something's not right with the RESTful API or with the way that it's getting processed by the bot. There is no way I'm not leaving a minute early. That's crazy. So who won today? I'm betting on dlguiga. You should look at the leaderboards. KipCasper won. It's not like the fact that you're even suggesting that I won is crazy when KipCasper's on the ride. It just shows your ignorance. It's like you bet on the Edmonton Oilers to win the Stanley Cup. No disrespect, but he's in another league. It's like saying, hey, water, no disrespect, but ice cubes are less dense than you. It's a scientific fact. Can't be mad about that. I know how it is. Like I know we talked about it. There's leagues. Grandmaster League, KipCasper, Ultimate Lambda, CosmoKramer, dkelly. There's others. I'm not trying to insult anybody. But now there is getting to be like a little delineation, right? Like OVENHEAT used to be in the same league as dlguiga and myself and KeetJR and Mumen Rider. But I think OVENHEAT is kind of, I don't know, they spec'd into sprinting at the cost of endurance maybe, or they spec'd into endurance at the cost of sprinting. They're doing I think they've graduated. They're not quite at that KipCasper tier, but they must be in like you know how like every year in the NFL, there's like 3 teams that they're like, these teams are probably going to make the Super Bowl. And then there's like 2 teams where they're just one very small infinitesimal difference below. OVENHEAT is there right now. I'm vibing in the saddle, less out of the saddle. That must have been hard today. I've done just Power Zone for like 3 days. Today's rides were so much out of the saddle. It was like getting new legs. I had carbon fiber legs. Why are we talking about this? Let's play some Bandle. Anyway, it was fun. It was a good one. Hey, NL, I bought a 77-inch OLED TV so I can watch your shiny bald dome in blistering upscaled 4K definition. Me last night watching the first period of the Canucks game, wondering why it's not on the 4K channel, and then realizing that Ottawa, Ontario doesn't have any 4K compliant cameras yet, I guess. Sorry, not Ottawa, Canada. Canada, Ontario. They're still rocking the 1080i out there for whatever reason. It is called Canada. I swear. It's Canada, comma, Ontario, comma, Canada. I swear to God. Meanwhile, like every fucking garbage Netflix show that's like, we took 12 unemployed 20-somethings and made them date each other in the metaverse. Every single one of those is filmed in like 16K virtual reality, mixed reality. It's insane. We can't get the Ottawa Senators Vancouver Canucks game in anything but 1080i. I was laughing too, and maybe people aren't going to resonate with this bit. That's fine. This one can be for me. I got served a video on Twitter, and it said, this video of using mixed reality will revolutionize the way you do chores. So the dude was wearing like an Oculus fucking Meta Quest 17.3 with the Jelly Bean firmware or whatever, and it had he had mixed reality setup, so it basically gave him like a digital iPad that was just floating around in space, and you could see while he was like doing the laundry, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse was playing at the same time, and then he was like moving from room to room, and then he would take like the digital iPad and then like put it somewhere else so he could still look at it while... I'm just gonna say, wait until you find out about the existence of the real iPad that doesn't require you to wear goofy ass fucking ski goggles on your head all the time. Give yourself a dent in the back of the head. I'm not saying it's not impressive, like it's technologically impressive. I'm just saying at the same time, wait until you find out you can just pop some Bluetooth earbuds in and like listen to a podcast or something like that. You just, I do have to say, I think like we're going hard on the Peloton, okay? Most people are not doing what we're doing on the Peloton. But if you were like in good shape in the 90s, you were fucking built different, in my opinion. Your ass was not taking a Discman onto the treadmill. Even with 8 seconds of anti-skip protection, you would get through like 2 songs in an hour. It would take forever. You were just like, probably the first time I went to a gym was maybe like 2002, 2003. I'm older than you are, probably. And the gym that I went to, people were like, oh, this is kind of like not the best gym. They only have one TV in the cardio section. So everybody was running on the treadmill, using the Stairmaster and stuff like that. All of the people were looking, like angling their necks to look at a single TV with no sound on. And then when I was in college, I went to a gym that had the TV remote in every treadmill and the TV. And it was like, oh my God. No sound, but at least I can watch like Bloomberg News Network or something, or like the same SportsCenter highlights 500 times while I'm doing my jog. In the 90s, you were built different if you were running on a treadmill inside. Or if you, and I apologize for getting sidetracked here. Has anyone ever gotten fit on an analog stationary bike? You know, like the one you'd see at your grandma's house that was just like a conveyor belt of sandpaper and then like a tension wrench attached to the handlebars. If anyone ever lost 25 pounds exercising with that, you need to go be the next Dalai Lama, because you have such unbelievable focus and internal strength. Every time I got on the Peloton, I'm like, it's got to be the perfect classes, perfect music. I got to have a sweatband to catch my sweat. I've got two bananas ready to go to amortize out over 2 hours, 2 bottles of like fluids with electrolytes in them. And I got to get out of the saddle every 20 minutes. And then meanwhile, grandma was just hopping on, staring at the damn beige wall and going for 30 minutes, not even doing any intervals, just cranking up the resistance as high as she could go and pedaling. It's crazy, man. Fun fact, the people who made this game are a couple who makes videos on YouTube about gaming. That is cool. It makes me feel bad for reading all the comments that speaking pejoratively about all the art. I gotta look into my psyche, man, because I'm a hater and I'm starting to pay the price. I was talking in the Peloton sub-community this weekend about how there's this thing called the annual on Peloton. It tracks the minutes that you've done workouts in your entire year. And I have like 350 followers and I'm in second place. And I've been in second place like the whole year. There's someone who's like 10 hours in front of me. And I keep like spying on their profile once a month. And I'm like, oh, let me guess, 30 minutes sleep meditation, fucking 2.5 hours just walking. Like, I was like, I get it, it's good that people are working out. But at the same time, like all of my time is in the saddle grinding out watts, okay? I'm not saying like we're going to the grocery store, let me turn on my app real quick. And then I was talking to someone in the Peloton sub-community and he was like, funny story, just so you know, my wife is the one who's ahead of you in the annual. You keep shit talking. And I was like, I'm sorry, please don't tell her. I'm never gonna hate again, I swear. You should have weighed in on the discussion of the Peloton treadmill somehow giving you an output. dlguiga, here's all I'm gonna say, okay? This is one of the times where I was like, he's right. It makes sense to me that on the bike, they give you an output score in kilojoules because you're doing work, physics definition work. On the treadmill, how could you have an output? It doesn't make any sense. I'm not saying you're not doing anything. You're burning energy. At the same time, you're not producing energy. So how could you have an output? It doesn't, unless you're making the mill tread or you're making the tread mill. It doesn't mean that it's less of a workout. It just means that the actual metric of output doesn't make any damn sense. It's like asking I was going to think of a metaphor, but honestly, I'm not scientifically enough inclined to understand it. I was going to say it's like asking how many calories of gas your car took in, but like on a mathematical level, that actually does make sense, I guess. What's the broken glass icon? Bro, the broken glass icon is weak. It takes 1 more damage. Brittles the skull, they take double damage. Don't get me started on this liquid IV. I got a formula of liquid IV called hydration multiplier. What is this paper towel math? That like the motherfuckers at liquid IV see you drinking a glass of water. 1 glass of water multiplies your water. Yeah, maybe if I'd only consumed listen, joke doesn't have legs. It's for the Peloton sub-community. I was at Costco yesterday, and they were doing a free sample of Liquid IV. And I said, no thank you. I'm already a customer. They gave me a look, and then I went back and I told the Peloton sub-community, and they said, just so you know, most people don't see Liquid IV as a like sports drink. They see it as a hangover cure. So everybody I've been telling about Liquid IV thinks that I'm just like drinking too many Chimay Blues every night. It's not true. I'm drinking Liquid IV the first hour of the 2-hour Peloton rides. It goes insane as a hangover cure? I wouldn't know, man. I wouldn't know. Dude, it's been, what, 13 years of doing this? Had to fart. Looked at my microphone to make sure it was muted. It was muted. Let her rip. Still paranoid that it wasn't muted. I watched that like red volume indicator with the X on it the whole time. How do you fart on the Peloton? I get out of the saddle and let her rip. But it's fucking disgusting because like I have the fan position behind me. It's the only place it can go. And it's on 10 because I'm sweating up a damn storm. So I stand up and I let her rip because there's no other option. I'm clipped in for 2 hours, right? And then it farts right into the fan, which then like multiplies the air and shoots it right back at my face. And it does not smell good. I'll tell you that for free. It smells gross. My farts are gross and they reek. What's the joke? That I farted and nobody threw up? Because that'd be a pretty good day for me. When was the last time you heard an air horn? pretty recently. I take some Camilla Ramon lives, or lives? Take some Camilla Ramon rides on Peloton. So every song, dlguiga back me up here. Every song she plays, be like, meh, meh. How'd you like the entertainment ride? Jay, thank you for saving me from myself. Saturdays, I don't get a lot of time to do the Peloton because our daughter has a class early in the morning, okay? So I usually wake up around the same time to not destroy my sleep schedule. But instead of doing like 90 minutes, 2 hours, whatever, I just kind of, I homebrewed my own Power Zone endurance ride on Saturday. So I booted up the Peloton. It side-loaded 7 different UXs to get into the damn new Peloton UI. The shit, I don't know how software works on this level. Like, I've never built a program that works on an exercise bike. Ever since a recent update, it loads the entire old Peloton UI, and then like a second and a half later, it goes dark, and then it reloads the new Peloton UI. I've noticed that as well. It's giving me serious Bluehole vibes. Like they're rendering all of the water on Erangel, even the water that's under the island, so your frame rate is capped at like 6 FPS. It's like they're loading the new UI on top of the old one. Anyway, I said, you know what? Let's just homebrew. Let's try out this new entertainment feature. So I logged into Disney Plus on my Peloton, and I watched the first hour of Home Alone. I did a 61-minute Home Alone ride that I homebrewed the programming myself. 6 minutes zone 3, 4 minutes zone 2, something like that. Enjoyed the movie a lot. I got to tell you, sometimes people go, why do you do the classes? Why don't you just ride while you watch Netflix? You are the person who is mentally ill, not me. I am the sane one. It is 10 times more boring to watch Home Alone, which is a good movie, while pedaling, than it is to have an instructor going, here's the class, here's the music that matches like the tempo that you should be riding right now, here's your rest period, now stop resting, get out of the set. I was losing my mind. I was like, no wonder people can't do cardio. They're throwing on Netflix like it's going to make the time go by 10 times faster. You are wrong. It's so much more boring than doing the classes, I'm telling you. Now, I learned a lot about Home Alone. I was paying very close attention to Home Alone. But the classes make it fly by, and you're getting like better structure. A Simpsons episode feels like an hour. I mean, if you can ride for 2 hours while watching a movie and not be bored out of your skull, like you're built different than I am, and I'll just tell you that for free. I can't wait to get back to the classes, man. I've done the same class 5 times. It feels shorter every time. Me taking Dennis Morton's 45-minute jam band ride featuring Rebubula by Mo. I was going to say Dennis Miller's 30-minute ride. Me taking Dennis Miller's 30-minute anti-Joe Biden ride. I don't want to go off on a rant here, but does anybody else think that Joe Biden is the sleepiest president we've had since Rip Van Winkle? By the way, 4 minutes in zone 4. Okay, here we go. How much distance do you average in 2 hours? None. The bike only has 1 wheel. Obviously, I meant calculated based on output. Okay, listen, I didn't realize you were asking a serious question. I don't know. We don't do that stuff. Go hang out in the Egg Carton on the Discord. We're all about output. We're not too worried about distance. Lots of factors that are irrelevant to the Peloton come into play there. Like the wind resistance down here is always good. It depends what I got my fan on. Usually it's on 10, but I always place it behind me, so I got a little bit of a tailwind. It just helps me out. So it's pretty low drag. Depends whether I eat a Quaker Oats bar in the morning or a Costco Kirkland Signature Kind bar knockoff as well, because that changes the mass I'm carrying in my gut. All I'm trying to say, my 30-minute PB is like a 3.4 watts per kilogram. Now, dlguiga will tell you the bike is uncalibrated, and that is true, but it's not uncalibrated. It hasn't been recalibrated. It's 2 different things, okay? A bit too snarky for my taste, but I'll take it as an answer. You know, you're subscribed. You know who you're watching, right? Hey, Peloton riders, did you see the dude in the damn button-up on the ride today? Little bro was dying. He realized he ain't built for this. He's wearing a button-up shirt and dress pants on the damn bike. 60-minute Power Zone ride. 5 minutes zone 4, 3 minutes zone 5, 1 minute zone 6. Bro said, hang on, let me put on my Sunday best. He was sweating buckets, man. I love dress shirts on the bike because you can open the front. You're crazy. Your ass in zone 1, bro. Nobody's out here wearing the Blink 182, all the small things drip. I'm buttoning the buttons during the ride. Because trust me, that is not flattering once you go aero. Bro, your uncle does 4 hours of Peloton a day? 4 hours? 4 nons, Jeremy? That's insane. 2 hours is crazy. What does he work? Or did he retire early due to independent wealth? Whether that means he retired at 50. I knew it. Was he a software developer? Or did a big cinder block fall on his leg at the work site? Dentist. Motherfucker. Son of a bitch. Good for him. Good for him. You motherfucker. You motherfucker. You. Good for him. I'm happy for him. That's the dream, man. You fucking so-and-so. 4 hours a day. Who do you think you are? He eats soup every single day? You need to introduce me to your uncle. I feel like we got the same kind of brain. I could eat the same lunch every day without a doubt. It probably would not be soup, although if I was like in a meal prep stage, it might be stew. I prefer something that, is ready to eat a little bit faster, but I got nothing against soup, don't get me wrong. Soup is easy. Yeah, I mean, I know how to cook soup, You got to remember who you're talking to here. I'm just saying I prefer to make a sandwich because it takes 90 seconds to assemble and it doesn't need to be heated up. Stew macros are poor? Fucking no. Wrong. You made the stew, brother. What are you saying the macros are bad? My brother in Christ, you made the sandwich. Put whatever you want in it to have perfect macros for your life. Doesn't make any damn sense. Too much salt? Salt isn't one of the macros, dummy. Salt is a micro. The macros are carbohydrates, fat, and protein. What about alcohol? Well, listen, if you track your calories, but you still drink enough to log it in MyFitnessPal, methinks the lady doth protest too much. That's all I'm saying. Maybe there's one thing you could easily cut out that would help you fit in a couple more chocolate-covered acai berries. That's all I'm saying. There was a little Beyonce on the Cody Rigsby ride today, right? Peloton heads. Countdown. It's an okay song. I'm not against it. What was up with that ride? No cooldown? Listen, I don't want to get into it, but I think Cody Rigsby did do the math wrong. Because at 60 seconds, I send everybody a high five to say, good ride, time for the cooldown. And then at 30 seconds left, he said, get out of the saddle, 70 to 90 resistance, 65 cadence. And I said, what are you talking about, brother? We're supposed to be pedaling it out in zone 1 right now, you joker. It was not a big deal. It's not as bad as the time Christine, right out of the warm-up, said like 8 minutes in zone 4, and then after 5 minutes, she was like, did I say zone 4? I meant zone 3. What the hell are you talking about, Christine? My legs are on fire, lady. Oh, you depleted all of my glycogen. The glycogen was supposed to last me like 2 hours. Not to mention, she'll play like, When I Come Around by Green Day, and as soon as the words start, she goes, you're welcome. Nobody said thank you, Christine. We're all familiar with Green Day, okay? We all know When I Come Around. It's not like you pulled a deep cut out of the vinyl crate or something like that. I got nothing against the song. I'm just saying, like, she really said you're welcome like 8 times in the one ride. And I'm like, you didn't write the music, bro. Kim Deal wrote the music, okay? You did not write Cannonball. I'm happy you're playing it. Snow by Red Hot Chili Peppers, you're welcome. Ben Aldis saying, every time I hear this tune, if I were you, I would recommend turning the speakers up. This is an absolute belter. Spoilers, it's Wonderwall by Oasis again. Anyway, it is a belter. Wonderwall, not a belter. Don't look back in anger, a belter. Wonderwall is just a song. I do need to know, though, because I feel like there's a generational divide on Wonderwall. I feel like Gen X loves Wonderwall. It's one of those songs like Semisonic's Closing Time that's in like the unassailable pantheon of good songs. I feel like millennials overheard it, and then also every pseudo-sensitive guy wearing a puka shell necklace learned to play it on guitar. It would always bust it out like at 1 a.m. at the house party. He'd be like, guess what? You've never heard of this one. That's, I think it might be Karma Police. But is Gen Z a little bit more pro Wonderwall than millennials? Because they didn't hear it as much? Because they didn't get to have house parties because COVID destroyed in-person socializing for 2.5 years? No, we still hate it? All right, well, good. The kids are all right as far as I'm concerned. How was your Peloton ride today? It was actually pretty good. So we did a 30-minute Dennis Morden hip-hop ride that featured hip-hop music from the southern United States. Then I was going to do a 90-minute Power Zone endurance ride. Unfortunately, Peloton servers had other ideas. They tried to break the world record that nobody cares about at all for most consecutive riders in a digital spin class. Phew. So that broke the entire platform for like 20 minutes. And I hit a moment where I was like, am I just not going to work out today because like none of the classes are loading? Or am I going to like pedal in silence like a caveman without even being able to know like what my resistance is, much less output or having like any criteria for riding? Also, I'm going to segue into a great riding on the second ride today, especially. But then I said, you know what? We're going to persevere. I'm going to wait 10 minutes. I'm going to wait 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, it started to rise. It's like the platform started to come back up. And I did a 60-minute ride instead of a 90-minute ride. So, you know, it is what it is. We lost the 30 minutes, but that it was originally going to be on there, but we persevered regardless. Made the best of a non-ideal situation. I could run for 25 minutes just listening to podcasts. Yeah, well, like me too. Here's the thing with running, okay? I want to run because running is easy. Just in the sense that you only need like good shoes and like a flat road. Or not even a flat road, but like, you know, non-dirt ideally. The problem is, and I know this sounds like a humble brag, but because of the Peloton, my cardio is cracked, but my joints are not. So like, whenever I run, when I'm on the run, I'm like, I could go for like an hour and a half easy. But then 8 hours after the run finishes, my legs are in like more pain than I've ever felt in my entire life. So like in order to start running, I think I have to go like, you know, I have to do like 10 minutes of running, which is not even going to have any cardiovascular benefit for me. And then like wait 2 days and then do like 12 minutes and then eventually get myself up to the point where I can run long enough to get some benefit from it. My legs hurt after 30 minutes on the bike. Am I washed? No, you probably lower your resistance, but also say it with me, Peloton, Egg Carton, say it with me. 3, 2, 1. You got to raise your seat, okay? You got to raise the seat. I know you're like, it's already tall, but if you're used to riding like a Schwinn bike when you were a kid and like your knees come up higher than like the handlebars, you got to raise your seat. I keep raising it. I used to ride at like 22, then I took it up to 24, now I'm at like 26. I haven't gotten any taller though. Now give me Factal regular. Question placeholder. Okay, so they broke Factal too. Happy Thanksgiving, everything's broken. You know what really ticked me off? The Peloton going down because they had too much traffic is one thing, okay? We have some sympathy for the network engineers out there, especially on a long weekend. It's like the second most sacred American holiday. What really pissed me off is when I turned it on this morning and there was a software update. I was like, you brought this on yourselves, pushing an update like the Wednesday night before the Thanksgiving long weekend. You should know better. We didn't want to. Management made us do it. Okay, that's fine. Then I'm mad at the management. Either way, Like, you're asking for trouble when you do that. Sure, let's just push something into production for like 10 million people and then have the entire senior staff go on holiday for a week. Internet's fucked, bro. I know if you're like 24, you're like, human history goes like this. Like, it just, everything is constantly getting better at all times. Get ready. So no one told you life was going to be this way. I'm not going to say that everything was perfect on the internet in like 2006, because that's not true. People were not deliberately breaking their own stuff this often. Let's just put it that way. Sorry, I'm still getting the heart rate down after that Peloton ride today. Big ups to the Egg Carton who joined us for there was 2 hours, but there's 60-minute power zone in the middle. That was no joke, man. 2 minutes zone 4, 2 minutes, there's 2 minutes zone 3, 2 minutes zone 4, 2 minutes zone 5, 1 minute in zone 1, repeat 5 times. Come on, man. Then we got people, I was just gonna say, Echo Train, we got people in the Peloton sub community that are like, anybody else throw up on the end of the ride today? And I'm like, nah, man, you gotta you gotta chill. That's too much. Although, or, I don't know, maybe you're just built different. Because Arnold Schwarzenegger said he threw up all the time when he was training to be Mr. Olympia. But I just don't. I think if I got to the point where I was like gonna throw up, I would just stop pedaling probably. But you need to not die on the bike. Because if you die on the bike, like, I'm gonna get investigated. And what's messed up is that I'll probably go to prison. But like literally every single message that I type in the Discord and everything that I say about it on stream is like, you shouldn't do this much. I'm going to do this much, but you shouldn't do this much. People are like, yeah. No. I get that for normal people. You're like, I shouldn't do that much, but I'm built different. So don't die on the bike, okay? It would be an embarrassing way to go. Well, like, honestly, it would be a really bad way to go. Like, to have a heart attack and die on the bike. But also, like, your feet are clipped into the damn pedals. So, like, whoever found you, it would be brutal, man. Like, your 200-pound corpse, like, falling sideways off the bike, but your feet stay strapped into the damn pedals. So, like, your shins snap off or something like that, and then the bike falls on top of you. Like, that's... Unless you have the good politeness, the good manners to just die like perfectly balanced on the seat with your body slumped over the handlebars. Otherwise, it's going to be gruesome, man. They'll be like, what the hell? Someone came in here and chopped them in half at the shins. The autopsy is going to be like, what? This is like a damn room escape game. What a puzzle. I'm also a single guy living alone. Oh, don't worry about it then. They would just be like, probably the fire department would find you and they're used to it. That's no big deal. I thought it was going to be like a family member, in which case, like, that would weigh on their mind forever. But like the fire department, bro, that's why you pay taxes. I say send it. Your Honor, when I said, listen, Your Honor, when I said send it, who cares if you die? Only the fire department's going to get PTSD. You have to understand that a lot of what we do is like draped in sarcasm on this website. It's not like a real conversation. A prison for life? All right, prison for life. Okay. And now what's behind you next to the Santa? This is 400 wipes to wipe down my bike after I take a ride on it. It's a big bin. It's a cylindrical, almost looks like the size of a paint bucket. You need all 400? I've entered the phase of my life where I actually like use things up and then recycle the container. Okay, old ass. You know you're getting old when you like use a pen until the ink runs out instead of just like losing it somewhere. As a bald man, do you wear a sweatband? Yes. If you are bald, I can't speak for those of you with hair. I usually let you speak for me. If you are bald, I would recommend wearing a sweatband. It helps out a lot because you don't have anything to catch the sweat coming off of your head. Is Northernlion streaming today? Let's do take 2. Is Northernlion streaming today? I don't know, dlguiga. Are you riding today? Can't help but notice dlguiga been real quiet since yesterday's stack dropped. We were all high fives on, I can't remember whether it was Wednesday or Tuesday. We drop a nightmare stack for Thursday. dlguiga says, oh, I'm only going to be there for 1 hour. Wasn't there at all, at least as far as I could tell. Wasn't there today either. I mean, it's just me, KeetJR, Mumen Rider, Nautical, 8 other people. OVENHEAT was there, CD Viking, etc. So, oh, well, you got a good excuse. Oh, my partner's 8.75 months pregnant. Yeah, I've been there. Yeah. Well, you know what? That's fair. I was doing zero biking at that point too. I understand. I'm just, you razz me, I razz you. Turns out they wait until your wife is 8 months pregnant to make you work at the office until 11 p.m. every night. All right, listen, delete that. I don't want your boss to be watching this. That makes me feel bad for you, and also because I thought many times I've said that no American office gets anything done from December 1st onward. But I guess the last few days have not been December, so that makes sense. Today, on the other hand. Are you in the clear now? Hey, dlguiga, what are the odds that your child is born on Christmas Day? I'm not trying to get too parasocial. I'm just low. Due date is end of January. Okay, that's fair. We only got 2 right. Kind of stunned. I thought Morgan Wallen would be up there for sure. Isn't he the country guy? Not try this in a small town, but the guy who was like #1 on the Billboard Hot 200 for 35 weeks. I don't know him either. I just know that he was part of a controversy and then like America united to put him on top of the charts. But then again, I guess 50-year-olds don't really use Spotify. Think more globally. Yo, dlguiga, why do you think Bad Bunny's up here? Don't even I was about to go nuclear on you, dlguiga. Were you on the ride today? dlguiga last night, 10 p.m., be like, nice stack, goated with the sauce. Thanks for putting a Camilla Ramon ride up there. dlguiga at 5:30 in the morning. I'm only going to do the first 40% of the stack. What happened, man? Don't worry about the Matt Wilper 75-minute power zone endurance. It's not going to hurt you. There was a part where he told us there was going to be an interval out of the saddle. And then he started talking, and he forgot to call the out of the saddle. And then he said, out of the saddle in 20 seconds. And then he said, never mind, I missed that one. And I was like, no problem, buddy. Now we're in the saddle for like the next 19 minutes straight. My quads are killing me. But it was still a good ride. I bookmarked and I clicked the thumbs up on it. Bro said, think more globally. I put a K-pop star on here. Just tell me who's Brazilian here, dlguiga, so I can click it and then you can be vindicated. Think more globally. Oh, I picked someone from Asia. I meant someone from the other part of America. You motherfucker. Bro said, think globally. Literally every artist is from the continent of North or South America. Actually, I think every artist is from North America, right? Kentucky, Puerto Rico, Scarborough, Mississauga, Mexico. And bro said, think globally. Think globally. dlguiga. Bro lives in Chicago, said, think globally. How about you think about how your pizza looks like a globe because it's too freaking tall? Dude, are you seeing this? Somebody's getting banned from the Egg Carton right now. I'll tell you, there's controversy in the Egg Carton. Because for the last few days on the endurance leaderboard, there's been one user who has output like more. Well, I mean, maybe it's already happened. No, there it is. Okay. Yesterday, in 72 minutes, they put out 1,800 kilojoules, which you may not have it may not have an anchor for that. Let's just say second place put out 30 kilojoules less in almost twice as much time. And I mean, I put out like 400 kilojoules less in twice as much time. So they were getting people sussing him out a little bit. They also let's see what the community said here. Holy cow, this is the most... The times when the Peloton community talks the most is either when someone says, how high should my seat be? Or like, are we going to kick this fucker out? How do we... How do you kick him out? I don't understand. I don't really care if he stays in. I don't think he's legit, but also if someone wants to like cheat on the Peloton leaderboards, there's two ways to look at it. You could say, let's kick this guy out and maintain integrity. Or you could say, this is a good lesson that we should all be racing against ourselves, not against unverifiable output from strangers on the internet. But also, I have a vested interest in the leaderboards being deprecated because I'm on there 2 hours a damn day. And then people get their bike and then they show up for like a 20-minute low impact ride and blow the doors off me. And then they're like, look, I got the gold medal on the leaderboard today. And I'm like, buddy, you don't even know what it's like, okay? It's like you showed up to the Nathan's hot dog eating contest and ate one hot dog faster than Joey Chestnut's like 73rd. And you're like, if you just scale that out, for like another like 15 minutes, I would be the greatest eater on the planet. I'm like, you don't know, brother. You haven't even touched your lactate threshold yet, much less for like 11 days in a row or whatever. Can we do the Harambe blood bit before I have to leave? Listen, okay, dlguiga, I don't know why you have to leave. It's like December the 7th, right? December the 6th, no work's getting done in corporate America. You see the stock market the last 2 days? S&P 500 is moving around like 6.5 basis points. There's nothing to do, okay? Nobody's at work right now. Anyway, I was losing it because people in the Peloton community on the Discord were talking about like the pre-workout that they take. And somebody said, no joke, I drink a pre-workout supplement called Harambe blood. And I said, what on earth is that? And then I went to Amazon and I typed it in. And I'm like, when I lifted, I used a pre-workout supplement. It was called Preworkout. That's it. Pre-workout. It didn't have like a cool name or anything like that. Let me show you what happens. I don't know if you're familiar with this current state of pre-workout, but it is the most insane marketing I think that I've ever seen in my entire life. Okay, no pro, whatever. Beyond Raw Lit. This is not even, that's an audiobook. These aren't even that crazy. Dragon's Blood Resin Extract. Total War. Harambe Jones explicit MP3 music. Here's some stuff that we were getting into. The Curse pre-workout. Why is there a skull with glowing eyes on it? The Curse. Choose a Path and Bulldoze. Bulldozer Pro Sport. Okay, give it a second here because this is not... I need to go back to Canada. In Canada, it's somehow even worse. There's only 13 results for Harambe blood in America. Yeah, apparently also, I was told by the Peloton sub-community that the FDA does not actually administer supplements. Like, supplements are entirely outside of the domain of the Food and Drug Administration. How the hell is that real? Why would the FDA choose not to regulate supplements? It's because it's not a drug? Okay, but it's a fucking food. They have nutritional information on the back. Like, this seems crazy to me that they just kind of wipe their hands with... I'm just going to do the ones that I got in the Discord last night because I think it's even... The Canadian ones are even crazier, man. Like, here's the Canadian ones from last night. Hang on, I got to scroll a lot because there was lots of talking today. There's one just called Kill It. Rich Piana Kill It pre-workout powder with creatine, jitter-free caffeine, nitrous oxide booster, L-citrulline. There's a guy on the label holding a shotgun saying kill it. Right above that, Ape Shit Pumps from Primeval Labs. Primeval Labs Ape Shit Pumps Natural mixed berry flavor. Oh, you guys aren't taking your Ape Shit Pumps? It's really helped me raise my FTP. How about Edge of Insanity sour watermelon flavor as released by Psycho Pharma? Violence. Insane Labs psychotic high stimulant pre-workout. And it's It's honestly a tie-in with the Saw Corporation. Insane Labs Psychotic. Like, look at this, man. Psychopharma. Maybe this is the shit that made Calvin Coolidge. Like, what is the state of pre-workout, man? Look at this. This is the label. You're putting that shit in your water and shaking it up every morning. Insane Labs Psychotic. It's got 3 extracted teeth on the fucking label. This is insanity. Insane Labs Psychotic Diablo. Like, these are Hellboy collaboration. Like, what is going on, man? Insane Way. Oh, let me tell you, Little Miss Muffet's Way, this is not. This is Insane Labs, Insane Way. It's for real alpha males only. Cookies and cream flavor, by the way. Insane Labs, Insane Veins, sour apple flavor. Get ready to go gorilla mode and get massive pumps with cherry blackout. Like, what is the state of men's marketing, man? Like, this is not right. I would never consume any. Look at this, Corey. Are you seeing this? This is what the people in the Peloton, in the Egg Carton, are taking now. This is the current state of things. They're basically taking legal steroids to get their FTP pumped by like an extra 20 watts. They're taking Insane Labs Psychotic Diablo Summer Series with Pennywise the Clown on the front of the bottle. It's for real men only. This ain't your dad's workout supplement. Cherry lemonade flavor, by the way. No ickies here. Insane Labs. Bloodbath. Who's got a fucking like organ wrapped in gauze in a bedpan on the cover. Like, this is just crazy, man. You will not catch me doing this. You do you, to be honest with you. I got a kid that I need to try to stay alive for. I'm not taking Harambe blood. I'm not taking Insane Labs Psychotic Extracted Teeth pre-workout. I looked at the label of one of these, and it said it contained 150 milligrams of Infinergy per scoop. What is Infinergy? Like, it's probably just like some kind of chiral form of caffeine or something like that, but they're inventing like new molecules in the lab just for Insane Lab Psychotic Diablo. I mean, it's crazy, man. No wonder whenever anyone talked about pre-workout, they were always like, I took some pre-workout and I feel like I could run through a wall. I was taking some kind of Vancouver pre-workout that's made for like dudes who work in the tech industry and wear Patagonia vests. It just gave you like a little pop, like it put a little pep in your step. This shit is like actual powdered rhino horn mixed with plutonium. Like it's out of control. They were selling this shit at the Juggalo Festival. Oh, you mean the gathering of the Juggalos? You know what's... I feel bad. It's like the 8th time. Oh, I've made this. It's not even a joke. It's true. 3rd ride yesterday. We were having a good time on the Peloton. It was the 3rd ride. I was keeping it like a little low impact. Then all of a sudden, Jump for My Love by the Pointer Sisters came on. I'm sorry, Mumen Rider. I'm sorry. I can't be held responsible for the output that I start pushing when Jump for My Love by the Pointer Sisters comes on. It just, it gets me going, man. They got the damn Mumens riding now. I know the Mumens. It's like a Finnish TV show that Japanese people love, right? That's my understanding of the Mumens and the rest of the world. Yeah, but like if I was to do a factal, if I presented you with a factal and it said rank these countries by per capita spending on the Mumens, what would you put first? I would probably put Japan first and then I would put Finland second. Either way, though, I feel relatively confident those are the top 2. Norway's up there too? Really? You're fucking with the Mumens down in Oslo, huh? Down in Svalbard, you're fucking with the Mumens? Hang on, here's something worth talking about. What's worse, wearing a band's shirt to their show or using your own emotes in someone else's chat? And I do this, but using your own emotes in someone else's chat. For sure. Wearing a band's shirt to their own show, that seems appropriate to me. It seems like that's like wearing a a jersey of the team that you're currently watching in the stadium. It seems within the bounds of normalcy. I'm not a noted concert enjoyer, so maybe the etiquette has changed. Like, I don't even own a Nintendo 3DS to take a picture of the band anymore, so obviously I'm out of touch. But I feel like using your own emotes, and I do it, but using your own emotes in someone else's chat is a little more cringe. I'm already self-conscious. dlguiga, back me up on this. I put KeetJR after, like, literally almost every sentence on Discord. But in my defense, part of that is because almost everything I say is really funny. It makes even me laugh. So I can't really be like held responsible for that. Can confirm he hit the Discord with KeetJR like 4 hours ago. That's because dlguiga typed, I can't find it in the Discord, but who was the person who recommended eating a Halls before getting on the Peloton? I just tried it and it worked. And I was like, bro, that was my dad. Dude's literally out here using my dad's boomer tech on the Peloton. Like, I was happy for my father, but I was also like, I was kind of stunned that it made its way into the zeitgeist. It worked at least. Well, my dad, he goes pretty hard on the bike, man, to be honest with you. Pretty soon he's going to be eating Hall & Oats for breakfast. One cough drop and a little bit of Quaker. Get me out of here. What's this supposed to do? You know, it just opens up your alveolar sacs or whatever. Now, I do respect my father, but he is a green Halls enjoyer. Green Halls is like diet menthol flavor, and that's fine. You know, it's his esophagus. He can do whatever he wants. So I grew up bumming green Halls off of him. I have grown up into a based Halls enjoyer. When sick, I get the black Halls. Because honestly, like, I'm not afraid to get a little like Halls Vindaloo. No mention of red. I don't eat candy for the most part. So I don't find myself getting red Halls. I wanted to pretend to be medicine. It's not really medicine. It's kind of like somewhere between, it's like a medicinal gum, I guess, kind of. It's like a Werther's Original that you need a prescription for. Literally snake oil. It's not a snake oil. Like, it makes your throat go like, it clears you out like, I don't know. And I'm not saying it'll make you healthy, but it'll mitigate the symptomatic effects of congestion. You know what? I want to anger the Canadians a little bit. A lot of amazing bands come from Canada. Can I say something that I want to make you mad, but also I believe that it might be true? I believe the average famous band from Canada is worse than the average famous band from America or England. Although we probably got Australia beat, no disrespect. We got a lot of great artists. Alanis Morissette, Japandroids, Tragically Hip, Shania Twain, Soul Decision, Swollen Members, etc., etc. When a Canadian artist decides to go garbage, they go full garbage, without a doubt. I still can't believe Bryan Adams is famous, like, kind of throughout the world. I get why he's famous in Canada, because people can be like, Bat, he's from Scarborough just like me. But, like, how did Bryan Adams become famous in the United States? It doesn't make sense. Kim Mitchell, Patio Lanterns. People like his music? No, that's too easy. There must be some sort of conspiracy. I'm taking this thing all the way to the top. Clean your ears out, kid? What does that mean? The Bryan Adams Defender has logged on. I have to listen to a lot of Bryan Adams because Sam Yo plays his ass on the Peloton all the time. Thought I died and went to heaven. Such a time never felt before. My Singing Monsters 30-minute high-impact ride. They don't make high-impact rides, but I would take that one. They make high-intensity rides. I don't think anyone wants a high-impact workout. This is the sort of thing, like, you just imagine your knees turning to dust. I think that's like boxing is like a high-impact workout. They call it Hidden Hills. dlguiga, listen, I'm not trying to insult the other riders here, okay? I appreciate everybody who shows up for the whole stack. I appreciate anybody who shows up now and then for a little bit of it, for the record. My ass was like second from the bottom on today's Power Zone Endurance, and I got like the 7th highest FTP. So you know what that means. I don't need to spell it out for you, but I might need to spell it out for the other viewers. People are racing on the Power Zone Endurance, which that shit offends me, okay? So after the Power Zone Endurance, my ass sitting down there in the dirt, picking flies out of my teeth, people are going to the Discord bragging about their output. Whoa, that was crazy. I did amazing. Third ride, I put the fucking hammer down. Hey, you guys, you beat me by 6 on the Power Zone Endurance by staying in Zone 4 all the time. I'm going to clear you by 110 on that Dennis Morton Hidden Hills ride. And then I popped into the Discord Michael Jordan style, and I said, great rides, everyone, because I wanted to seem gracious first. And then I said, you know, if you guys are gassed on the third ride, you don't always have to race on the Power Zone Endurance. I'm just saying, you guys aren't out. You seem so impressed that I had an average wattage of, what, maybe 184 on the Power Zone Endurance. You put out a 186. I ain't mad at you. But just if you put out 186 on the Power Zone Endurance, you couldn't keep up with 230 in the Hidden Hills ride. Dennis Morton had us out of the saddle dancing, man. He had us hopping on the 1s and 2s. I'm still a little sick. I only did the first 30 minutes. I ain't mad at you, dlguiga. I think that just to have done the first 30 minutes when you're still a little sick is admirable. I also beat you on that ride. dlguiga, you're like, I'm just leveling with you. You're kind of embarrassing yourself. Showing up for 30 minutes of a 2-hour stack after like 5 days off when everybody else has been doing 2 hours a day and we got lactic acid coming out of our whatever. And you're going to say, oh, I beat you by like 12 kilojoules on 1/4 of the ride. Like, this shit is embarrassing, bro. If I take your yellow jersey for winning like stage 11 of the Tour de France and then enjoy being 115th in the total results, okay? Like, it's just an ignorant way to divide us. When instead, we should be celebrating everyone. The perfect view. Can't wait. New persona?
He was eating an orange.
2001.
Holy shit!
Well done, Shibley.
So
I redeemed myself.
this is this is an aside, but I'd choose the rides that the Egg Carton does on the Peloton. And I put one on last week, and it started with like a 3-minute somber tribute to 9/11. And I was like, I failed the vibe check big time. There were like 6 other people riding with me, and I was like, oh man, they're gonna judge me. And then right after that, the instructor played CNC Music Factory, Everybody Dance Now. It was like the sharpest left turn you could possibly make out of that. It was like,
Was it Matt Wilpers?
It was, and he was like, okay, now that we've had our moment for that, it was just like dang, 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 dang.
I fucking knew it was him.
Is there a Peloton recap? There is. It usually comes out like this week, and it always sucks. Like, I'm sorry to Dill Will Hill. I saw them in the Discord, and I replied already, so it's a rehash. But they said, I hope that the Peloton recap this year is good. I'm spoiling it for you. It won't be. I'm sorry. Last year, I was so excited. I think, you know, that was my first full year riding. And I had like, I don't know, 11,000 minutes. And I was like, oh, I'm so excited to see like what they're going to show for 11,000 minutes. What's your favorite kind of ride? Who's your like favorite instructor? Like, how did things change throughout the year? What was your #1 song? And instead it was like, you know, you are strong, flex emoji. You rode for blip, 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 slot machine. A long time this year. You should be very proud. See you in 2023. Like, it was horrendous. Spent all their money on commercials. They do be playing a lot of commercials. I want to tell them, you got to stop spending that money on commercials during Sunday Night Football. Ain't nobody watching Vikings versus Raiders, bro. Literally, like a 3-0 football game. Are you trying to kill people? The Jags freaking suck, man. I know! Like, everybody in the NFL who's supposed to be good sucks. Well, last weekend at least. Except the Ravens won and the Cowboys won, right? Otherwise, like, the favorites were getting blown out. That's why, what did I tell you yesterday? You were like, who's gonna win the Super Bowl? I said Ravens, bro. Don't bet against Lamar Jackson when death is on the line. They put out a hit on Michael Penix Jr., though. Are you kidding me, man? Oh, just because he collapsed in the Apple Cup and, fucking, I don't know that much about college football. He's just, like, he plays at the state that's directly below my province, so I thought, like, you know, it'd be nice if he won, but I don't really know what I'm talking about. Do you think you're responsible for Cine 2 Nerdle going down? No. They're responsible because they made the infrastructure, and also the game is good and the cream always rises to the top. I'm in my shirking responsibility era. Part of that is because, you know, was it Saturday? We were riding, and then like there was this person on the Peloton that shall remain nameless that was like way ahead of me, and then their output just stopped, right? So at first you're like, oh, what, old man, can't cut it? Maybe you should slow down then so you can still finish the ride. Then their output like never came back. So when I got off the bike, I hit him with an @ping on Discord and I said, are you still alive? And then I saw a message from them earlier that was like, I had to unclip for a second and it felt like I was gonna pass out. So I'm gonna cancel the rest of the ride here. And I'm like, dlguiga, we gotta like, I mean, you're basically like the vice lieutenant of the group right now. We gotta, and I've been actively discouraging people. I've been like, if you're not comfortable, like, don't ride so hard. And then people are like, yeah, I get it, just so you can like beat me on the leaderboard. I'm like, no, motherfucker, because if you die, and then 60 minutes is like, let's figure out how he died. It's like such a salacious story that's like, drill sergeant type influencer encourages his viewers to do dangerous amounts of cardiovascular exercise. They're not going to look at the context, which is like people being like, oh, I had heart palpitations, but I got a new PB today. And then me adding them and saying, please stop doing this. They're not going to look at that. They're going to do interviews with like, you know, my ops. And it'll be like, yeah, he's always been an asshole like that. He's always been like insanely competitive and like self-destructive. And I'm going to be like, bro, you haven't known me since like 11th grade. I'm just saying, you guys got to take care of yourself. First off, like, you shouldn't want to die. And even if you do, you don't want to exercise yourself to death. Like, that's nobody's favorite way to go, I'm sure. Then secondarily, like, I also don't want you to die because like I'm a human being with empathy. The tertiary reason after all of that is just gonna fuck up my PR like crazy. I noticed I said tertiary. That's the third most important. The most important is you shouldn't want to die to begin with. I do think they need to add more emotes to the Peloton. I'm sick of only being able to high five. I think you should be able to hit someone with an emote that's like a thumbs up. Because sometimes people take the high five the wrong way. Like, I will high five, like a Mumen Rider, for example, when he passes me. The high five is to say, respect, you're riding within your zones and at the cadence that they called out, and you passed me, you got more than me today, go on, you have my blessing. But then sometimes in the Discord, they're like, I thought that meant that we were going to race. And I'm like, no, if we're going to race, I'm not going to high five you because I want you to think that I gave up, and then I'm just going to turn on the jets with 90 seconds left and hope you're not looking at the leaderboard. That's the way. That's the racing technology, okay? They need like a. Well, you can't thumbs. People and boomers are telling me you can't thumbs up Gen Zs anymore because the Gen Zs take offense to it. They think a thumbs up is passive aggressive or something. Is that real, or am I being psyoped yet again? A thumbs up is like my favorite emoji react because you can't do the okay hand. Because the okay hand is like you do it to the wrong person. They start accusing you of being like a Proud Boy, and I'm like, brother, I thought this was just like the way people say everything's copacetic. So then I hit him with the thumbs up, and they're like, why do you say fuck me for? And I'm like, I'm giving you a thumbs up, bro. The thumbs up is like, good job. If I wanted to be passive aggressive, I usually give you like a grimace, or hand over mouth, or like sweat smile or something like that. Bro calling out sweat smile. What's wrong with sweat smile? I love sweat smile. But the Peloton needs more emotes. First off, it seems like it would take about negative 300 seconds to add. I think a thumbs up, a high five, A white flag would be good. You could send them, but then people could use that toxically. I guess I'm the one saying that a high five can sometimes be passive aggressive, so I'm kind of like, I'm part of the problem as well, but I don't get offended by it. It's society that gets offended by it. Middle finger? I mean, I would love that, but I don't think that, honestly, the Peloton community is a little too soft in order to, like, survive that. They, like, already they're, like, going after Matt Wilpers because he said he wanted to lose, like, 8 pounds before his wedding, and they're like, I don't ride the bike to be insulted. And I'm like, oh, all right. Try that on a real bike. That's damn true. I think I've definitely got enough skibbity. Like, I'm not afraid to be a little silly with it. We're going to run this. This is kind of the kiss of death for right now, but that's okay. We'll go metal pot. Probably not the most common pot that Chad is familiar with. Now I'm too old for this stream. What's he jabbering about? I'm kind of the CEO of yapping when you consider it. I put my yap ability up there with just about anybody. +2, where did that come from? Well, because I go insane when I ride the Peloton. So on the first ride, dlguiga was there, and he was bringing the heat. Now I decided to, play with him a little bit. I said, we'll trade the paint leaderboard back and forth with one another. And then at the end, I just kind of put the hammer down and then blew him away. But then I went to ride number 2 of 3, and then I had the Discord open on my monitor all the way over here, and I couldn't see what he was saying, but I could see that there was his avatar, and he was typing a lot. It was bop, 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 bop. It turns out he was just saying, have a good holiday season. But from my position on the bike over here, I was sure he was complaining about something that I was doing. So in my head, I was like, in 90 minutes, I can't wait to get into that Discord and type CEO of Yappin'. Then when I read it, I was like typing CEO of Yappin', but he was saying like, I hope everybody had a good ride today. So I just backspaced it. Something about the lyrics to Lenny Kravitz, Fly Away, written in all caps. Yeah, 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 yeah. They do play that song. Well, I shouldn't say they. I would say on the average Peloton rock ride, there's like a 40% chance that they play Lenny Kravitz Fly Away, which is not like an insanely high chance, but it is pretty amazing when you consider that there's like 1,000 other songs that they could choose and it just keeps showing up. It is basically a coin flip. I mean, there's some... Do they play TNT a lot? Well, they do play TNT a lot. But they didn't play TNT on my rides today. But they did play Back in Black. They always preface it with something like, I couldn't do a rock ride without adding an AC/DC song. I'm like, really? There's only 8 tracks. Like, there's like 1,000 rock bands you could choose that people have heard of. You just keep going back to dank, dank-a-dank, dank-a-dank, squididdle-deedle-deedle. It's all right, every once in a while. I don't know if many of the other Peloton crew are here. The PZ today might have knocked some people out. People might be a little eepy. They might be taking naps. I'm not even like pretending that I'm going gangster mode. I was pretty like drained after the PZ today. But I'm going through there's a Peloton dichotomy with a couple of exceptions. The instructors who have the best music taste, in my opinion, are also like my least favorite instructors, which creates a problem. Every once in a while, I'm like, oh, that Christine Dercole New Wave Ride playlist looks freaking sick. There's some deep cuts on that. And then I'm like, wait a minute. Maybe I won't speak so strongly, but I'm like, I don't vibe with this lady at all. Give me the instructor who plays the Pointer Sisters and, has us get out of the saddle a little bit more often. Oh, yeah? Why don't you design your own ride? Okay, easy. 30-minute Brian Eno Music for Airports ride. +2, +2, +2. Baby's on Fire. Excuse me, Baby's on Fire is from Here Come the Warm Jets. And if I was putting anything from Here Come the Warm Jets on, it would definitely be like a cadence push to Needle in the Camel's Eye. We're talking music for airports, buddy. We're talking dun dun bring. Dun 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 bring. You know what I'm talking about? No? 1-2 is a banger. I'm a 1-1 guy personally. It's one of my all-time homework albums. Music for Airports, Volume 1. Selected Ambient Works, Volume 2. And Boards of Canada, Music Has the Right to Children. That's all you need. Cicero said all a man needs is a library and a garden. In 2023, all a man needs is a little bit of so-called intelligent dance music. How about a 2-hour, 57-minute Selected Ambient Works Volume 2 ride? Me having pedaled somewhere between 50 and 400 cadence for 90 minutes when the song comes on where Aphex Twin just goes... That's a new PB guaranteed. Then we'll follow that up with This is my kingdom come. You get the idea. This is a tune. If I were you, I'd be turning that speaker up. Don't forget, you can always hit that more music button on the side. It's an absolute belter. You know I couldn't do... sorry. No, Oppie, you gotta slow down. Your bomb is too good. Your bitch is too hot. They're gonna kill you. That's true. Okay, thank you for this incredible gift you've given me. That's true, though. That's true. I haven't seen the movie, but that's true. You re-rolled Screw. And I'm loving every minute of it, Jerry. I'm loving every minute of it. I've turned that dial all the way, Jerry. They launched me like a rocket into space. And I'm loving every minute of it, John. I'm loving every minute of it. Was that Trump or George or Kramer or Newman? One of these things was not in there on purpose. But it was kind of like, it was like, so have you seen Ghost in the Shell? You know how at the end of it, Scarlett Johansson merges with the internet to create like a new form of consciousness? It was kind of like, what if George Costanza was Major Kusanagi from Ghost in the Shell? Can I say something? It's Peloton coded, so I apologize. I don't know anything about anime, but there is a Peloton rider in the Egg Carton called Mumen Rider, which I'm sure is from Kamen Rider. I high-five them on rides anytime that a song comes on that I would consider Toonami core. And I have never had a conversation with them if they were into Toonami, but I know that they are in their 30s and they have an anime profile photo. So anytime like a Gorillaz song comes on or like One More Time by Daft Punk, I always make sure to give them a high five. And I'm wondering if they're out there going, why the fuck is this dude high-fiving me right now? If you wanted to know, there it is. Anytime a song comes on that I associate with Toonami, I go, oh, it's time to high-five Mumen Rider. You might say, why would you do that? Because the rides are fucking long, bro. It's nice to have something to just pass the time. It's nice to have little habits, okay? No, it's not bad chesting. Toonami music is some of the best music out there, for sure. So true. Bro, I'm just saying, okay, Gorillaz Demon Days, not Toonami core. Gorillaz first album, that's Toonami core. Like if they play 19-2000, not Soul Child remix, I'm sorry, that's Toonami core music, and I'm giving you a high five for it, okay? Yes. On text, yeah. She's sick? when you say her stomach is messed up. One sec, I'm going to mute for a second. Norovirus be like, we go again? We'll see. Norovirus be like, I got one more in me. You puking? I'm doing great. But that doesn't always, I mean, if she's just showing signs of it right now, it's good, you know, this pattern of like maintaining good health throughout the week and then being like really sick on the weekends. It's great for your body, for one. Also pretty good for your mental. I don't know. I'm just going to believe that it's not going to impact me because it's probably what I had like 2 weeks ago. You usually don't maintain much. I mean, I don't know if it's norovirus. You usually don't maintain much immunity to norovirus, but if you do, 2 weeks is probably within the window. Peloton difference. My toxic trait is that you can't get a respiratory illness if you, and this is not respiratory, this is gastrointestinal. But I believe that you cannot get a respiratory illness if you do 2 hours of cardiovascular exercise a day. I know it doesn't make sense from germ theory, but I feel like after 15 minutes of cardio, your body switches to, it doesn't store anything. Instead, it just burns whatever you breathe in and whatever you eat for fuel. So I think like there's no doubt that I've been exposed to like airborne pathogens, but I think that my body is just like, it just takes a shovel and it throws it into the engine. It's rhinovirus. How'd you get noro last year while riding the Peloton? Thank you for walking into my conversational trap. Last year, I already said norovirus is not respiratory, it's gastrointestinal, so I already built there, you stepped on the caltrops. 2, I wasn't doing 2 hours of cardiovascular exercise a day. In January of last year when I had norovirus, I was doing like 45 minutes. 45 minutes, chump change. That's nothing. 2 hours is where you start to get the germ-killing benefit of cardio. 45 minutes is a lot for normal people? Wouldn't be me. Don't forget you have to do it all while wearing business formal. Bro, I went to the Nutcracker yesterday. I went to the damn ballet. I wore the suit that I had made for me for my daughter's first birthday, like 2-something years ago. First thing my wife said is she said, "You've lost so much weight, your suit looks like Donald Trump's." And then I turned around and she was like, "It's even worse from the back." I did. You ever see the pictures of like the fits for the NBA draft circa like the year 2000? And everybody's wearing the David Byrne suit? That's basically what I got going on. But I only wear my suit like, I don't know, less than once every 6 months. So I'm like, I don't really want to get like another suit. I don't really want to get this tailored. It's kind of like low on the list. The look is good. It's not great, honest. I mean, I don't like when it's cut too tight either, but this was like, I wouldn't even describe it as boxy. It was just, I don't know. It's the pants, man. Like when you're like 6 sizes down on a pant, like it's just not, it just makes you look like you got a fat ass, but not in like the desirable way. No way you lost 6 sizes. I don't know like how men's pants work. But when I had these tailored, I guess I could just look at the pants, but I already put it back in the suit bag and put it back in the closet. I think that it's probably, maybe it's 4 sizes, but I would imagine I went from a 34 to a 30. Because right now I wear a 32 and I got to cinch the belt up real tight. I got Lyndon B. Johnson mode going on. I'm not trying to brag. That's what happens when you spend your time in zone 2. By the way, we're all ready for our hard power zone ride tomorrow, right, Peloton? We're all ready for our hard power zone ride because we all stayed in zone 2 according to the callouts. Everybody should be prepared to go. I don't want to, because there were some, I understand a 75-minute zone 2 ride gets a little boring. People decided, maybe I'll add a little bit of extra intervals in there. That's fine. Your attendance is mandatory tomorrow when we do 7 minutes of zone 4, 3 minutes off, 7 minutes of zone 4, 3 minutes off for 60 minutes straight, okay? Your attendance is mandatory. You know who you are. There better not be, oh, sorry, I slept in. Oh, my legs aren't really feeling it today. Don't smack talk dlguiga. I gave everybody a high five during the ride, okay? but I gave dlguiga and KeetJR an extra high five because I could tell from their outputs that they were following the callouts rigorously. They got a bonus high five in the middle, just a little bit of extra dopamine to be like, I see you. I know you could go harder, but you're choosing to hold back. That's the right thing. I did go a little out of the saddle 50 minutes in. I will not rescind my high five. I think that's completely acceptable given the length of the ride, and you don't want to get pedagogal neuralgia or whatever the hell you're talking about. Wemby at center is better. Bro, yeah, he's better in every stat. Height, weight, wingspan. What about his Corsi Plus? What's his Duolingo streak? Exactly. Has he received his Peloton Wrapped yet? Because I haven't. Apparently everybody in Ohio got their Peloton Wrapped already. It's in your spam? No, I keep checking. I didn't either. I contacted support. It's got to be, no disrespect, working in Peloton support has to be like one of the most annoying customer service jobs out there. They paid too much for the bike. They pay too much for the subscription. They're all coming in with a chip on their shoulder. The shit breaks like now and then. Like I've just come to terms with it. I got lucky today. I didn't have to restart my bike a single time. But like most days, I got to restart it maybe once. Maybe 0.8 times per day on average because it'll just stop like getting my metrics. Meanwhile, you got people jumping into support saying, hey, I haven't gotten my Peloton Wrapped yet. They're probably still getting like customer support tickets over like, hey, I didn't get the badge for my turkey burn ride. The official Peloton Facebook group is so funny. I'm not trying to yuck anybody's yum, but every once in a while I go to the Peloton subreddit. Don't go to r/Peloton. It's written about 88% in Dutch. It's all about the Tour de France. And when the Tour de France isn't on, it's about less illustrious tours. The Tour de Italy, the Tour de Andorra, etc., etc. It's about regular, like professional cycling. But r/Peloton Cycle is the Peloton subreddit, and there are people there, again, it's their life. I'm doing the Trump right now. It's their life. But they post like an essay every day about their workout. They're like, I wasn't feeling that good today, so I started with a 10-minute focus flow hips to get myself warmed up. Like they're writing in full sentences. After the music on the stretch was pretty good, but I did find that doing the hip openers actually aggravated my abductors a little bit. Then I got on 30-minute Emma Lovewell Florence and the Machine Ride, and I found like the first 3 songs were pretty good, but after that it was just like they were reading off a Wikipedia article. And then after that I did a 10-minute low impact, and I'm like, this is crazy. This is like the way that Shackleton wrote diaries when he was trying to get to the South Pole. But the stuff that he was writing is like 3 dudes froze to death today, and we had to eat our sled dogs just to survive. And it's actually like there's more brevity than there is in the Peloton recaps just for like a random Tuesday. Sorry I'm late, by the way. My daughter is sick. She was up very late last night with a high fever. I'm not trying to make it about me, but it was to the point where we were like, you Google like a string. The string is like toddler oral temperature emergency room. And then it's like, she was half a degree short of what they say you should take to the emergency room. So I Google like emergency room wait times. And I said, you know what? I got faith in the quality of our stock. I think we got a hearty genome in there. I think she's going to take care of it. Wait times, it said your estimated total time in the ER as of midnight was going to be 7.5 hours. I said, you're going to have to offer me a more tempting solution than that. Instead, we gave her some children's Tylenol. My wife kind of wiped her down with a cold towel. We fed her some strawberries, and then at 7:30 in the morning, when we would have gotten out of the hospital, she was feeling a lot better. So it is crazy to me. Like we have, I don't know, like Vancouver has like 3 hospitals that are open 24 hours or something like that. But then there's like 6 emergency rooms that just close. And I'm like, can you do that? I think they should have to change their name to not be emergency room anymore. It should be called like a la carte convenient room. So what happens if you have an emergency outside of normal business hours? You're right, it should just be called Room. People are like, what's your Peloton update? I'm like, well, we're up late dealing with our daughter's high fever that we thought would have to take her to the hospital. This website is not beating the parasocial allegations. Here's a question for you. What's your Peloton update? How was your exercise this morning? Or were you in here in chat for 40 minutes just typing, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? He knows. The second one could have squeezed in a 30-minute session. What are you? I hope you're talking about yourself. I'm scrolling. 20-minute workout. 72-minute workout. Why 72? Is this like a is it like you only work out in like things that are squares of 2? Does that work? Base 6? Multiple of 6? 72 is not a square of 2? Sure it is. 72 divided by 2, 36. 36 divided by 2, 18. 18 divided by 2, 9. 9 divided by 3, 3. 3 minus 1, 2. QED. Girl math. What does QED stand for? Latin Andes are not beating the deprecated language allegations either. It literally does not matter. You learn it in like 11th grade algebra just to get the 1 extra mark on every single proof, because sometimes those proofs are hard, man. So you're like at least getting 1 free point banked might allow me to get from like a B to an A minus or something like that. But then after that, if you're knowing the Latin for QED afterwards, you better be a high school math teacher or a university math teacher. That's fine too. I think my brain is beginning to rot. I had a dream about dlguiga. Can I just say that was a message I read in chat? That's not a message that came from my brain. That's crazy, bro. How could you had a dream about dlguiga? Are you in the Peloton? I didn't see the username of the person who stated that. Are you in the Peloton group, or are you just watching too much content? Because if you're not in the Peloton group, that's like you need a tolerance break. I think you need to smoke more weed so you stop dreaming. People go to the Peloton board just to see the activity on the Discord. It is crazy. We must be like the only streamer Discord. I mean, I don't mean this to be rude. I just think like it's genuinely true. We got to be the only streamer Discord where the most popular channel in the Discord is the exercise channel. It actually gets like 5x the chat activity than any other channel on the entire server. It's crazy. Like, what about Misk? Misk gets like 100 messages a day. Hashtag Peloton gets like, it probably gets like a couple thousand. Peloton users are kind of psychotic. No, not really. I wouldn't say at all, to be honest. They do use Peloton as a misc. I mean, people are out there giving each other like employment advice. I guess, you know what is the only part of the Discord where people are allowed to talk? That's probably it. Because if you try to talk, if the conversation starts in Twitch about a stream and then it deviates, like conversations normally do, right? Like it deviates into another topic, the mods shut it down instantly. They're like, this is not a conversation about Twitch. Please take it to Misk. And I could just, whenever I get told to take it to Misk, I'm like, I'm not taking it to Misk. It's freaking dead in there. Like, I shouldn't even be talking in the Discord to begin with. Like, you really think I'm going to go to another channel and be like, oh, so as I was saying, like, no, I'm going to take this opportunity to go do something else. I'm not insulting Origin. They run a tight ship. I'm glad. Like, we shouldn't be having the conversations there to begin with. I made the Discord so people wouldn't talk. I know that sounds crazy, but it's true. It's the knowledge that people are gonna talk anyway. They might as well talk in an environment that I have some awareness of, and as a result, we can control the moderation standards. We're just getting ourselves back up to speed. I figured we'd play some Isaac today. I was almost gonna play Fortnite. But then I just thought, why am I doing this to myself? It would be funny. But at the same time, like, let's not with the McDonald's overlay, exactly. Let's start with something a little bit more, what can I say? A little more automatic. Oh, Nuts on the Table Bandle today. Well, I'm not going to put Nuts on the Table for Bandle in one, but I'll put Nuts on the Table for Bandle in general. Let's see. 1991, 1.7 Billy. This is Smells Like Teen Spirit. Nirvana, Smells Like Teen Spirit. Yes, that's correct. Okay, nuts on the put your nuts on the table, guys. Nuts on the table. I want to see all your nuts. We're going to have to get a bigger table. Let's hear the flute. They actually don't have any vocal part in this. They have drums, bass, electric guitar 1, electric guitar 2, and electric guitar 3. Because they went for the bridge. I see. I saw a great description of Nirvana. I can't remember the context that I saw it in, but they were like, it's not bad. It's like when you hear Nirvana on the radio. Like you might, and I respect what Nirvana did for grunge. I think they're better than not bad. But like, do I ever sit down and go, let's listen to like a Nirvana album all the way through? Not anymore, but rare. Yeah, dude, how did you find that? Catching Family Guy on cable is much better than intentionally streaming it. It's like when you hear Nirvana on the radio. Exactly. That was holy cow, that was the context. And I was like, you know what, that's true. Whenever I'm riding the Peloton and a Nirvana song comes on, I'm like, thank God. I can't do any more Calvin Harris songs. Not us doing the... Can I give you an example of Peloton? I'm just going to say it. It's a pejorative, but stupidity. Every year they do a top 50 song countdown. Here's what you would think as a normal human being. You would say, oh, it must be the 50 most popular songs of the year that just passed because they do it like the last week of December. Nah, bro. It's the 50 most favorited songs on the platform annually, which means today we got such hits as My Songs Know What You Did in the Dark by Fall Out Boy, which I think came out in like 2008, and Till I Collapse by Eminem, and Nate Dogg was on it again. That song's from like 2003. And you're like, what are we doing? Like, it's just the same songs every year because like they play the same songs on every ride. I naively thought maybe I could get a little bit more aware of the music scene in 2023, but apparently not, because instead I got to listen to, Waffle House by the Jonas Brothers. I guess that one is new now that I think about it, but to be fair, that was like the 47th best song of the year. But I was laughing at that song that is like angry Lin-Manuel Miranda rap. It's my album, it's my album, it's my album, but I'll never give up, and I'll never give up, and you'll never get up, and I'll never get up, and then immediately, like the next song after it was Pump It by Black Eyed Peas and Tiesto. It was like the worst transition of all time. It was on a PZE ride before. Christine Dercole played it to motivate. She said, just close your eyes and imagine this song is about you. And I said, close your eyes and imagine this is the last time I take your class. No disrespect.
Okay, hold up. Let's just move on.
Choose
to carefully.
Choose carefully.
I'm not a movie guy here. You know what I am, though?
Geography.
Yes.
I knew it.
And I would love to take you to Global, because there's actually only 2 other daily Wordle games my mom plays. Or 2 total, and it's Wordle and Global.
I'm just jealous. I wish I had a family group chat.
The family group chat, I mean, it's just me, my mom, and my sister, but we get lit.
I just talked to my mom, and then like on my birthday, my dad texts me and says happy birthday, and I say thank you. I have a good relationship with my dad, but it hasn't transcended the text medium yet. I think it's kind of cool. He texted me earlier this month, and he said, I'm about to have my 500th Peloton ride. And then I said, have you already picked it out? And he said, yep, Chris Stapleton, 30 minutes. And I said, I love that for you.
Son.
It's
Peloton
true.
crushers. I feel like you should be sponsored by Peloton. You are the #1 brand ambassador I've seen.
They don't have to, though, because I do it for free.
Yeah, that's true.
Mom found the salad drawer. Yeah, I be hopping. I'm starting to genuinely believe between the way my brain works, the idiopathic toe walking, and also, Kate will tell you, my dad was not walking around the house age 35 the way I'm walking around the house. I'm hopping on one foot. I'm gathering a full head of steam and then sliding on my socks. I'm not locomoting in a very like normie manner a lot of the time. Or am I being gang stalked right now? Don't let them shame you for sock sliding. My wife shames me for sock sliding, but I think she's right because I wear out a pair of socks in like, I don't know, 10 uses would be my guess. And it's always on the balls of the foot, which is where I put my weight on the slide. Classic. I don't know, maybe, I don't know, 10 uses seems right to me. Because I probably have like 20 pairs of socks. So 10 uses takes me like almost a whole year of using the sock. It's like 7 months maybe. Yeah, that sounds right to me. That's not normal. I didn't say it was normal. I just said that sounds right to me. Mine get 200 uses. Okay. How many minutes did you do in your Peloton annual this year? Because I did 25. Hang on one moment. We still got a few days left as well, because 30 days has September, April, June, and November. All the rest have 31, and we're living in the 31 right now. In the annual this year, hang on, I forgot how to use my cell phone. 25,172 minutes. That's fucking... One moment, please. Calculate. 5172 divided by 365. That's 14 minutes a day. Huh? Oh, sorry. No, 172 divided by 365. There you go. 69 minutes a day. You can't make this up. Abacus ass. Abacus! Enjoy the rest of your evening or your afternoon or whatever. I'll see you tomorrow. Later. Have you seen Slackers? I don't think I can imagine any other streamer who might have seen it. Have I seen Slackers? What a ridiculous question. I love you, but I hate you, which brings to mind how much I love you. We could have worked things out, you know, in my little room, in my little locked room. I'm sorry that you had to settle for Dave, the one-dimensional man. He's filed under cocksucker in my little black book. Sweetness can rot your teeth, bittersweet cacophony, and you hold the key, you hold the... You think I don't know every word from Slackers? Devin Sawa, Jason Schwartzman. Kind of insane this information occupies space in their brain. Yeah, no, I agree. I think that sometimes when I hear a song, usually like during a Peloton ride, I'll hear a song that I've literally not heard since like 1998, and I still know 80% of the words. I'm like, what are you doing in there?